Please like, share, and subscribe. Wishing you happiness and good luck every day.
All right, we all hear about Warren Buffett's incredible wealth, but how did he really do it? It's so easy to get lost in all the talk about complex stock-picking strategies, but the foundation, the real secret, it's something much, much more fundamental. Today, we're going to dive into what Mary Buffett and Seah's book has to say and uncover that first, most powerful secret to building lasting wealth. And you know what? It starts with a surprisingly simple but profound idea.
Buffett has this incredible knack for cutting right through all the noise with these simple, powerful analogies. I mean, this one seems totally unrelated to finance, right? But it's actually the key to his entire philosophy. Some things, no matter how much money or effort you throw at them, they just take time. They have to grow and mature. It's a law of nature. And, as we're about to see, it's also the fundamental law of wealth.
And that right there is the heart of it. Building real, sustainable wealth isn't a sprint. Not at all. It's a process. It takes patience, it takes discipline, not shortcuts and get-rich-quick schemes. You know, the financial world is absolutely obsessed with speed, but Buffett's success, it's built on the exact opposite principle. It's a question we've all asked ourselves, hasn't it? We see the ads, we hear the unbelievable stories, but deep down we know they don't work. Whether it's some proven trading system or a hot stock tip, that promise of instant riches, it almost always leads to disappointment. So what's really going on there?
This is such a brilliant way to understand the problem. The source material points out that studies show people who get a sudden windfall, like winning the lottery, often blow through it and end up in a worse spot than before. It's the financial equivalent of a crash diet. Yeah, you might see some fast results, but if you don't change the underlying habits, the weight, or in this case, the money problems, it always comes roaring back. Fast results just don't last.
So, if get rich quick is basically a myth, what's the alternative? Well, this leads us to the real secret. It's the one that's way less glamorous, but, believe me, infinitely more powerful. It's the get rich slow secret, and it's all about harnessing a force that works quietly, consistently, day in and day out.
And here it is. This is what it all boils down to. The first secret isn't some fancy investment technique, it's a way of life. The truly wealthy, they get this. They understand that their financial destiny isn't made in one big home run. No, it's forged in the small, consistent actions they take every single day. Your habits, they're the engine of your wealth. So let's look at the 3 core habits that make this whole engine run.
Okay, this first habit, it's a big one. It requires a total shift in how you see time. Most of us, we think in days, maybe weeks, maybe a year out. But to build wealth like Buffett, you've got to start thinking in decades. You have to see the long-term potential hiding in every single financial choice you make today.
And nothing illustrates this long-term thinking better than the story of his car. For years, Buffett famously drove an old beat-up Volkswagen, and people thought, oh, he's just being cheap. But he saw something that they just didn't. He wasn't just looking at a car, he was looking at its future.
See, he explained that buying a new car would have cost him about $20,000. Now, for most people, that's it. That's the end of the calculation. It's a $20,000 expense. But for Buffett, that was just the very beginning of a much, much bigger equation. This is where Buffett's mind just works on a completely different level than most of us. He knew that if he invested that 20 grand instead of spending it, the incredible power of compounding would take over. Just look at this. After 10 years, that $20,000 becomes about $150,000. After 20 years, it grows to a staggering $1.5 million. And then, after 30 years, it balloons to nearly $10 million. So in his mind, that new car didn't cost $20,000, it cost $9.9 million. And that, he said, was just way too much to pay for a car. That, my friends, is the power of thinking in decades. All right, let's jump into the second habit. And this one, it's so beautifully simple, but it is a complete game changer. It's about reversing how almost everybody handles their money. It's not about complicated budgets, it's just about changing the order you do things.
Just look at the 2 approaches on the screen. On the left, that's how most people operate. You get paid, you pay your bills, you buy stuff, and then, if there's anything left over, maybe you save it. Now look at the right, the Buffett way. It flips this completely on its head. You get paid, and immediately, before anything else, you set aside a portion for savings and investing. The book says at least 10%. You pay yourself first. Only then do you spend what's left. This tiny reversal makes saving a priority, not an afterthought. and it guarantees your wealth is always growing.
And this mindset, it goes all the way down to a single penny. The story goes, Buffett was in an elevator, and he spotted a penny on the floor. Everybody else just ignored it. But he bends over, picks it up, and cheerfully says this. It wasn't about the 1 cent, of course. It was about reinforcing the habit that every single bit of money counts. Every penny has future potential.
This final habit, this is the bedrock. It's the foundation for absolutely everything else. It's not a financial tactic. It's the internal compass that guides all your decisions and really defines what success even means. It's about understanding what game you're truly playing in life.
Buffett loves to pose this question to students. So just think about it for a second. Would you rather be the world's greatest lover, but everyone thinks you're the worst? Or would you rather be the absolute worst, but have the reputation of being the greatest? It's a simple question that really forces you to decide what matters more, your internal reality or your external reputation, your actual character or what the world thinks of you.
See, your answer to that question reveals whether you're living by an inner scorecard or an outer scorecard. People with an outer scorecard, they're driven by what other people think. The applause, the recognition, the status. But Buffett argues that real success, the kind that leads to a rich life in every single way, comes from an inner scorecard. It's about measuring yourself against your own potential and your own standards of integrity. And in the long run, that's what builds the kind of trust and reputation that attracts real opportunities and helps you avoid all those costly mistakes that come from just chasing public approval.
So how do you actually start building this inner scorecard? Well, the source material gives us this really simple but powerful exercise you can do right now. Grab a piece of paper or just open a new note on your phone. On one side, write down the people you truly admire and the specific qualities that make you admire them. Their honesty, maybe their generosity, their work ethic. Then, on the other side, list the qualities in people that you just can't stand. That first list, the one with all the admirable qualities, that's it. That's your personal roadmap. That's your guide for the person you want to become.
You know, Buffett says that when he's hiring people, he looks for 3 things: intelligence, energy, and integrity. But then he gives this crucial warning. If they don't have the last one, integrity, the other 2 will kill you. Because if you have a smart, energetic person who has no integrity, well, you've just got a very clever thief on your hands. Your character is the foundation that all your other talents are built on.
And this just perfectly captures the whole spirit of it. This quote from Buffett's longtime partner, the brilliant Charlie Munger, reminds us that building wealth, building character, building a successful life, it's all a game of continuous, daily improvement. It's not about these giant leaps. It's just about getting a little bit better, a little bit wiser every single day.
And that leaves us with this final, crucial thought. These principles we've talked about, they're not just abstract ideas. They are active forces. Right now, as we speak, your daily habits, how you think about time, how you handle your money, the character you're building, they are constructing your future, brick by brick, dollar by dollar. The only question left is what kind of future are you going to build?
You know, there's a force at work in your life, right now, that's more powerful than almost anything else. It's this silent partner, shaping your future every single day. Yeah, I'm talking about your habits. They are the invisible script running in the background of your life. And trust me, they're steering you somewhere, whether you realize it or not. Man, this quote from Benjamin Graham just hits you, right? It's so true. Those little things we do every day, they feel like nothing, just a single tiny thread. But when you weave that thread day after day, week after week, it becomes a rope and then a chain. So the real question is, what are your chains building? Are they an anchor holding you down, or are they the foundation for something incredible? All right, so here's our game plan for this explainer. First, we're going to shine a light on those unseen chains of habit. Then, we'll absolutely demolish the myth of the quick fix and look at why getting rich quick often ends in disaster. After that, we'll explore a better way, the wise path of patience, and finish up by looking at the amazing rewards of just being consistent. Okay, let's dive right into the most important idea of all, the one thing that everything else is built on. It's this. There is a direct, unbreakable link between your daily actions and your ultimate destiny. Just take a second and think about where you are right now. Your health, your bank account, your career. Every single one of those outcomes, the good and the bad, they are a direct reflection of your habits. It really is that simple. It's not about luck. It's not about one big moment. Your life today is basically just a printout of your routines from yesterday.
To put it another way, who you are is just the grand total of all the things you've done on repeat. And here's where it gets real. Don't think of these as judgments. Think of them as diagnoses. Being overweight isn't some moral failure. It's just the natural result of your eating and exercise system. Being broke isn't just bad luck. It's usually the product of your financial system. And being wealthy, it's not some magic trick. It's built piece by habits designed to create wealth.
So if it's all about consistent habits, why do so many of us spend our lives chasing the exact opposite? Well, it's because we're sold this beautiful, seductive story. The myth of the quick fix. The fantasy that we can get it all right now.
This is the big question, isn't it? The one that fuels the lottery industry, risky investments, all those get-rich-quick schemes. It's this powerful idea that you can just skip all the hard work and change your life with one lucky break. But is that how it really works?
This is the dream, right? That one silver bullet. You know the thoughts. If I could just pick that one stock, or if I could just hit the jackpot, or if I land this one huge deal, I'm set for life. We believe that one single event will fix everything, forever. But as you're about to see, the reality is, well, it's a lot different.
Okay, so let's talk about what happens when someone actually gets that dream. What happens when the money really does fall from the sky? This is where we get to the hard truth about why the quick fix is usually just a trap.
And we don't have to guess. Let's look at some cold, hard facts. Back on August 25, 2017, CNBC published a piece looking at this exact thing. They study what happens to people who get these massive windfalls, like winning the lottery. And what they found is pretty shocking.
Just let that sink in for a second. They don't just end up back where they started. They end up worse off than before they won millions of dollars. They literally achieve the ultimate get-rich-quick dream, and for so many, it completely destroys them. It's the exact opposite of the fantasy we're sold.
So, this is the million-dollar question, isn't it? Why does this happen? The problem was a lack of money, and now they have the money, so why isn't the problem solved? Well, the answer is actually pretty simple when you think about it.
Getting a sudden windfall of cash is just like going on a crash diet. Yeah, it promises a huge, fast result. But here's the thing. Someone who crash diets for a month hasn't actually learned how to eat healthy for life. And someone who wins the lottery hasn't learned the habits of managing money. The underlying system, their daily choices, their mindset, it's all exactly the same. So just like the weight comes back, the money, it vanishes.
And here's the bottom line. You simply cannot change your life's results without changing the underlying process. Giving a person with terrible financial habits millions of dollars is like pouring water into a bucket full of holes. You haven't fixed the bucket. In the long run, your system, your habits, will always win.
So if the quick fix is a trap, then what's the answer? Well, this brings us to the path that's, let's be honest, a lot less sexy but a million times more effective. It's the wise path of patience. It's about building something that's actually built to last.
I absolutely love this quote from Warren Buffett. It's just so simple and so obviously true, you can't argue with it. It perfectly shows that some of the most important things in life, they just take time. You can't rush them. You can't just throw more money or more people at the problem and expect it to speed up. Real growth just needs time to grow.
So what does this sensible path actually look like? Well, first, you gotta accept that good things take time. That mindset gives you the patience you need to stick with it. And that patience is powered by the discipline to do the small things every day, even when you don't feel like it. And finally, it's all held together by persistence, the willingness to keep going even when you mess up, because you will.
You've heard the saying 1,000 times, and it's famous for a reason. Great things, whether it's an empire, a fortune, or your own personal goals, they aren't created in one big dramatic moment. They're built by the slow, steady, sometimes boring process of laying one brick right and then another and another.
Now, I know what you might be thinking. This sounds like a lot of hard work and waiting around. But here's the beautiful part. The reward isn't some prize at the very end of a long, miserable road. The reward is actually part of the journey itself.
This is the huge difference, right? A lottery ticket is a losing game right up until that 1 in a billion chance you win. But the path of good habits, it starts paying you back on day one. You feel those little victories, and that feeling creates this amazing, powerful cycle that just keeps you going.
Here's how it works. You start with one tiny action, something you know you can do, like saving just a little from every paycheck. Then you get that small reward. You look at your account and it's a little higher. That little win gives you a shot of motivation. It feels good,
so you want to do it again. And before you know it, those tiny wins start to add up into real, noticeable change in your life. Success just keeps feeding more success.
And that brings us right back to where we started. If you really truly want to change your life, you have to stop looking for the home run. Stop waiting for the jackpot. You have to look closer. Look at your daily routines, because your habits, they are the engine. They're the system that will slowly but surely take you exactly where you want to go.
So I'll leave you with this one question. Not what's your 10-year plan, not what's your big dream. Just what is the one small, simple, sustainable habit you could start doing today? Because that single action, that one brick laid perfectly, is how you truly start building your own Rome.
All right, let's dive in. Today, we're going to talk about a really powerful idea. It's a simple, little mental switch that could totally change your financial future. And look, this isn't about complicated spreadsheets or anything like that. It's just about seeing the hidden, true cost of everything you buy.
So, let me start with a story that honestly sounds a little weird at first. For years, one of the richest men on the entire planet, Warren Buffett, drove this surprisingly, modest car. And we're not talking some fancy vintage classic he kept in the garage. No, this was his daily driver. And you can bet it made a lot of people just scratch their heads.
Exactly. The easy answer everyone jumped to was, oh, he's a billionaire, but he's just cheap, right? I mean, the guy could afford literally any car he wanted, and he chooses that one? People saw it as just a funny little quirk, but what they were missing was this brilliant financial lesson hiding in plain sight, right there in his driveway.
But Buffett, he wasn't offended by what people thought. He had a very specific and frankly a mind-blowing reason for his choice. It had absolutely nothing to do with the sticker price of the car. It was all about the true cost of that purchase over time.
He actually explained the math behind his thinking once. He said, imagine a new car costs, let's say, $20,000. Now, for most of us, that's where the thinking stops. We ask ourselves, hey, can I afford the 20 grand? But that, my friends, is the wrong question. Buffett was asking a much, much more powerful one. He was asking, what could this $20,000 become if I didn't spend it? He knew that if he invested it instead, the incredible power of compounding would just take over. And as you can see here, in just 10 years, that initial investment could balloon to about $150,000. Wait 20 years, it could become a staggering $1.5 million. And after 30 years, well,
It could be worth nearly $10 million. I mean, just let that sink in for a minute. That initial $20,000 decision, it wasn't just about a car. It was a choice between an asset that loses value the second you drive it off the lot and a potential multi-million-dollar fortune.
And this just perfectly nails his whole philosophy. See, he didn't see a $20,000 car. He saw a $9.9 million car. And from that point of view, who in their right mind would make that trade? He makes a habit of thinking about every single purchase in terms of its future compounded value.
So, this car story, it's way more than just a fun anecdote, right? It's a masterclass in a core principle of building wealth. And it all boils down to a simple but really profound reversal in how you approach your money every single month.
Here it is. This is the crucial difference. Most people, we get our paycheck, we pay our bills, we buy the stuff we want, and then, maybe, we'll save whatever's left over at the end of the month. The wealth-building approach? It flips that script completely. You save first, right off the top, and then you're free to spend whatever's left.
And a great way to put this into practice is what's called the 10% rule. It's super simple. The second your paycheck hits your account, before you pay a single bill or buy a single coffee, you move at least 10% of it into a separate savings or investment account. You're basically paying your future self first. It's such a small change in timing, but it makes all the difference in the world. Now, you might be thinking, okay, a multi-million-dollar car is one thing, but how does this really apply to my daily life? Well, this mindset is actually most powerful when you apply it to the smallest purchases, because that's usually where the biggest leaks in our budgets are hiding. Let's look at another story, this time about a college student.
So this student, he kept running out of money every month and just could not figure out why. His parents were covering his big expenses like tuition and rent. When his mom asked him where all his allowance was going, he honestly had no idea. The clue finally showed up when he asked to stop for a coffee, and it revealed this daily habit he and his friends had, grabbing a couple cups a day to fuel those late-night study sessions.
Turns out, each cup was over $5. So a couple of those a day meant he was spending about $10 every single day just on coffee. In the moment, it felt like nothing, right? Just a small, almost trivial expense. But it's those small, unnoticed leaks that, eventually sink the whole ship.
So when his mother actually did the math, the reality was just shocking. $10 a day adds up to over $3,600 a year. That's thousands of dollars just vanishing into a paper cup, all because the cost was never looked at in its totality. This is the whole idea of finding your own $5 coffee, identifying those small, recurring expenses that are secretly draining your wealth. So once you spot these leaks, how do you actually start plugging them and turn that spending into saving? It can feel pretty overwhelming, especially if you think you don't have enough to set aside. But think of it like working out. You don't walk into the gym for the first time and try to lift the heaviest weight, right? You build your saving muscle over time.
Here is a brilliantly simple technique to do just that. The 52-week plan. In the first week, you save $1. That's it, just $1. The next week, you save $2. The week after that, $3. You just keep adding $1 to your weekly savings goal. By the final week of the year, you'll be saving $52 that week, and you will have built this powerful habit without it ever feeling like a huge sacrifice.
And this method is so effective because it taps into 3 psychological keys. First, it's progressive. You start so small it's almost impossible to fail, and that builds momentum. Second, the increasing milestones kind of turn it into a game, which makes the challenge more engaging each week. And finally, it forges consistency, and that is the absolute bedrock of turning any small action into a powerful, lifelong habit.
Which brings us right back to that core mindset. Every single penny counts. There's another great story about Warren Buffett getting into an elevator and spotting a penny on the floor. While everyone else just ignored it, Buffett, the billionaire, bends over, picks it up, and says with a smile, "A penny from my next billion." You see, it was never about the value of that one coin. It was about the principle behind it. So, in the end, this isn't about being cheap. Not at all. It's about being intentional. It's about really understanding that every dollar you spend today is a dollar you're taking away from your future self. So the choice is yours. Take a look at your own habits. Find your $5 coffee. What is one small thing you will do differently tomorrow to start paying your future self first?
Let's start with a question, and I want you to be really honest with yourself. Do you actually truly love what you do for a living? It sounds simple, right? But the answer has the power to change just about everything in your life. Today, we're going to dig into why finding work you love isn't some kind of luxury. It's absolutely essential for a life worth living. And to kick us off, I want to share a typically blunt piece of advice from Warren Buffett. He said this to a bunch of students, young people, all focused on climbing the ladder, building that perfect resume, and he just cuts right through all that with this pretty provocative question. I mean, his point couldn't be more direct, could it? Why on earth would you postpone your happiness? Why would you spend your best, most energetic years doing something that drains your soul, all for some imaginary payoff down the road? And coming from one of the most successful guys on the planet, this isn't just a nice thought. He sees it as a fundamental rule for success. And that brings the question right back to you, doesn't it? Seriously, take a second. Are you in a job right now that you kind of dread, telling yourself, oh, it's just a stepping stone? What parts of your life, your joy, your energy, are you putting on ice for a someday that might never come?
Look, this isn't just some philosophical debate. There is a very real, very high price you pay for being unhappy at work. It's a cost that adds up every single day. Let's break down just how big of a deal this really is.
When you look at a chart like this, it kind of hits you. For most of us, work isn't just a piece of the pie. It's the biggest piece by a long shot. It's most of our waking life. And when that huge chunk of your time is a source of stress or misery, that feeling doesn't just stay in the office. It bleeds into everything else. And that's where the real damage happens, right? Unhappiness at work, it rarely stays put. We pack it in our briefcases and carry it right through the front door. It changes how we talk to our partners, how we play with our kids. We end up giving our family the leftovers, the stress, the frustration, instead of the best of ourselves. Okay, so that's the problem. Pretty bleak. So, what do we do about it? Well, the answer lies in understanding the incredible power of passion. It's the secret sauce that turns a job into a calling. And it's what truly wealthy people, and I'm not just talking about money here, have all figured out. It's about a wealth of joy and purpose. You see, when you're passionate, it's not just a fuzzy feeling. It sets off this incredible chain reaction. That genuine happiness you feel, It makes you way more productive. And when you're more productive, people notice. You get promotions faster, you earn more, you get recognized. The key thing to get here is that passion isn't some soft skill. It is a hardcore career accelerator. All right, talk is cheap, right? Let me give you a perfect real-world example of this in action. This is the story of a woman named Rose Blumkin, but everyone just called her Mrs. B. Her story is maybe the best case study ever for how an absolute love for your work can lead to unbelievable results. 104. Just let that number sink in for a second. That is the age Mrs. B was still working. She sold her company to Warren Buffett when she was 89 years old, and then she chose to keep coming to work for another 15 years. You don't do that for a paycheck. You only do that for love. And get this, she took exactly one vacation in her entire life. One. And she absolutely hated it. She couldn't wait to get back to her store, to her customers. That's the kind of all-consuming dedication that built an empire. That right there is the raw power of passion. And the thing is, Mrs. B's story, it's not some weird outlier. When you really look at the people at the absolute top of their game in any field, you find the same thing again and again. This almost obsessive passion for what they do. Let me tell you another great story that illustrates this. So Buffett loves to tell this story about a tailor. This guy's lifelong dream, the one thing he wanted more than anything else in the world, was to meet the Pope. So for years and years, he saves up every penny he can, until finally he has enough money for the trip to Rome. So he goes, he has this incredible once-in-a-lifetime experience, and he comes back home, and of course, the whole town gathers around him, totally excited. They're all asking, "So, tell us, what was he like? What was it like to meet the Pope?" And the tailor just looks at them and says, "He's a 44 medium." In this huge, profound, spiritual moment of his life, what did he see? He saw his craft. His passion was so deep, it was the only lens he had to see the world through. That's obsession. And hey, Buffett isn't just telling stories about other people. He is exactly the same. There's this famous story about him walking down the street with his partner Charlie Munger, deep in some conversation about a business. Well, Charlie has a plane to catch, so he just quietly hails a cab, gets in, and leaves. Buffett was so lost in his thoughts, he kept walking for 2 more blocks, talking to himself, before he even realized Charlie was gone. Okay, so we've seen the why. The stories are great, they're inspiring, but now for the most important part, how do you actually find that passion? So let's walk through a really simple but surprisingly powerful exercise that can help you find your own path. This is called the passion test. Now, don't let the name fool you. It's not some complicated psychological profile. It's just a simple visual way to get your thoughts down on paper so you can see what truly drives you. It's all about these 4 key areas. So here's what I want you to do. Grab a piece of paper, and you're going to make 4 lists, at least 5 things for each. First, what makes you genuinely happy? Second, what really makes you angry or frustrated? Third, what are you just naturally good at? And last, what are the things you feel you must do before you die? Don't overthink it, just write. Now, I know what you're thinking. Angry? That sounds negative. But trust me, this might be the most important part of the whole exercise. Think about it. The things that make you angry are usually the things you care about most. Your passion is hidden in your desire to fix what you think is broken in the world. All right, once you've got your lists, here's the magic. Don't just look at them as 4 separate things. Step back and look for the overlaps, the patterns. Do the things you're good at line up with what makes you happy? Does something that makes you angry connect to one of your life's must-dos? The themes that pop out at you, that is your path. Because at the end of the day, this is the goal. This is what it's all about. Not dragging yourself through another day for a paycheck, but literally jumping out of bed, excited to start your day because you get to work on something you love. That is what it means to live. So I'll leave you with this final thought. As you go about your day, think about everything we've talked about and ask yourself, what is it that's going to make you want to jump out of bed tomorrow morning? The answer to that question? Well, it could be the start of everything.
You know, in our world of one-click buys and tap-to-pay everything, it has never, ever been easier to spend money. But with all that convenience comes this hidden danger, the debt trap. So today, we're going to break down why debt, especially the credit card kind, can be so incredibly destructive. And, more importantly, how you can build a financial life that doesn't rely on borrowing. Let's figure out how to navigate these waters safely.
All right, let's kick things off with a pretty serious warning from one of the most successful investors in history, Warren Buffett. He points to two things that cause people to fail: liquor and leverage. And he doesn't mince words. Leverage is just a fancy term for borrowed money. He's seen it sink people again and again, and honestly, that's a warning we should all take pretty seriously.
So what is it about borrowed money, especially from a credit card, that makes it so tempting and so dangerous? Well, it really just comes down to psychology, to how our brains are wired. Think about it. When you hand over physical cash, a real $20 bill, you feel it. There's a tangible sense of loss. It hurts a little, right? And that pain makes you pause. But when you just swipe a piece of plastic, that pain just disappears. It feels abstract, almost like it's not real money, which is exactly why we end up spending more than we should.
But that little mind trick is only half the story. Credit cards are really a double-edged sword, and it's absolutely crucial that you understand both of those sharp edges. So let's break down exactly how this thing works.
Okay, so here are the two biggies. First, you've got these absolutely brutal interest rates. If you don't pay off your balance in full every single month, the costs just explode. And second, like we just talked about, there's that painlessness factor. The whole system is designed to make you lower your guard and just keep spending. One danger is pure math, the other is psychology, and when you put them together, you get the perfect storm for debt.
And this right here is where that math trap just slaps you in the face. Just look at this. You might earn, 2% on your savings account if you're lucky, but the interest you'll pay on credit card debt, we're talking 18, 20%, sometimes even higher. You are playing a game that is completely and totally rigged against you. I mean, trying to get ahead financially while paying 20% interest is like trying to swim up a waterfall. It's just not going to happen.
And look, if you don't believe me, here's Buffett again saying it as plainly as possible. He says, if I borrowed money at 18% or 20%, I'd be broke. Just let that sink in for a second. If one of the richest, most disciplined financial minds on the entire planet knows he couldn't win that game, what on earth makes any of us think we can?
Okay, numbers and theories are great, but nothing hits home like a real story. So we're going to dive into a cautionary tale about a friend of the author, we'll call him Alan, whose entire life got turned completely upside down by one single small financial mistake.
And this is the thing, right? It almost never starts with some huge disaster. It starts with something small, something relatable. For Alan, it was just one credit card. He spent a little too much one month. He couldn't quite pay off the whole balance. Seems harmless enough, but that one little decision was the first step down a really devastating path.
Well, because of those crazy high interest rates we were just talking about, that small unpaid balance, it didn't stay small for long. It started compounding fast. And before Alan even really understood what was happening, the amount he owed had ballooned to 3 times his entire monthly salary. Can you even imagine that? Suddenly you owe 3 whole months of your life to a credit card company. So, with this crushing weight on his shoulders, Alan does what a lot of people do when they panic. Instead of facing the problem head-on, he started making a series of really desperate moves. Each one was supposed to be a quick fix, but every single one just dug the hole deeper, turning a bad situation into a total catastrophe. Let's just trace his steps here, because that's a rabbit hole a lot of folks fall down. First, he tried the juggling act. He applied for new credit cards to pay off the first one. You know, the classic robbing Peter to pay Paul. When that didn't work, he got creative with a scheme to get quick cash by selling iPhones from new mobile plans. And when that, predictably, blew up in his face, he took the most desperate step you can take. He went to loan sharks. We're talking unregulated lenders who use fear and charge insane interest rates.
So that whole juggling cards idea? Yeah, it didn't fix anything. It just multiplied his problem by 5. He was now in debt to 5 different companies, each with its own interest rate, its own due date, its own mess of paperwork. Just imagine the stress of trying to keep all of that straight. It's overwhelming just thinking about it.
And as if 5 credit cards weren't bad enough, his bright idea with the iPhones left him with a staggering 9 new cell phone bills to pay, every single month. The plan that was supposed to get him quick cash had completely backfired, creating this huge new monthly expense that he had absolutely no way of paying.
And, shocker, the whole plan was a total bust. The tiny bit of cash he made from selling those phones was like a single drop of water in the ocean of debt he'd created. It proves there are just no clever tricks to get out of a debt crisis.
And this is where things get really, really dark. The loan sharks, they didn't just come after Alan. They started harassing his family. His financial problem had now become a crisis for his family's safety.
It was only then, when he was completely cornered and his family was being threatened, that he finally broke down and asked a friend for help.
But thankfully, that's not the end of the line for Alan. Once he finally asked for help, he was able to stop the panic and actually start building a real solution. And the way out? It wasn't some complicated trick. It was simple, it required discipline, and it meant facing the ugly truth head on.
And the plan his friend gave him? Honestly, it's something anybody can use. It starts with just getting clear. Step 1, list out every single penny you owe. You have to see the whole battlefield. Step 2, write down the interest rate for each debt. That tells you which enemy is the most dangerous. Step 3, focus your energy. Make a plan to attack one debt at a time, usually the one with the highest interest rate. And the last step, the most important one of all, stop the bleeding. Cut up the cards. Stop all new credit purchases right now. You can't get out of a hole if you keep digging.
Now look, this wasn't some magic pill. It took Alan 3 long years of hard work, of sacrifice, of just grinding it out and sticking to that simple plan. Getting into debt can happen in a flash. Getting out is a marathon. It takes real patience and discipline. But the good news is, it is possible.
So Alan's story is a huge lesson in how to claw your way out of debt. But you know what's an even better lesson? How to avoid falling into that trap in the first place. The best solution is always prevention. And there's this wonderfully simple, kind of old school system that just plain works.
It's called the envelope system. And what it does is it directly fights back against that psychological trick of the credit card. You take your actual physical cash and you put it into envelopes that are labeled for your different expenses. Groceries, gas, entertainment. And when the entertainment envelope is empty, that's it. You are done spending on entertainment for the month. It forces you to feel the pain of paying again. And that is the single most effective way to get your spending under control.
Okay, so let's zoom out for a second from just credit cards and talk about this bigger idea of leverage. Because you'll hear people talk about good debt all the time. Borrowing money to invest in something that's supposed to make you more money. But for most people, this is an incredibly dangerous game to play.
Here's the raw deal, right? When you borrow money, your promise to pay that interest back is a guarantee. You have to pay it, period, no matter what. But the money you're supposed to make from your investment, that is never, ever guaranteed. So you're signing up for a guaranteed cost for only the chance of a gain. Unless you're a serious, sophisticated professional, that is a bet that is massively stacked against you.
So let's wrap this up with one last piece of gold from Buffett. He's not saying you have to be some kind of genius. What he's saying is that smart financial behavior, living within your means, saving your money, investing what you actually have, that's the real way to build wealth. You don't need the crazy risk of leverage to have a successful financial life.
So I'm going to leave you with one final question to chew on. Every time you reach for that credit card just because it's easy, just because it's convenient, ask yourself this. Is this little bit of convenience right now worth my freedom tomorrow? The choice, at the end of the day, is always yours.
Hello and welcome. Today, we are going to talk about risk management. And look, I know that sounds complicated, maybe a little boring, but forget all that. We are going to break this down into a really simple 2-step plan that you can actually use to protect your money and, build a secure financial future. Okay, let's just dive right in with this quote from Warren Buffett. There's a reason we're starting here. You see, these aren't just some clever words from a famous billionaire. This is the bedrock. It's the absolute foundation of smart financial thinking. Everything we're going to cover today is built on this one powerful idea. The most important job your money has is to not disappear. So here's how we're going to tackle this. First, we'll dig into that core principle and see where most people really get it wrong. Then we're going to build what I call your financial first aid kit. After that, we create a safety net, and finally, we'll pull it all together into a clear, simple action plan you can literally start on today. Right, so to really understand how to manage risk the right way, I think it helps to first look at how so many people get it so wrong. And you know what? It almost always comes down to misunderstanding those 2 simple rules we just talked about. When you look at how people handle their money, they usually fall into one of 2 traps. On one side, you've got the reckless gambler. You know the type, always chasing the next hot tip, the get-rich-quick dream, and they usually end up losing it all. And on the other side, you've got the fearful saver. This person is so terrified of losing a single penny that they just stuff their cash under the mattress, where inflation just silently eats away at its value year after year. The funny thing is, in their own unique ways, they both end up breaking rule number 1. They both lose money. So here's the big takeaway. Building real wealth isn't about avoiding risk altogether, and it's definitely not about blindly chasing it. It's a process. It's about being smart. You identify the potential dangers, the financial cliffs you could fall off of, and then you systematically build guardrails. You manage the risk down to the lowest possible level so you can then invest with real confidence.
And that brings us to our very first practical step. Before you even think about growing your money, you've got to have a shock absorber, something to protect you from life's inevitable bumps and bruises. Think of it as your financial first aid kit. Because life just happens, doesn't it? And it never picks a convenient time. A friend of mine went through this exact thing not long ago, middle of a freezing winter, and bam, the heater dies. The bill? $8,000 completely out of the blue. Now, without a plan, a common problem like that turns into a full-blown financial crisis. It's the kind of thing that forces you into high-interest debt at the absolute worst moment.
And believe me, my friend's story is not unusual. This number right here, it's just staggering. 63% of Americans can't cover an unexpected $500 bill. Just let that sink in for a second. That's most people living right on the financial edge, where one bad car repair, one unexpected trip to the doctor could send everything spiraling out of control.
So what's the solution? Well, it's an emergency fund. It's truly that simple. It's a dedicated pile of cash that you set aside for exactly these kinds of rainy day moments. The standard advice, and it's a great place to start, is to have at least 3 months' worth of your essential living expenses saved up. This is the buffer that turns a potential catastrophe into just an inconvenience.
Now, it's really important to understand what this money is and what it isn't. There are 3 non-negotiable rules here. First, this is not an investment. Its job is to be safe, not to grow. Don't worry about what kind of return you're getting. Second, it has to be accessible, liquid. You can't have it tied up somewhere you can't get to it immediately. And third, and this one is huge, keep it in a separate account. Out of sight, out of mind. That way you won't be tempted to dip into it for, a new TV or a weekend trip.
To really show you how critical this is, let me share a story about a man named Sean. It's 2009, and he's out shopping with his pregnant wife. Her due date is still 2 months away, but suddenly things take a turn. They race to the hospital, and the very next day, their son is born, 2 months early. And this is where the financial reality hit him like a ton of bricks. A premature birth meant a long stay in the hospital, and a medical bill so large he just couldn't pay it. All his money, it was tied up in investments, totally inaccessible when he needed it most. He had to go to a friend and borrow a 5-figure sum just to get by. That experience changed him. From that day forward, Sean made sure his family always has at least 6 months of living expenses sitting in cash, ready to go. No excuses. Okay, so once you've got that financial first aid kit built, it's time to add the second layer of your defense. This is your safety net. This is for the kind of risks that are just too big for savings to handle alone, and that's where insurance comes into the picture. The world of insurance can be confusing, right? It feels like there are a million different policies for a million different things. But for our purposes, for true risk management, we can boil it all down. There are really only 2 financial catastrophes that can completely wipe out everything you've ever worked for. And these are the 2 things you absolutely have to be insured against. And here they are. It's this simple. Number 1, losing your ability to earn an income either through disability or, God forbid, death. And number 2, getting hit with massive medical bills from a major illness or an accident. Make no mistake, either one of these events can bankrupt you and your family if you're not properly protected. So let's talk about protecting your income first. If you earn money that your family depends on, this is absolutely critical. If something happens and you can't work, insurance acts like a replacement paycheck. And a good rule of thumb is to have enough coverage to replace 10 years of your living expenses. Why 10 years? Because that gives your family a long, long runway to grieve, to adjust, to figure things out without immediate financial pressure. Let's put some numbers to this to make it real. Let's say this is Jake. His family needs about $60,000 a year to live on. So using that 10-year rule, he should be aiming for an insurance policy, whether it's disability or life insurance, with a coverage amount of around $600,000. That amount would give his family a decade of security. Okay, now for that second pillar, your health. A major medical issue can create bills so enormous they can wipe out even the wealthiest people. And this part is so important. This isn't just about the person earning the income. A serious illness for any member of the family, a spouse, a child, can become a financially devastating event. Everybody needs to be covered. All right, let's bring it all home. We've talked about the big ideas, the horror stories, and the specific actions. In this last section, let's just summarize it all into a really clear, simple plan that you can actually remember, and more importantly, put into action. This little table here is basically your cheat sheet for the safety net. It's simple. For income loss, you cover the people who earn the money. How much? About 10 years of expenses. When? As soon as you start earning. For medical expenses, who do you cover? Everyone. How much? As much as you can possibly get. And when? Right now, today. It is that urgent.
And that's really it. Smart risk management isn't about some complicated formula. It's about two foundational ideas. First, you build that financial first aid kit, your 3 to 6 month emergency fund. And second, you create that safety net with the right insurance. You now have the two keys. So I'll just leave you with this one question. Knowing what to do is the easy part. The only question left is, what is the very first step you're going to take to make this happen?
So when you hear advice from one of the greatest investors on the planet, you'd think it's going to be about stocks, right? Well, today we're diving into a piece of wisdom from Warren Buffett that has nothing to do with money and everything to do with the single most valuable asset you and I will ever own.
All right, so let's go back in time. Buffett's 16 years old. And well, pretty much every teenage guy, he really only had two things on his mind. He's the first to admit he wasn't having much luck with girls, so he spent a whole lot more time thinking about cars. And this is what sets the stage for a really brilliant analogy he uses.
So, he wants you to put yourself in this situation. Imagine it's your 16th birthday. All of a sudden, poof, a genie appears. And the genie says, I'm going to give you the car of your dreams. Any car you want. It'll be waiting for you tomorrow morning, brand spanking new, with a big red bow on it. It's yours.
Okay, so if you've ever heard a story about a genie, you know exactly what the first question out of your mouth is going to be, right? It's the same one Buffett would ask. What's the catch? Because, let's be honest, there's always a catch.
And this is the moment. This is where the whole thing turns. The genie's answer to that question, what's the catch, is what takes this from a fun little fantasy into a life lesson. There's just one condition, and trust me, it changes everything about how you'd look at this amazing gift.
And there it is. That's the catch. This car, this is it. It's the one and only car you'll ever get for your entire life. All of a sudden, it's not just a cool new ride anymore. It's this precious lifelong possession that you have to make last, forever.
I mean, think about it. That one little rule just flips the whole script, doesn't it? It completely changes your entire perspective. Just take a second and really think about what you would do if you knew this one car had to get you through the next 60, 70, maybe even 80 years.
And Buffett, he just nails it when he describes what you do. You'd be reading that owner's manual, 5 times over, until you knew every single thing about that engine. You'd keep it in the garage always. Protect it from the elements. And the very second you got a tiny little dent or scratch, you'd get it fixed right away because you couldn't possibly let the rust start to creep in. You would absolutely baby that car.
And right there, that's the whole point of the story. That car, it's a metaphor. The reality is, every one of us gets exactly one mind and one body. That's our deal. There are no do-overs, no trade-ins, and just like that car, they have to last us our entire lifetime.
Because here's the thing. If you let them go, if you don't take care of them, they're going to end up a wreck. It's that simple. Every little choice you make today, every tiny little dent you ignore, that's what's going to decide how well you're running 10, 20, or even 30 years down the road.
Now that is some seriously powerful advice. But, and this is a big but, this is where things get a little tricky, because if you know anything about Warren Buffett's personal habits, you've probably already spotted a huge contradiction. And you'd be 100% right. I mean, Buffett has famously said that his secret to staying young is to eat like a 6-year-old. Now, does that really sound like someone who's, meticulously caring for their one and only car?
So you've got this on one side, this profound wisdom about taking care of yourself for the long haul. And on the other side, a diet that's legendary for 5 Cokes a day, plus hamburgers, steaks, and even ice cream sundaes for breakfast. How do you make sense of that?
Well, the answer to that puzzle, it starts to become clear way back in 2007. Buffett was 77 years old at the time, and a little trip to his doctor made this whole abstract idea of long-term care feel very, very real.
Okay, so picture this. It's 2007. Buffett is 77 years old. And after decades of that famous diet, his doctor basically lays down the law. It was an ultimatum, a real moment of truth that was going to define how he looked at his health for the rest of his life.
And the choice was incredibly simple. No complex medical jargon. The doctor just said, look, you have to do one of two things. Start eating better or start exercising. Pick one.
So what do you think he did? He chose exercise. And his reason why is the most fascinating part of this whole thing. He called it the lesser of two evils. See, this wasn't about him suddenly becoming a health nut. No way. It was a classic Buffett move, a pragmatic, calculated decision to finally start doing some real maintenance on his most important asset, in a way he knew he could actually stick with.
So when you tie it all together, you've got the genie, the car, the weird diet. It all boils down to one simple, powerful takeaway for all of us. This is where the story stops being about Buffett and starts being about you. You get one mind, and you get one body. Period. That's the deal. They are, without a doubt, your two greatest assets. And you have them right now.
You see, the real lesson here isn't about being perfect. It's not about some crazy diet or workout plan you can't stick to. It's about building consistent habits. Just doing the small, regular stuff to keep your car running smoothly.
And that's really the beauty of it. We all know what to do, right? It's not a secret. It comes down to two really simple things. Eat a little better and move your body. The hard part isn't knowing what to do. The challenge is adopting that mindset, the mindset of the person who knows they only have one car for life. And that really brings it all home, doesn't it? This whole story, this whole analogy, it's so powerful because it was never really about Warren Buffett's car. It's about yours. So I'll leave you with this question. What are you going to do today? What's one small thing you can do to take care of your one and only car, to make sure that incredible machine lasts you a lifetime?
When you hear the names Warren Buffett and Charlie Munger, your mind probably jumps straight to investing, right? Genius stock pickers. But what if I told you their incredible success, their billions, wasn't just about financial savvy? What if, at its core, it was all built on a relentless, lifelong dedication to one simple idea, just getting a little bit better every single day? Today, we're going to dive deep into their philosophy of continuous improvement, and you'll see it's less about Wall Street wizardry and more about building a better, stronger, more effective you.
So the game is to keep learning. This little quote from Charlie Munger, it's everything. It's the key that unlocks their whole approach. You see, he and Buffett understood something fundamental that a lot of people miss. Knowledge isn't permanent. It has a shelf life. Their success wasn't some mountain they climbed and then just sat on top of. No, it was the result of constantly evolving. Just think about it for a second. If they had just stopped learning back in, say, 1990, their legacy would be a tiny fraction of what it is today. For them, and for us, the real game isn't about being the smartest person in the room. It's about being the person who's always becoming smarter.
So how do we actually break this down and apply it? Well, here's our roadmap for today. We're going to start with that core mindset. The game is learning. Then we'll get into one of Buffett's most powerful concepts, the inner scorecard, and talk about why integrity is the one thing you can never, ever compromise on. After that, we'll run through a really cool thought experiment called the 10% bet. And from there, we'll get super practical, talking about building better habits and finishing with a simple exercise you can literally start using the second this is over. So let's jump in.
All right, section 1. The game is learning. And look, this isn't just some catchy phrase. This is the absolute bedrock. It's the foundation of real wealth and lasting success, no matter what you do. Everything else we're going to talk about today is built right on top of this one idea. It's about shifting your thinking from seeing success as a finish line you cross to understanding it's a process, something you do day in and day out. And right here, this is the fundamental split. This is what separates the people who are just good from the ones who become truly great. It's not just about, adding a new skill to your LinkedIn profile, although that stuff helps. The most successful people on the planet understand that their personal growth, their own intellectual curiosity, that's the real engine driving everything. They never really graduate. They're always students of the game.
Okay, let's move on to our second big idea. And honestly, this might be one of Buffett's most powerful mental models ever. It's called your inner scorecard. And it all boils down to a really fundamental question. Who are you, really? I mean, how do you measure your own worth, your own character? When it all comes down to it, are you playing for the crowd or are you playing for yourself?
The inner scorecard is, well, exactly what it sounds like. It's about judging yourself by your standards, your internal compass. Not by how many likes you get, not by the promotion, not by what other people are saying about you. It's all about who you actually are and what you do when nobody's looking. It's a commitment to your own principles, completely separate from what the world thinks. And to make this crystal clear, Buffett likes to frame it with a pretty provocative question.
Would you rather be the world's greatest lover, but have everyone think you're the world's worst? Or be the world's worst, but have everyone think you're the greatest? Just sit with that for a second. It really cuts right to the bone, doesn't it? Your gut reaction to that question says everything. It tells you whether you're living by an inner scorecard, where you care about the reality of who you are, or an outer scorecard, where you're just completely obsessed with public perception. And here's the real danger, okay? When your entire world revolves around that outer scorecard, around chasing applause and recognition, you risk becoming hollow. You're just putting on a performance. But the real prize, the only thing that's going to matter in the long run, is the character you build through what you actually do, not the fragile reputation you build based on what other people think.
So this focus on who you really are, on character, it leads us perfectly into our third point, integrity over everything. When Buffett looks at people, he's famously searching for 3 specific traits. But, and this is key, they are absolutely not equal. There's a strict hierarchy, and one non-negotiable trait is the gatekeeper for all the others.
Now, Buffett actually gives credit for this framework to a legendary Omaha construction guy named Pete Kiewit. When Kiewit was hiring, he looked for 3 things, and always in this exact order. First, integrity. Second, intelligence. And third, energy. See, it's not a checklist, it's a filter. Intelligence and energy are fantastic, but they only become valuable after you've confirmed that integrity is there.
And this quote from Kiewit just nails why that order is so critical. Without the first integrity, the other 2 will kill him. Just think about what that means. Without integrity, a high IQ and a ton of energy don't just become worthless, they actually become dangerous. They become weapons for destruction. As Kiewit used to say, if someone doesn't have integrity, you actually want them to be dumb and lazy so they can do the least amount of damage.
All right, time for section 4, the 10% bet. This is this fantastic thought experiment that Buffett loves to use with students, and it's designed to completely shift your focus from just looking at people on paper to really deeply understanding what qualities actually lead to a successful, admirable life. It's all about investing in character.
Okay, imagine this with me right now. You get the chance to buy 10% of the future lifetime earnings of one of your classmates or maybe a colleague at work. Just one person. And here's the catch. You can't pick the person with the richest parents. You have to bet on them, and them alone. So who do you pick? Get a face in your mind. Now, here's the important part. Ask yourself why. Why them? What is it about that person that makes you willing to put your money on their future?
Now, Buffett's whole point is that when you really honestly think about it, you wouldn't just line everyone up, give them an IQ test, and pick the highest score. You wouldn't automatically go for the person with the straight A's, or even the one who's just bouncing off the walls with raw energy. And why not? Because deep down, you just know that those numbers, as useful as they aren't the whole picture. They simply do not guarantee success in the long run.
No, instead, your brain would instantly start scanning for those other qualities. You'd probably bet on the person that people just gravitate towards, the natural leader. You look for the person who's generous, who's honest, maybe even brutally honest. You'd pick the one who, when the team gets a win, they immediately give the credit away instead of hogging the spotlight. In short, you'd bet on their character.
And you know, the flip side is just as true. You'd know exactly who to bet against. The person who repels people, the one who's egotistical, greedy, who cuts corners, or is just a little bit dishonest. You wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole. Now, here it is. This is the most important part of this whole thing. Every single one of those admirable qualities you just thought of, they are 100% available to you. They are not genetic. They are choices. So if these amazing qualities are really just choices, well, how do we make them stick? How do we make them part of who we are? And that brings us right to section 5, building better habits. This is where we get our hands dirty. We move from theory to practice. This is all about consciously, deliberately forging the person you want to become. This quote from Buffett is just so profound. The chains of habit are too light to be felt until you try to break them. Man, that perfectly captures the trap of bad habits, doesn't it? They don't feel heavy at first. They're just these easy, light little choices. But day after day, those light threads twist together until they form a heavy, unbreakable chain. Buffett talks about seeing people his age who are literally trapped by self-destructive behaviors they just can't change anymore. But here's the good news. It works exactly the same way for good habits.
So what's a practical way to start building good habits? Well, it's almost deceptively simple. Look at the people you admire most. One of Buffett's own heroes, the legendary Benjamin Graham, did this when he was a young man. He had this simple but incredibly powerful realization. If he wanted to be admired like the people he looked up to, well, why not just start behaving like them? It's a profound thought. Model the behavior you want to have, and eventually, that behavior becomes you.
And that leads us right to our final section, where we're going to put all of this together. This is the qualities exercise. Think of it as a tangible, actionable tool you can use right now to create your own personal action plan for continuous improvement.
Okay, I really want you to do this with me. Go ahead, grab a piece of paper, or open up a note on your phone, or just get a clear picture in your head. Draw a line right down the middle. Now, on the left side, I want you to list the qualities of the people you admire the most. What is it about them that makes you respect them? Get specific. Okay, now on the right side, list the qualities of people you find, well, repulsive, the traits you absolutely can't stand.
Now, just look at those two lists you made. Here's the revelation. Every single quality you wrote down on the left, all the admirable ones, is a choice you can make. You can start adopting every single one of them today. And every quality on the right, the repulsive ones, is a choice you can start eliminating from your life. This isn't just a silly exercise, it's a mirror. It's your personal roadmap for becoming the person you truly want to be.
And please remember, this is not about some huge, dramatic, overnight change. That's a myth. The real path to growth, like Charlie Munger says, is way simpler. Spend each day trying to be wiser than you were when you woke up. That's the whole game. Just aim for small, tiny, incremental progress. Just try to go to bed a little bit better, a little bit wiser than you were that morning. That is the entire secret.
And we'll end on this final, incredibly empowering thought from Buffett himself. All of these qualities we've talked about, integrity, generosity, honesty, curiosity, these aren't things you need to go out and buy. They're not stocks you need to acquire. In his words, you already own 100% of these assets. You have full, total control over the person you are and the person you're becoming. The only question left is, what are you going to do with them?
You know, when you hear the word investing, what pops into your head? For a lot of folks, it's, complicated charts, a bunch of numbers flying around. It all seems pretty stressful. But what if I told you that one of the most powerful ways to build wealth is actually based on an idea that's as simple as a childhood hobby? Well, today, we're going to cut right through all that noise and get to that simple, powerful idea. Let's jump in. So, here's our game plan. We're going to start by talking about collecting, just like a hobby, and see how that simple mindset can lead to a fortune. Then we'll get into what ownership really means and the incredible power it gives you. We'll also look at a mind-blowing number. Seriously, it's huge. Before we tackle the #1 mistake that trips up almost everyone. And finally, we'll reveal the simple 2-step secret to building real wealth. All right, let's dive into our first section, a different kind of collection. This is all about turning a hobbyist mindset into a path to real fortune. I'm willing to bet you do. We all do, right? Maybe it's your uncle who's got binders and binders full of old stamps, or a buddy from college who's obsessed with his baseball card collection. It's that person who just loves finding and curating their special items. Just for a second, really picture that person. Think about the passion they have, the research they do, that look on their face when they find a rare gem. Just kind of hold that image in your mind. Okay, you got it. Now, here's the twist. What if, instead of collecting stamps or baseball cards, you applied that exact same passion to collecting businesses? And I don't mean just any old businesses. I mean a collection of the biggest, baddest, most profitable companies on the entire planet. All of a sudden, that hobby isn't just a fun pastime. It's a serious engine for building wealth. And that little mental shift from collecting things to collecting businesses, well, that's the absolute foundation of what we're talking about today. So what in the world does it mean to collect a business? I mean, you can't exactly put it in a binder. Well, it all comes down to one simple, incredibly powerful idea: ownership. It's about literally making money while you sleep. This is the heart of it, right here. Investing is all about building your own personal collection of fantastic money-making companies. Think about some of the businesses that a legendary investor like Warren Buffett collects: Coca-Cola, Kraft Foods, American Express. When you buy a share of their stock, you're not just buying a ticker symbol. You are buying a real tiny piece of that entire global operation. And here's where it gets really fun. Just imagine it. Every single time, anywhere in the world, someone grabs a Coke from a vending machine, or makes a sandwich with Kraft cheese, or swipes their American Express card, you, as an owner, get a little tiny piece of that action. You become a fraction of a cent richer. It's amazing. You're literally profiting from the daily habits of billions of people. To really let that sink in, let's just zoom in on one of those companies. Let's take a look at the sheer scale of what happens in just one day. The numbers here are just, well, they're kind of mind-bending. Okay, get ready for this. 1.9 billion. That's with a B. That's how many servings of Coca-Cola products are sold around the globe in a single 24-hour period. I mean, it's a number so big our brains can't really even process it properly. So let's try to break it down to make it make sense. That 1.9 billion a day works out to almost 79 million Cokes sold every single hour. Or, if you prefer, about 1.3 million every minute. And this is the one that always gets me. That's almost 22,000 Coca-Cola products sold every single second.
I mean, seriously, just now, in the few seconds it took me to say that last sentence, bam, another 65,000 cans were just sold. And if you own a piece of that company, you just earned a tiny bit of profit from all 65,000 of those sales. Now that is the power of ownership.
Okay, so if the formula is that simple, just own these amazing, gigantic businesses, then why isn't everyone a millionaire? Why do we hear so many stories about people losing their shirts in the stock market? Well, that brings us to the big but, the most common mistake of all. This is the great paradox, isn't it? You can do your research, you can find a truly fantastic company that is crushing it, making money hand over fist, and you can still lose a ton of money on it. So what's the deal? What's going wrong? The reason is shockingly simple, and it's the trap almost everyone falls into at some point. You paid too much. That's it. It doesn't matter how great the business is. If you pay a ridiculously high price for your slice of it, you're setting yourself up for failure from the very start. And this is maybe the most crucial idea we'll talk about today. You have to understand the difference between price and value. A great company isn't always a great investment. See, buying at an overvalued price means you're getting caught up in the hype and paying more than the business is actually worth. But buying at a sensible price, that means you're buying that same great business for what it's worth, or even better, for less than it's worth. That creates a margin of safety, a cushion in case things don't go perfectly. So how do we solve this puzzle? How do we make sure we're buying these great businesses without overpaying? Well, that brings us to our final section and the philosophy that ties this all together, the real secret to building wealth. And the answer has a name. It's called value investing. It is simply the discipline of doing those two things we've been talking about. It's the art of finding those wonderful, profitable companies and then having the patience to wait until you can buy them at a good, sensible price. It's that simple. You're not chasing stock prices, you're buying business value. So when you boil it all down, this whole powerful philosophy comes down to just 2 steps. That's it. Step 1, find great businesses. Do the work, find the Coca-Colas. Step 2, and this is just as important, buy them at a fair price. Master those 2 things and you've mastered the whole game. And look, this is the payoff. This is not a get-rich-quick scheme. In fact, it's the exact opposite. It's a get-rich-slow-and-steady strategy. But by practicing this, by making it a habit, you are gradually putting yourself on the path to building real, solid, lasting wealth over your lifetime. So I'll just leave you with this final thought to chew on. The next time you're out and about, maybe you're grabbing a coffee or using your credit card, whatever it is, just take a half second. Look at the brand name on that product and just ask yourself a simple question. What would it feel like to be an owner of this instead of just a customer? You know, what if I told you that one of the single most successful investment strategies ever created wasn't born in some quiet, sterile laboratory, but that it actually rose from the absolute chaos and, frankly, the gambling of the early stock market? Okay, let's get into this, because the story of how value investing came to be is, well, it's nothing short of a revolution in how we think about money. It's a really fair question, isn't it? Before a couple of professors decided to change the game, the market was, well, it was a pretty wild place. Investing was all about whispers, hot tips you got from a friend, gut feelings. There was no playbook, there was no science to it, just a whole lot of hope and pure speculation. I mean, just imagine trying to build your entire future on a foundation like that. And this slide really cuts right to the heart of it. On one side, you've got the speculator. They're chasing rumors, listening to hype, and basically treating the stock market like a high-stakes poker game. And on the other side, you have this ideal of a knowledgeable professional, someone guided by cold, hard analysis and facts. The really interesting thing, though, is how that speculator on the left might feel a little bit familiar even today.
So let's really set the scene here. We're talking about the early part of the 20th century. For the average person looking to invest, the stock market was basically a landscape without a map, and it was filled with traps and a lot of false promises.
Just think about the immense risk people were taking. During the frenzy of the Roaring '20s, it was so easy to get swept up in the excitement, but without any systematic way to figure out what a company was actually worth, you weren't really investing. You were betting. Your entire life savings could just vanish based on the bad rumor. And of course, after the crash of 1929, millions of people learned that painful lesson firsthand. It was this incredible uncertainty that made a new approach not just a good idea, but absolutely necessary.
But out of all that chaos, something incredible started to happen. Order began to emerge. And it all started at Columbia Business School with two finance professors who were about to write the rule book that the world had been missing for decades. And you can see how this whole revolution unfolded right here. It wasn't some overnight thing. It really started back in 1928 with a professor named Benjamin Graham teaching these radical new ideas in his classroom. Then, after years of refining them, he and his colleague David Dodd put it all down on paper in 1934 with their book, Security Analysis. Now, this book wasn't just influential. It literally became the Bible for an entire generation of investors.
So, what was this big revolutionary idea? Well, at its core, it's actually beautifully simple. Value investing is just the strategy of doing your homework to figure out a company's real value, what it's actually worth based on its assets, its earnings, all that good stuff, and then patiently waiting to buy its stock for less than that price. Seriously, think of it like this. You're shopping for fantastic companies, but you only buy them when they're on sale. And this quote just perfectly captures the whole philosophy. See, Graham believed that if you did the work, if you did the rigorous study, you could cut through all the emotional noise of the market, the fear, the greed, the hype, and figure out a stock's true, rational price. And here's the most important part. It transforms you, the investor. You are no longer a gambler rolling the dice. You become a disciplined professional. You become a part owner of a real business. So the idea itself was incredibly powerful, but its true legacy? That was cemented by the people who learned it straight from the master himself. Benjamin Graham's classroom at Columbia basically became an incubator for some of the greatest financial minds in modern history. And just look at the names on this list. I mean, this is a literal hall of fame. You've got Warren Buffett, probably the most successful investor of all time, who was Graham's student. But he wasn't the only one. Look at these other heavy hitters: Mario Gabelli, Charles Royce, Walter Schloss. These guys are absolute titans of the industry. Their incredible collective success is pretty much undeniable, real-world proof that Graham's system, well, it works. But the proof goes way beyond just a handful of famous names. The principles of value investing have been studied and studied and studied again. And the data tells a very, very clear story. So let's just anchor this proof in a specific moment in time, 1992. That year, a firm called Tweedy Brown Company published this landmark study. They dug through decades and decades of market data just to answer one simple question: does value investing actually work over the long haul? And the conclusion they came to was just staggering. Their analysis found that value investing hasn't just worked here and there, it has consistently produced remarkable returns. And that's true across different markets, different time periods, through booms and busts. In the world of finance, that's about as definitive of a conclusion as you're ever going to get. Okay, so this has been a really fascinating history lesson, right? But what does it all mean for you, sitting here right now? Let's bring this all home, because this isn't just about the past. It's about finding a reliable path forward. Look, the reality for most of us is that we don't have forever to recover from big financial mistakes. We have a few precious decades to build our wealth and secure our future. And that means we really can't afford to get swept up in today's version of speculation. We need to follow a method that has been proven to work time and time and time again.
So when you look at everything we've just talked about, the shift from pure chaos to actual science, the discipline it requires, the legendary investors it created, and all that data proving its success, the proven path forward becomes pretty clear, doesn't it? Because ultimately, value investing is so much more than just a strategy. It's a mindset. It's about joining a community that's built on a foundation of logic, of patience, and of professional discipline. This is an approach that has empowered investors for nearly a century now. And by understanding where it all came from, you've just taken your first real step into that community. So welcome.
All right, let's get right into it. We're going to tackle one of the biggest questions anybody ever has about the stock market. Where in the world do I even start? You know, when you're just getting going, the sheer number of choices, it's just paralyzing. So today, we're going to break down a really simple but powerful way to find that very first stock to invest in.
Look, anyone who's ever decided to invest their own money, they hit this wall. It happens to everyone. You finally get your brokerage account open, you look at the screen, and you just see thousands of these ticker symbols flying by. It feels like you're trying to read a foreign language. And that's when that one big, overwhelming question just takes over.
And that's the one. That's the question. I asked my own mentor, Mary, this exact same thing years ago. The key word there is great. We're not looking for just any stock. We want the great ones. And the little shift in thinking she taught me, while it didn't just answer my question, honestly, it gave me a framework for my entire investing life.
This right here, this is the whole game. It's the most fundamental mindset shift you can make. You have to stop seeing stocks as just little squiggly lines on a chart or ticker symbols. You need to start thinking about them for what they really are. Tiny little pieces of ownership in a real, living, breathing company. Once you get that, once you really get that deep down, the entire world of investing just cracks wide open.
Mary was just fantastic at teaching. She never just handed me the answers on a silver platter. Instead, she had this way of guiding me so I could find them myself. And that's exactly what we're going to do right now. We're going to walk through the very same conversation I had with her, starting with the first question she ever asked me.
So, this brings us to your first piece of homework. It's a little exercise. See, if we're going to start thinking like business owners, we first have to figure out what a great business even looks like. So just for a second, I want you to completely forget about the stock market. Forget all of it. Just think about the actual businesses you see and use every single day.
This was Mary's question to me, and now it's my question to you. Just imagine for a minute that you have the money to buy an entire company. Doesn't matter what, a local coffee shop, a tech startup, whatever. What qualities would that business absolutely have to have for you to feel good about putting your money into it?
And I'm not kidding about this, seriously. Hit the pause button, grab a napkin, a piece of paper, open up a note on your phone. I don't care. But don't just think about it in your head. Actually write down at least 5 things. This isn't some kind of test. It's about making this idea real for you, and I promise you, taking 30 seconds to do this will completely change how you see everything else we're about to talk about.
So why am I being so insistent about this? It's because the ideas you just came up with, they're like a mirror. They show you your own investing mindset as it is right now. It's the first step in seeing whether you're already thinking like a business owner. It's about sharpening that instinct. Okay, you got your list? Let's see how they stack up.
Okay, so this is pretty close to the list I gave Mary all those years ago. First up, it's got to be profitable, right? Seems like a no-brainer, but you'd be amazed. If a business isn't making money, it's not a business, it's a hobby. Number 2, it has tons of loyal customers, the kind of brand that people get excited about. Third, it's always ahead of the curve, it's an innovator, not just a follower. Fourth, it's a market leader, one of the big dogs in its field. And finally, number 5, it's got good growth potential. You can see a clear runway for it to get even bigger. So, how'd you do? How many of these did you have on your list?
Great. So Mary told me I was on the right track, which was a relief. Now that we have a pretty clear picture of what we're searching for, the next obvious question is, where do we go to find these amazing businesses? And let me tell you, the answer is way, way closer than you think.
This was her follow-up. You see the pattern here, right? She's not just handing me a list of hot stock tips, she's teaching me how to fish for myself. So let's do the same thing. Based on those 5 qualities we just talked about, where in your day-to-day life would you even begin to look?
Yup, you guessed it. Time to hit pause one more time. This time, I want you to think about places and methods.
Where can you go, either physically or online, to actually see these great businesses in the wild? Come on, just brainstorm 5 practical, logical spots you could look for ideas. Go on, I'll wait right here.
Okay, so here are some of the simplest but most powerful sources for ideas. I mean, you can literally just walk through a shopping mall and see which stores have a line out the door. That tells you something. Or look at your own credit card statement. Where does your money go month after month without you even thinking about it? You can do some research on top-rated brands. You can see what legendary investors like Warren Buffett are buying. Or you can even use these online tools called screeners. They're like search engines for stocks to filter for companies that have these exact traits.
And this was the moment when the whole thing just clicked for me. It demystified the entire process. When I told her my ideas, her reaction wasn't, "Oh, that's cute for a beginner." It was, "Yes, that's it. We do that all the time." Just let that sink in for a second. The pros, the people who do this for a living, are using the same simple, logical, observation-based methods that you can start using today.
I was genuinely stunned. I said, "Really? You guys actually do that?" I honestly thought there was some secret formula, some complex algorithm that only the insiders had access to. But Mary just looked at me and said, "Of course we do. It's logical, isn't it?" And that's the whole lesson right there. Great investing isn't about finding secrets. It's just about applying simple, common sense logic.
Okay, so all of this leads to what I think is the most powerful idea of all. Because this isn't just about finding what makes a business great. It's about discovering what makes you a great investor. It's about finding and unlocking your own personal, unique advantage.
Your life, your career, your hobbies, all of it gives you a lens on the world that some analyst on Wall Street just doesn't have. Think about it. A doctor is going to notice trends in new medical devices way before a hedge fund manager will. A video gamer knows which company is making the hottest new console. Your personal point of view is your superpower.
This quote from Mary, "This is everything." That list you made a few minutes ago about where to find ideas, it's not just a random list. Hidden inside those ideas is your own special edge. Maybe you're a home cook who knows exactly which kitchen gadget is a game changer. Maybe you're a parent who sees what toy brand kids are going crazy for. That is your starting line. That's your edge. Please remember, the ideas we talked about are just a starting point. Your own insights, the ones that come from your unique life experiences, could be 10 times more powerful. Don't ever underestimate them. The goal here isn't to copy my strategy or anyone else's. It's to build your own, based on what you uniquely know and observe in the world.
And that's really the question I want to leave you with. Finding your first stock investment, it's not about getting a hot tip from someone. It's about learning to look at the world around you through the eyes of a business owner and asking yourself one simple question. Based on what I know better than almost anyone else, where's the opportunity? You find the answer to that, and you haven't just found a stock, you found your starting point.
All right, let's talk about investing. You ever just feel that wave of anxiety hit you when you think about it? I mean, you've got thousands of companies, endless charts, a fire hose of advice coming at you, and you're just standing there thinking, where on earth do I even start? It is completely overwhelming. But what if I told you there's a really simple, powerful idea that can just slice right through all that noise? Well, guess what? There is. So let's get into it.
So here's the game plan for today. First, we're going to tackle the big problem, that feeling of being totally lost. Then, we'll unpack a game-changing idea from one of the all-time greats. From there, we'll get into why knowing your limits is everything. And then, the best part, I'm going to walk you through a practical 4-step guide so you can find your own investment sweet spot and know exactly where to begin.
Okay, so let's really dive into that first feeling, what I'm calling the investor's dilemma. You know the one. It's that kind of paralysis you get when you're faced with just way too many choices.
I mean, really think about that for a second. The stock market is just this massive universe of businesses. You've got your global tech giants, you've got tiny little startups you've never heard of, and they're all kind of screaming for your attention, for your investment. It's completely normal to look at all of that and just feel lost. You feel this pressure, right? Like you're supposed to know everything about everything, which, let's be honest, is absolutely impossible. But here is the good news. You don't have to be an expert on everything. In fact, if you ask legendary investor Warren Buffett, he'd say that's exactly the wrong way to go about it. He gave us a simple but truly profound idea that just cuts right through this whole problem.
Yet back in his 1996 letter to shareholders, Buffett laid it out so perfectly. He said, you don't have to be an expert on every company, not even close. You just need to be able to really evaluate the companies that are inside your, quote, circle of competence. But listen to the key part here. He says it's not about how big your circle is. What's vital is knowing exactly where that circle ends.
So, what is this circle of competence he's talking about? Well, to put it simply, it's the stuff you actually get. The industries, the businesses that you genuinely understand. We got to remember, when you invest, you're not just playing with ticker symbols on a screen. You are buying a small piece of a real business. So it only makes sense to stick to the businesses you can actually get your head around. The ones you can look at and say, yeah, I know how this works. I'm confident about this.
And let's build on that, because this next piece is where the real discipline comes in. This is what separates smart, thoughtful investing from just guessing. It's all about knowing your boundaries.
Now just take a second and really read this. Think about the incredible patience in this one sentence. Buffett is basically telling us, look, if you can't find something great inside your circle, you don't just jump on the next hot trend you don't get. No, you do what is maybe the hardest thing in all of investing. You just wait. Man, that is a masterclass in discipline right there.
And this right here really nails the critical difference, doesn't it? This isn't about being lazy or saying, I'm never going to learn anything new. The real discipline is in systematically learning about new areas so you can slowly and carefully make your circle bigger over time. The danger, and we've all felt it, is that fear of missing out, that FOMO, that makes us want to just throw money at something because everyone's talking about it, even if we don't really understand the business ourselves.
Okay, so this all sounds great in theory, right? But how do you actually figure out what's in your circle? Let's make this practical. We're going to walk through a really simple 4-question exercise you can do like right now to start mapping out your own circle of competence.
Let's start right here. Think about your job. What industry are you in? What does your company actually do? Who are your customers, your clients? You spend, 40 hours a week, probably more, completely immersed in this world. That right there gives you a huge knowledge advantage that most other people just don't have.
All right, next up, let's play detective and look at your own bank statements. Where does your money go consistently every single month? I'm talking about your power company, your favorite coffee shop, the grocery store you always go to, the brand of car you drive. These are all businesses where you are already an expert customer. You've got direct, first-hand experience with what they sell.
Now, let's go beyond your 9 to 5. What are you just good at? Maybe you're a fantastic cook, or you can code like a pro, or you're the person everyone turns to when they need to organize a big event. These kinds of skills often give you a really deep, intuitive understanding of certain products, or services, or even whole industries.
And last but not least, what do you just love to learn about in your free time? What are your hobbies? Is it video games, gardening? Maybe you're obsessed with following the latest news in renewable energy. The things you research just for the fun of it. That's where you can develop a deep, almost effortless level of understanding.
So there they are, the 4 pillars: how you earn, how you spend, what you're skilled at, and what you're passionate about. When you actually start writing down answers for each of these, you're creating the raw material, the building blocks for your very own circle of competence.
Now this is where it gets really, really powerful. See, the goal isn't to just have 4 separate lists of stuff. The real magic, your personal investment sweet spot, is hiding where these areas start to overlap.
The best way to think about it is like a Venn diagram. You've got one circle for your work and your spending habits, another one for your talents, and a third one for your passions. That little area in the middle, where they all intersect, that is a zone of unique expertise that is all yours.
Let's look at a real example here. Say this person's a teacher. So they earn money in education. They're also really good at it, and they have an interest in it. See how all 3 circles overlap there on education? That's a potential investment area. Now look at another one. They love to eat out, they're great at picking restaurants, and they definitely spend money there. Boom, there's another overlap, this time on restaurants. See how this works? You're turning your actual life experiences into real, tangible investment ideas.
Now, if you're kind of drawing a blank trying to put specific industry names to your ideas, no sweat. Just look at this list. Do any of these ring a bell? We're talking about the companies that dig stuff out of the ground, the ones that keep your lights on, the brands that fill your fridge, or the massive companies that build our world.
Or maybe your expertise is in one of these buckets. Maybe you work in healthcare or finance or tech or some kind of service industry. Just scan through these lists and see if anything connects back to the answers you came up with earlier. All we're looking for is that little spark of recognition, that, hey, I know something about that.
So look at how far we've come. We've gone from feeling totally overwhelmed to identifying a clear, personalized area of focus. Now, let's just nail this down by defining a concrete first step you can take away from this.
Your homework assignment, if you want to call it that, is super simple. Based on that 4-question exercise we just did, your only goal is to write down 3, just 3, areas or industries where you feel like you have a genuine interest and at least a little bit of understanding. Not 3 stocks to buy tomorrow, just 3 areas. That's it. That's your starting point for all your future research.
And this is the whole point, right here, the circle of competence. It isn't about limiting yourself. It's about empowering yourself. It's about shifting the odds dramatically in your favor. Because when you operate inside your circle, you are no longer gambling. You start playing a game of skill on your home turf, where you know the rules better than almost anyone else.
And that really leaves us with one final thought to chew on. We live in a world that seems to celebrate knowing a little bit about everything. But maybe, just maybe, the real advantage comes from knowing everything about a few things. So, when it comes to your money, what kind of investor do you really want to be?
All right, let's get straight to it. Today, we're going to cut through all that noise online. We are going to build a short, powerful, and focused list of the 7 absolute must-have websites for any investor's toolkit.
You know the feeling, right? You decide to do some research, you open your browser, and suddenly you're just drowning in an ocean of financial news, charts, and opinions. It's like trying to take a sip from a fire hose. It's overwhelming, and frankly, it can stop you from making any decisions at all.
So, here's the plan. Instead of trying to read everything, we're going to get smart about it. We're going to build your own personal investment research toolkit. Think of it like a workshop. You don't need every tool ever made. You just need the right tools for the job, each with a very specific purpose. Okay, let's start with the foundation. Every good project has to start with a solid base, right? These first few websites are all about gathering the raw materials, the news, the numbers, the hard facts that you'll use to build your investment case. And the very first tool we're putting in our kit is one you've definitely heard of, Yahoo Finance. But we're not just going to use it to check stock tickers. We're going to look at it with a specific strategy in mind, as a tool for finding opportunities.
So what's so special about it? Speed. Simple as that. When big financial news breaks, it almost always hits Yahoo Finance first. It's the best place to get a live pulse on what's happening. But here's the secret. The real magic isn't just reading the news. It's knowing what kind of news to look for.
And here's where we zig when everyone else zags. Most people are chasing rockets and good news. But for our purposes, we're actually going to be hunting for bad news. Now, why on earth would we do that? Because the market, well, it tends to overreact. A good company hits a temporary snag, the bad news gets blasted everywhere, and the stock price can get pushed way below what the company is actually worth. And that, right there, is where we can find some amazing opportunities.
All right, let's grab our next foundational tool. This one is Market Watch, and it's got a slightly different but just as important role to play in our kit.
Market Watch is another great place for up-to-the-second news, for sure. But its killer feature, the one I really love, is its virtual stock exchange. This is your personal training ground, your sandbox. You can test out strategies, practice your analysis, and make all your rookie mistakes without risking a single real dollar. It's absolutely invaluable. Just keep in mind, its focus is pretty heavily on the US market.
Okay, time for the last tool in our foundation layer. And this one is a real heavyweight, the Wall Street Journal. This is where we go when we need to get serious about data and see the bigger global picture.
So if MarketWatch is our U.S. specialist, the Wall Street Journal is our global expert. You can look up just about any company in the world and, this is the crucial part, get access to years and years of their financial data. You need that history to really understand how a company has been performing over the long haul.
So let's just put these two side by side for a second. It's pretty simple. You use MarketWatch for that US-focused news and, most importantly, to practice your skills in a safe environment. Then, when you're ready to do a deep dive and need that global perspective with hard historical numbers, you turn to the Wall Street Journal. 2 different tools for 2 different jobs.
All right, foundation's built. We know how to get the raw data. But what does it all mean? That's where the next layer of our toolkit comes in. These are the websites that help us interpret the numbers and understand the story behind the stock.
First up in our analysis layer is Seeking Alpha. Now, this is not your typical news site. Think of it more like a giant open platform where investors from all over the world come to share their research and their specific investment ideas.
What's amazing about Seeking Alpha is that you can find incredibly deep analysis on companies that the mainstream media just doesn't cover. It is a true goldmine for finding unique, under-the-radar ideas.
But, and this is a really big but, it comes with a major warning label you absolutely cannot ignore. And here is that warning. You have to use what I call a critical filter. Remember, everything on here is an opinion. Some of it is absolutely brilliant, written by very smart people. Some of it, not so much. Your job is to never take an article as gospel. Use it as an idea generator. If you read a compelling argument, your next step is to take that idea back to your foundational tools like the Wall Street Journal and verify every single fact for yourself.
Moving on to our next analysis tool, another name you probably know, the Motley Fool. This site gives us a totally different kind of analysis, one that goes beyond just the numbers on a spreadsheet.
The Motley Fool really shines when it comes to the qualitative stuff. You know, the things that are hard to measure but can make or break a company? What's their long-term vision? Do they have a great company culture that attracts the best talent? Is the CEO someone you'd trust? These things don't show up on a balance sheet, but they are critical. It's the perfect complement to a data-heavy site. Okay, for our final analysis tool, we're going to learn from the best of the best. This is where a website like Guru Focus becomes your secret weapon.
You ever wish you could just peek over Warren Buffett's shoulder to see what he's buying? Well, this is the next best thing. Guru Focus literally tracks the portfolios of the world's greatest investors. You can see what the masters are buying, what they're selling. It's an incredible way to generate new ideas and, just as importantly, to learn the principles of value investing by watching how the pros do it.
So we've got our data foundation, we've got our analysis layer, but a toolkit is useless if the person using it doesn't keep their skills sharp. So this final section is all about the most important tool you have, you. It's about continuous learning.
And for that, we're going to add the Buffett Online School to our kit. As the name suggests, its whole mission is to teach the core ideas of value investing and make them easy for anyone to understand.
Think of this as your ongoing education. Through their Facebook page, they're constantly sharing articles and short videos that are perfect for beginners. They break down really complex topics into simple, digestible bites. And one of the best parts is they do a weekly Q&A session with their analysts, so you can actually get your questions answered. It's just a fantastic resource for building up that fundamental knowledge.
And that's it. There you have it. From raw data to expert analysis, all the way to your own education. We've just built a complete, powerful, and, most importantly, manageable toolkit for your investment research.
So let's lay all our tools out on the workbench one last time. You've got Yahoo Finance for spotting opportunities and breaking news, especially the bad news. MarketWatch for keeping up with the U.S. market and practicing risk-free. The Wall Street Journal for that deep, global historical data. Seeking Alpha is your idea factory, but you always use it with that critical filter. The Motley Fool helps you understand the story behind the numbers. Guru Focus lets you learn from the legends, and the Buffett Online School is there to make sure you never stop learning.
See? Each one has a job. Together, they give you a structured process. No more drinking from the fire hose. No more information overload. You now have a clear, strategic way to find and analyze investments. So, with this new toolkit ready to go, what are you going to build first?
All right, let's get right into it. What if I told you that some of the best investment ideas on the planet aren't locked away in some Wall Street vault? What if they were just out there, hiding in plain sight, for anyone with an internet connection to find? Well, today we're going to pull back the curtain on that exact strategy.
I mean, you've got to have wondered, right? You see these incredible fortunes, numbers with so many zeros, it's hard to even comprehend, and you think, how? What's the secret sauce? Is it some complex formula? Some exclusive club? Turns out, the answer is way more straightforward than you'd ever guess.
The source of all this epic wealth? Really, it boils down to one word: ownership. Just think about it for a second. Jeff Bezos' fortune isn't a pile of cash. It's his massive stake in Amazon. Same story for Mark Zuckerberg and Meta. They didn't just build these world-changing companies. They owned a huge piece of them, and they held on.
So, here's our game plan for this explainer. We're going to walk through this whole playbook. We'll start by dissecting the billionaire's blueprint, then we'll look at the public invitation they've basically sent out to all of us. After that, I'll show you exactly where your search begins, we'll check out the legends on the list, and finally, we'll get you ready to start tracking these ideas yourself.
Okay, first up, a billionaire's blueprint. Let's really get to the heart of this and understand the fundamental engine these folks have used to create such jaw-dropping wealth.
And this is the core of the whole thing, right here. Look at the two sides of the coin. On one side, you have their method. Build a huge, dominant company and own a massive chunk of it. But on the other side, well, that's our opportunity.
to invest right alongside them in those exact same companies. It's all about tapping into their wealth creation machine. We might not be building the next Google in our garage, but we can sure own a piece of it.
Which leads to this pretty incredible thought, doesn't it? Imagine having some of the smartest, most driven business minds on the planet working, in a way, for you, growing a company that you've got a little stake in. It sounds like a fantasy, but it is way closer to reality than you might think.
And that brings us perfectly to Section 2, the public invitation. This is the aha moment. This is where we uncover the simple secret they've shared with all of us, probably without even realizing it.
You know, we all have this image that the strategies of the super rich are super complicated, hidden behind a maze of financial jargon. But this powerful strategy we're talking about today, nope, it's completely out in the open. It's accessible to absolutely anybody.
And this quote just nails it. Many of them have kindly listed their companies on the stock exchanges. It sounds so simple, but just pause and think about the implication. By going public, they've effectively put up a giant sign that says, "Hey, here's the engine that built my fortune. You are welcome to come along for the ride."
So that's the bottom line. The stock market isn't just some casino for day traders. It is a mechanism that allows you and me to become part owners in the very companies that made these legends, well, legendary. It is your ticket to the game.
Okay, so the theory makes sense, but how do you actually do it? Section 3 is our practical step-by-step guide, and I promise you, you're going to be shocked at just how easy this is.
This is the question, right? If these opportunities are really out there, where do I even begin to look? Where's the map that points to all this treasure? All right, you ready? Get a pen? Just kidding. Here's the incredibly complex, top-secret process. Step 1, open your web browser. Step 2, go to Google or your favorite search engine. Step 3, type in 2 words, Forbes Richest. That's it. That's the whole thing. No secret password, no expensive subscription. The map is a simple search away.
And boom, just like that, you have your starting point. That list, which gets updated all the time, is basically a curated guide to the world's most successful wealth-creating machines and the brilliant people who steer them. So let's see what this map actually shows us. On to Section 4, the Legends list. We're going to look at who you'll find there and, more importantly, the one powerful thing they all share.
Now, when you pull up this list, you're not going to find a bunch of obscure names you've never heard of. You are going to see the titans, the heavyweights of industry, individuals whose names have been at the top of their game for decades. And trust me, they're there year after year for a very good reason.
And here are just a few of the usual suspects. You've got Bill Gates, Mr. Microsoft himself, the investing legend Warren Buffett and Berkshire Hathaway, Larry Page, one of the brains behind Google, Larry Ellison from the software giant Oracle, and of course, the Walton family, the founders of the retail behemoth Walmart.
So just look at that list again for a second. Microsoft, Berkshire Hathaway, Google, Oracle, Walmart. I mean, besides being household names, what is the single most important thread that connects every single one of them, at least from our perspective as investors?
And there it is. That's the golden thread. Every single one of those wealth-generating machines is a publicly traded company. You can open a brokerage account this afternoon and buy a piece of Microsoft, a slice of Berkshire, a share of any of them. Their success is literally on the menu for you.
Which brings us to our final and frankly most important section, your turn to track. We've talked about the what and the how. Now let's talk about turning this powerful idea into real action.
So here's the big mental shift you need to make. Don't just look at this as a leaderboard of rich people. That's not what it is for us. You need to reframe it. See this list as a starting point. It's a high-quality, pre-screened shopping list of potential investment ideas that are definitely worthy of your time and attention.
You know, what we've been talking about this whole time actually has a name. It's called idea generation. It's simply the process of using information that's out there for everyone to see, like the Forbes list, to find companies that you can then dig into. It's not about blindly copying anyone. It's about using their success as a spotlight to find interesting places to start looking. So now, the ball is in your court. The next step could not be simpler. As soon as we're done here, open up your browser and do that exact search. Pull up the latest list, scroll through the names, look at the companies that got them there, and just see what jumps out at you.
Because ultimately, that's what this strategy is all about. It's a chance to stand on the shoulders of giants, to leverage the vision, the grit, and the proven success of these incredible business leaders. So as you look at that list of names and their amazing companies, the only real question left to ask yourself is, which giant are you going to check out first?
All right, welcome. Today, we're going to cut through all that usual Wall Street noise. We're going to explore a much simpler, more human signal for finding great companies. It's the kind of thing you're not going to find on a stock chart, that's for sure. We're looking for an edge that comes from good old-fashioned common sense, not some complicated algorithm.
You've been there, right? We all have. You're just drowning in a sea of stock tickers, analyst reports, and market predictions that all seem to say different things. It is completely overwhelming, trying to find that one company with real, lasting potential. You're just looking for one clear signal in an ocean of static. But what if that signal has been hiding in plain sight this whole time?
So, just for the next few minutes, let's try something different. I want you to just mentally push all those quarterly earnings reports, the PE ratios, and all that technical jargon, just push it all to the side. Let's wipe the slate clean and come at this from a totally different and honestly a much more intuitive angle. What if the real key to a company's long-term success isn't hidden away in a balance sheet, but is actually in its hallways, in its team meetings, in the morale of its people? What if the culture itself is the secret weapon? Well, the secret, as it turns out, might be a whole lot simpler than we've been led to believe.
Okay, let's get into the main event here. We're calling this idea the happy worker thesis. And the whole premise is really straightforward, but pretty powerful. A great company culture isn't just some fluffy, nice-to-have perk. It might just be one of the best predictors of a great investment, one that most people completely overlook. It's a kind of leading indicator that other financial metrics only pick up on way later.
And this quote, this is the heart of it all. It's a simple truth that somehow gets buried under all the financial analysis. A company isn't just a logo on a building or a product on a shelf. It's a living, breathing group of people with talent and energy. And when that talent is genuinely fired up, motivated, and happy, well, the potential for success just goes through the roof.
So let's put an official name on it, the happy worker thesis. The idea is that companies that really, truly invest in their people create this amazing positive feedback loop. This kind of environment just naturally sparks more creativity, it encourages people to work together, and it leads to way higher productivity. And that kind of self-powering engine, well, that's exactly what builds strong, resilient, and really valuable companies for the long haul.
And you can see the logic here, right? It's a perfect chain reaction. It all starts with that foundation, happy, satisfied employees. That feeling of being valued, it directly leads to more innovation and better productivity. And why is that? It's because people who actually care about their jobs are better at solving problems. Simple as that. This, in turn, builds a legitimately great company with a culture that's tough to copy. And that is the signal we're looking for, a sign of a healthy, thriving business that could be a fantastic investment.
All right, the theory is solid. I think we can all agree it just makes sense. But a theory is only good if you can actually use it. So how in the world do we go about finding these amazing companies? What tools do we have to work with? And that's the big question, isn't it? If we want to find companies with happy people, well, we need to go to the sources that actually measure that stuff. We need a reliable place to start our search, and luckily for us, there are people already doing that hard work for us.
Now, this is where it gets really interesting, because we have two incredibly powerful tools. On one hand, you've got Fortune magazine's list. It's prestigious, it's been around forever, it's the gold standard. On the other hand, you've got Glassdoor, which is basically pure democracy. It comes directly from anonymous reviews from the employees themselves. Now think about it. When a company shows up high on both of these lists, that is a huge green flag. You're getting confirmation from both the industry experts and the people on the inside.
So to see how this actually works, let's do a little bit of a time travel exercise. We're going to rewind a few years and look at a real-world example to see what kind of investment ideas this simple little search could have turned up. So let's get specific. Let's go back to May 22nd, 2019. On that day, someone did exactly what we're talking about. They pulled up the lists from both Fortune and Glassdoor for that year and just compared them. No fancy software, just a simple cross-reference. So what did they find? Well, they found some pretty interesting overlaps. Just look at this. You've got Salesforce ranking an incredible number 2 on Fortune's list and number 11 on Glassdoor. You've got Cisco and Intuit also landing high on both. Now, the key thing to remember is, showing up on one list is good, but showing up on both, that suggests a really strong consensus. It means the company's great reputation is actually backed up by what it's like to work there day in and day out. And I really can't say this enough. This is not a buy signal. Think of this method more like a high-level filter. It helps you take the thousands of companies out there and shrink that universe down to a small, manageable watch list of really interesting businesses. These are companies that are clearly doing something right at a human level. This is where your real research begins, but you're starting with a huge advantage.
So that was a look back at 2019. Now let's bring it back to today. How can you use this exact same approach right now? This is where we turn this whole idea into your own personal game plan.
It really is this simple. Open up your web browser and search for this year's best places to work or best companies to work for. Pull up the list from Fortune, from Glassdoor, whoever. Find the names that keep popping up near the top of multiple lists. And just like that, you've created a high-quality list of potential investment ideas to dig into, and you've cut through so much of the usual noise.
And this whole approach is really captured by this one last thought. When you start looking at companies through the lens of their people, of their culture, you're going to find things you'd never see on a balance sheet. You might be really, really surprised at the gems you uncover. So just remember, your next great investment idea might not come from some screaming headline on the news. It might come from a quiet whisper on a list that's just celebrating great places to work. The only question left is, what great company are you going to discover? Happy hunting!
What if I told you that your next great investment idea isn't hidden away in some complicated financial report, but it's actually waiting for you at your local shopping mall? Well, in this explainer, we're going to pull back the curtain on a super simple but really powerful investment strategy that's hiding in plain sight. Let's get into it.
So let's start with his classic quote from the man himself, Warren Buffett. Now, what's he really saying here? He's not telling us to ignore Wall Street completely. He's just pointing us to a much more intuitive and frankly more interesting place to find ideas, the world right outside our front door, the real economy that you and I live in every single day.
So you gotta ask, right? Is it really that simple? I mean, how does one of the richest people on the planet actually find these incredible companies? You'd think it's some crazy algorithm or a secret army of analysts, wouldn't you? Or could it be something that any of us could do?
Well, you guessed it. The secret isn't some complex, high-tech formula. It's actually been hiding in plain sight this whole time. So let's dig into what's been called Buffett's Main Street secret and see exactly how it works.
Okay, take a look at this list. Kraft, Coca-Cola, Amex, Wells Fargo. These aren't exactly obscure, hard-to-understand companies, are they? They're household names. Just think for a second. What do these businesses all have in common?
The link between them isn't found on a spreadsheet. It's not some hidden financial ratio that only the pros know about. Now, it's way more personal than that, and it's something you can totally relate to.
And here it is. The big secret is he's a customer. Simple as that. The guy drinks Coke, he uses American Express, he understands these companies from the inside out, from the perspective of the person buying their stuff. He found these ideas not by staring at stock charts, but by just looking around and seeing what people, including himself, actually buy and use every single day.
Now, this isn't just some quirky habit of a billionaire. It's actually a core principle of smart investing. It's a powerful idea called the circle of competence, and it's an advantage that you can start using literally today.
So what is this circle of competence? Well, it's your personal zone of genius as an investor. It's all the stuff you already know inside and out, just from your job, your hobbies, your life. You're basically leveraging your own expertise. It's about sticking to what you understand because, well, you already live it.
And this slide just lays it out perfectly. Look at the difference. The Wall Street way feels complicated, right? It's all about complex charts and jargon that can make your head spin. But the Main Street approach, that's about real life. You're not looking at abstract theories. You're looking for crowded stores. You're not trying to decipher jargon. You're looking for popular products. You're using your own personal experience as your guide. Okay, so theory is great, but how do you actually put this into practice? Well, we've got a simple little tool for you. Think of it as a 5-question checklist for your next trip to the mall. We're calling it the Shopping Mall Test.
All right, question number 1. Just look around. Seriously, that's it. Which stores are always packed with people? Which brands have been there for like forever? See, a busy store and a long history, those are huge clues that you're looking at a durable business with a loyal following. It's like doing market research without even trying.
Next up, start paying attention to what's actually in people's shopping bags. What are they talking about? What's the hot new thing? Which services seem to be everywhere all of a sudden? You can literally spot a massive growth trend just by seeing what's flying off the shelves.
Now for number 3. Let's think about the boring stuff, the necessities. What are the things people absolutely cannot live without? Toothpaste, soap, coffee, the stuff we buy over and over again without even thinking. Companies that sell these things often have incredibly stable businesses because we have to keep coming back for more.
This one's a great little mental trick for spotting the most dominant brands. Just walk down any aisle in the supermarket. There are some brands that the store has to carry, right? If they didn't, people would get annoyed and shop somewhere else. That is pure brand power. Think about the biggest names in soda or chips or cereal. You know who they are.
And hey, this exact same logic works for the big box stores too. What brands of TVs or power tools or jeans are just considered essential? The ones that are always there? Finding these must-have products points you straight to the companies that absolutely own their corner of the market.
Okay, so you've done it. You've walked through them all, you've answered the questions, you've got a whole list of interesting stores and brands. That's awesome. But now what? How do you actually turn that great observation into a real potential investment?
Now listen up, because this is probably the most important part. Seeing that a store is busy is the spark. It's the beginning of the journey. It gives you a great idea for a company to look into, but it is not a reason to immediately go out and buy the stock. You found the starting line, not the finish line.
The next part of the process is really pretty straightforward. First, you make your lists using those 5 questions we just talked about. Second, you do a little homework, just a quick search online, to figure out which publicly traded company owns that brand or store. And third, you take that company's name and you start the real research. You look it up on financial websites to see if the business behind the scenes is as good as the product on the shelf.
Once you start using this framework, something really cool starts to happen. It's not just about finding stocks. Your whole perspective on the world just shifts.
You'll find you stop looking at the world as just a consumer. Instead of just buying things, you start seeing clues everywhere. Every shopping trip, every crowded restaurant, every ad you see on TV. It all becomes a little piece of market intelligence.
You're not passive anymore. You become an active observer. You start to develop what you could call an investor's eye, this powerful new lens that lets you see the business and economic world that's humming all around you. You start to see the companies behind the brands.
So, I'll leave you with this to think about. The next time you're out and about, at the supermarket, the mall, even just walking down the street, what are you going to notice? What hidden opportunities are going to jump out at you now that you know exactly what to look for?
Hello and welcome. Let's talk about finding great investments. I mean, with thousands and thousands of stocks out there, how in the world do you even begin to find the real winners? It can feel, well, impossible. But today, we're going to pull back the curtain on a really powerful shortcut, a method that some of the smartest minds in finance use to zero in on incredible investment ideas.
You know that feeling, right? You pull up a stock screener and it's just this wall of names and numbers, and you feel completely paralyzed by choice. If you've been there, trust me, you are not alone. It really is a sea of information, and it's so easy to feel lost. But what if I told you there's a kind of beacon you can follow through all that fog?
So here's our game plan. First, we're going to tackle that feeling of investing overwhelm head on. Then, I'm going to share a really simple but incredibly powerful secret for cutting right through all that noise. After that, we're going to look over the shoulders of 6 legendary value investors to see what they're actually buying. And then finally, I'll give you a practical blueprint so you can take this strategy and run with it yourself.
Okay, so let's start right there with that core challenge. You've got thousands of companies, just an endless amount of financial data, and the constant barrage of so-called expert opinions coming at you from every direction. It is absolutely no wonder that just finding a clear starting point for your own research can feel like a totally impossible task. But here's the good news. You don't have to do all the heavy lifting by yourself. Seriously, the most direct path, the absolute straightest line to finding fantastic stock ideas is to learn from the people who've already mastered the game.
And that's it. That's the secret right there. It's not about finding some magic algorithm or a secret formula. It's about standing on the shoulders of giants. When you study what the best in the world are buying, you're essentially getting a masterclass in stock selection for free.
Now, this brings up an absolutely crucial point. We're going to focus only on value investors. And the reason is simple. These folks buy businesses to hold for years, sometimes even decades. That gives us a stable, thoughtful portfolio we can actually study. On the other hand, trying to follow short-term traders, that's a fool's errand. Their positions change so fast, it's like trying to catch lightning in a bottle. It's just useless for our purposes.
All right, it's time to meet the masters.
We're about to profile some of the most successful value investors on the entire planet. Now, just a quick but really important note here. We're going to be looking at their top holdings from back in March 2019. This is not about giving you current stock tips, okay? It's about studying their method, their thinking, and the types of companies they invest in, so we can learn from their approach. And of course, we have to start with the legend himself, the Oracle of Omaha, Warren Buffett. As the head of Berkshire Hathaway, his name is basically synonymous with value investing, and his track record is, well, it's just astounding.
And look at this, you can see his philosophy right here in action. His top holdings are a who's who of massive, dominant American companies: Apple, Bank of America, Coke, American Express. Each one of these has what he calls a durable competitive advantage, or a moat. It's a powerful brand or market position that's just incredibly difficult for any competitor to overcome. He invests in what he understands, and these are perfect examples of that.
Okay, next up we have Howard Marks of Oaktree Capital Management. Now, he's a different breed of value investor. He's famous for his expertise in more complex, kind of gritty areas like distressed debt. His approach really shows that you can find value in all sorts of different corners of the market, not just in big, stable brands.
And his portfolio immediately shows you that different approach. We see an energy utility, a bulk shipping company, a semiconductor giant. What's so fascinating here is that these are cyclical, really complex industries that a lot of investors just avoid. But this is Mark's specialty, finding value where other people only see risk. It's a very different flavor from Buffett for sure, but it's all grounded in that same core principle: buying a dollar for 50 cents. Our third giant is Joel Greenblatt. Now, this guy's not just a legendary fund manager, he's also an educator and an author. He's famous for his systematic magic formula, which basically aims to buy good companies at cheap prices. Very straightforward, very powerful. And his holdings show this fascinating mix. You've got a huge industrial company like Honeywell, a telecom giant in Verizon, and hey, look, there's Apple again. But then you also have a consumer staple like Altria and a modern payment processor in PayPal. This just goes to show you how a value framework can be applied across totally different industries.
So that's the first three legends. Pretty interesting stuff, right? But our tour of the Investing Hall of Fame isn't over yet. Let's keep going and look at three more masters and see what their portfolios can teach us.
Next up is Seth Klarman, another absolute icon in the value community. He is widely, and I mean widely, respected for his incredibly disciplined, risk-averse approach to finding undervalued securities.
His portfolio is a great example of looking for value in sectors that are going through big changes. You see media with Fox, energy with Cheniere, and these specialized tech companies like Viasat and Corvo. This is a hunt for value in complex situations. Things like spin-offs, bankruptcies, or big technological shifts that other people might just overlook or be scared of.
Then we've got Mario Gabelli. This is a highly decorated manager who's been at the helm of GAMCO Investors for decades. I mean, just look at that long list of awards. It speaks to a whole career of consistent, successful value investing.
And when you look at his holdings, you can see a really clear focus on media, on brands, and on entertainment. Madison Square Garden, Sony, and Fox, that shows a deep understanding of content and intellectual property. And he balances it out with solid financial institutions. You can tell he's looking for the value in things people know and love.
And finally, our sixth investor, Glenn Greenberg. A true veteran of the industry, his firm, Brave Warrior Advisors, is known for making large, really concentrated bets on just a handful of companies they know inside and out.
And you can see that concentration crystal clear right here in his portfolio. A huge position in Alphabet, which is Google, shows a massive conviction in big tech. And that's complemented by a deep focus on the financial services industry, with names like Charles Schwab and JP Morgan Chase. You know, this isn't diversification. This is a high conviction, go big or go home kind of approach.
So, okay, we've looked at the portfolios of 6 different legends, and the big question is, how do you actually use this information? How do you turn all of this into a powerful tool for your own research? Well, the answer is actually incredibly simple. Here's the key. All of this information is publicly available. You just have to do a simple search for an investor's name followed by the word portfolio, and boom, you'll find their latest public filings. This isn't the end of your research. Think of it as the perfect starting line.
You know, this quote on the screen captures the whole idea perfectly. The goal isn't to just blindly copy these investors. Not at all. It's to leverage their world-class multi-million-dollar research teams. They've already done the initial heavy lifting, the screening, for you.
Your job is to take their best ideas and then investigate them further to see if they fit your personal investment strategy.
So there you have it. You now have the blueprint to a ridiculously powerful research method. The question is no longer, where in the world do I start, but rather, which of these incredible investors are you going to learn from first? The journey really does start now.
You know, it's funny. One of the most important lessons I ever learned about investing didn't come from some textbook or a fancy boardroom. Nope. It came from my time as a military officer trainee, out in the middle of a forest, holding a weapon that wasn't even real. And it all kicked off with this one simple, totally baffling question from my supervising officer.
Just try to picture this for a second. You're crouched down in the bushes, heart's pounding, you are absolutely pumped and ready to go. And just as you're about to launch your attack, your commanding officer stops you cold with that question. And the way he said it, he was genuinely confused. An advantage? We were just supposed to go fight. That one question, though, it completely changed how I look at any kind of competition, whether it's on a battlefield or, in the stock market.
So here's the scene. This was my very first two-sided military exercise. And the mission? Simple. Hunt down the other team, eliminate them. Our team leader was jacked. We were all jacked. The adrenaline was just pumping. And if I'm being honest, we felt pretty much invincible. He gives the signal, and we were literally about to charge headfirst into the woods. Now, the setup was, well, deceptively simple. Our objective? Eliminate them. Their objective? Eliminate us. There were 7 of us, 7 of them. A perfectly even match, right? And our plan was just as simple, just a direct attack. We figured, hey, we're stronger, we're faster, we can just overwhelm them. We were basically treating it like a coin flip, a 50-50 shot. Or so we thought.
Our officer stopped us dead in our tracks. He looked at us and said, if you guys go out there now, there's only a 50% chance you can actually eliminate them. And even if you win, a lot of you are going to end up as casualties. We were just confused. I mean, isn't that just part of fighting? But he was teaching us a much, much deeper lesson. You never, ever take a fair fight. A 50% chance of success, that's not a strategy. That's a gamble, and a terrible one at that.
And this is where the real lesson began. He sat us all down and explained that in warfare, you just cannot go into a fight unless you are highly confident you are going to win. To do anything else would be, and I remember his words, like sending our troops on a possible suicide mission. See, the goal isn't just to fight. The goal is to win, and to win decisively with as little cost as possible. The key was to create an unfair advantage.
And he gave us a really concrete rule of thumb. A real advantage isn't just being a little bit better, it's got to be overwhelming. He said, ideally, you want at least 3 times the number of your enemy's troops before you even think about engaging. Now that is not a fair fight. That is a setup for a decisive win. It shifts the odds completely in your favor.
So of course, I had to be the guy to point out the obvious flaw. But sir, I said, there are 7 guys on each side. We couldn't just magically triple our numbers. And that's when he tossed the challenge right back at us. He said, besides having more troops, what are other ways we can gain an advantage? Use your brains before you start running out into the open and getting yourselves killed.
So we started brainstorming. We huddled up. One of my teammates suggested using the terrain, Get to the top of a hill, it's way harder for the enemy to fight uphill, and we'd have a much better view. Brilliant idea, just not really practical for where we were. Another guy suggested calling in artillery support to soften them up first. Again, great thinking, but we didn't have any artillery. And then we landed on the perfect idea, an ambush.
So our plan became this. We would predict the enemy's likely route and set up a trap. This is how you create an advantage out of thin air. An ambush wouldn't give us more guys, no, but it would give us 2 critical advantages. The element of surprise and superior cover. They would walk right into our kill zone, completely unprepared.
And the result? It was flawless. Just flawless. We moved to the location, we hid ourselves, and we waited. About 15 minutes later, sure enough, they walked right into our trap. Before they even knew what was happening, we had wiped out their entire section. And us? We suffered 0 casualties. Not a single one. We didn't just win, we dominated. And all because we took 5 minutes to create an advantage, instead of just charging into a fair fight.
That lesson has stayed with me my entire life. Always have an advantage. And that military strategy, it applies directly to the world of investing. I mean, the principles are exactly the same. You do not want to invest your hard-earned money in a business that's just stuck in a fair fight with its competitors.
I mean, really think about it for a second. When you buy a stock, you're buying a piece of a business. So is that business set up to win? Does it have some kind of sustainable, unfair advantage that allows it to just crush the competition? Or is it locked in a 50-50 fight for survival, where even if it wins, it's going to come out battered and bruised?
Well, the legendary investor Warren Buffett has this fantastic metaphor for this exact concept. He thinks of a great business like a castle. And that competitive advantage, that thing that protects it from invaders, from all the competitors, that's the moat around the castle. The wider and deeper the moat, the safer the castle. And he calls this an economic moat.
So what exactly is an economic moat? You know, understanding this concept is one of the most critical skills for any long-term investor. It's really the difference between investing in a solid fortress and something a whole lot more vulnerable. The key here, the really important word, is durable. A moat has to be a durable competitive advantage. This isn't something temporary. It's something structural that allows a company to consistently protect its profits and its market share year after year. The same way our ambush gave us the advantages of surprise and cover, an economic moat gives a business a kind of protection that competitors just can't easily get around.
And I mean, the difference between companies with and without moats, it's just stark. It's night and day. A business with a strong moat can make exceptional profits when times are good, and it has the resilience to survive, even thrive when times are bad. But a company without one, it's just constantly vulnerable. It's always forced to compete on price, and a single downturn could literally wipe it out. The moat. That's what provides the lasting power.
Okay, so we know what a moat is and why it's so important. The big question now is, how do you actually find one, right? How can you look at a business and figure out if it has this kind of durable advantage? Well, it turns out there's a pretty good framework we can use to help identify them.
This whole framework really just breaks down into 5 simple questions. The first 3, they help you get the lay of the land, understand the competitive space. But the last 2, the last 2 are where you truly find the moat. Question 4, why would I choose this business over others? That gets to the heart of it. That why is the moat. Maybe it's a powerful brand people trust. Or maybe it's high switching costs, where it's just a huge pain for customers to leave. It could be a network effect, where the service gets better as more people join. Or a massive cost advantage. And then question 5, is that reason sustainable? That tells you if the moat is deep and wide, or if it's just a temporary ditch that competitors will eventually figure out how to cross.
So I'll leave you with this final thought. When you look at the companies you've invested in, or the ones you're thinking about investing in, ask yourself this question. Are you buying a piece of an economic fortress, protected by a deep, wide moat that's going to let it stand for decades? Or are you just buying a tent that's pitched in an open field, totally vulnerable to the first sign of competition or a bad storm? Always, always look for the unfair advantage.
All right, let's dive into a word we throw around all the time, branding. But what does it really take for a business to build a strong brand? You know, it's so much more than a fancy logo or a clever TV ad. It's about creating an identity so powerful, so deep in our culture, that it builds a business that can literally last for generations. So let's get into it.
Okay, let's try a little experiment here, right now. When I say the words soft drink, what is the very first brand that just pops into your head? For pretty much all of us, I bet it's one of maybe 2 names. And believe me, that is not a coincidence.
That's exactly right. They have literally trained you to think that. That instant gut reaction. It's been built piece by piece over decades. Companies spend billions of dollars to create that immediate, automatic link between a whole category of product and their one specific name. They're basically fighting for a little piece of real estate inside your mind.
So here's how we're going to break this whole idea down today. First, we'll talk about what it really means to own a peace of mind. Then we'll get into the price of a name, what that's actually worth. After that, we'll look at a really interesting trap called the innovation treadmill. That's going to lead us to a fantastic showdown, tech versus chicken. And finally, we'll tie it all together and figure out what a durable advantage truly is.
Okay, so let's start with this first big idea, owning a peace of mind. The real endgame for any great brand isn't just for you to know who they are. No, it's to become the automatic, default answer when you think about their entire product category. And you see this play out all the time, right? Soft drinks? Boom, Coke or Pepsi. Diapers? You're probably thinking Pampers. Baby care in general? Johnson & Johnson. Need to fill up a new apartment on a budget? IKEA. These guys have so completely dominated their fields that we just use their names as mental shortcuts.
And this right here is the absolute peak of branding.
This is the goal. It's when your brand name literally takes the place of the generic product name in everyday language. You know, people don't ask for a facial tissue, they ask for a Kleenex. And as we see here, parents don't say, "We're out of diapers." They say, "We need more Pampers." That, my friends, is incredible power.
So let's just put a nice, clean definition on this. Owning a piece of your mind is that moment when a company's brand is so powerful, so deeply ingrained, that it becomes the default thought. It's the immediate, almost involuntary answer your brain serves up. They're not just an option anymore, they are the answer.
Okay, so that leads us to our next question. Being famous is great, but is it enough? How does owning that mental real estate actually turn into real, tangible strength for a business? This is all about turning simple recognition into actual power.
So it's absolutely crucial to understand the difference between these two things. On one side, you have brand recognition. That's just being the first name that pops into someone's head. But on the other side, you have the real prize, pricing power. That's the ability to charge more for your product than a competitor charges for a very similar thing, and people will happily pay it. That is the true test of a brand.
Let's make this really simple. Think about a hamburger. You can go to some local spot and get a generic, unbranded burger for, say, a few bucks. But people will gladly go to McDonald's and pay more. Why? It's not like the beef is that much different. It's the brand. It's the trust, the consistency, the promise that it's going to taste exactly the same whether you're in Des Moines or Dubai. That extra money you're willing to pay, that's the brand premium, right there in action.
And that's the bottom line, isn't it? A truly durable, lasting advantage isn't just about being famous. A great brand has to translate into higher profits. The ability to command a higher price for your product, day in and day out, that's the ultimate signal that you have a powerful, powerful brand.
But here's where the story gets a little more complicated. We're always told that innovation is a great thing, new and improved. But what if I told you that sometimes the constant need to innovate is actually a huge weakness, a dangerous trap, what we call the innovation treadmill? Think about how this works, especially for tech companies. It's a brutal cycle. First, you spend a fortune to launch some amazing, unique new product. For a little while, you're on top of the world. But then, what happens? Your competitors immediately start copying you. Before you know it, your big innovation is just the baseline. So what do you have to do? You've got to pour more millions into R&D to come up with the next big thing. Not even to grow, but just to survive. It's exhausting.
And this brings us to a really critical insight. There is a world of difference between a company that uses R&D to find new ways to grow and a company that needs R&D just to stay alive. The second one, that's a business on a treadmill. It's a sign of a very fragile competitive advantage. They have to keep running as fast as they can just to stay in the exact same place.
Okay, so this all leads us to a fantastic head-to-head comparison. We're going to take everything we've just talked about, owning a peace of mind, pricing power, this innovation treadmill, and we're going to apply it to two absolute giants, a global tech icon and a world-famous fried chicken joint.
So let me just ask you straight up, which one of these businesses do you think has the stronger, more durable competitive advantage? What we call a moat? The company built on revolutionary, cutting-edge technology, or the one built on a secret recipe that's over 100 years old? The answer might not be what you think.
Let's just break this down side by side. The iPhone is an amazing piece of technology, right? But Apple is perpetually stuck on that innovation treadmill. They have to come out with a better, faster, more amazing phone every single year because Samsung and others are breathing down their necks. Even their most loyal fans might switch if a competitor offers some incredible new feature. Now look at KFC. Their main product, that chicken recipe, is ancient. It requires basically zero innovation to keep selling.
Now you might be thinking, hey, wait a minute, KFC releases new things all the time. And you're right, they do. But here's the critical difference. For KFC, things like cheesy fries or a new sandwich are just add-ons. They're experiments to maybe make a little extra profit. If a new item fails, who cares? The core business is totally fine because people are still lining up for the original chicken. For Apple, if a new iPhone is a flop, that's not a small problem. That's an existential threat to the entire company.
So, this brings us to the grand finale. Let's pull all these threads together. After putting tech and chicken in the ring against each other, what have we really learned? What does a business that can truly, genuinely last for the long haul, what does it actually look like?
And here it is. Here's the key definition. A durable competitive advantage belongs to a business that can protect what makes it special, not just for a year or two, but for the long term. And very often, the secret is that its core product is essentially timeless. It doesn't need to be constantly reinvented just to stay relevant.
So, as we wrap things up here, what are the big takeaways? First, remember the true measure of a brand isn't just fame, it's pricing power. Second, be really skeptical of businesses that are stuck on that innovation treadmill. Third, understand that a really lasting advantage often comes from being incredibly consistent, not from constant change. And maybe the biggest lesson of all is that the most powerful products are often the ones that are timeless.
So I'll leave you with this one final question to chew on. The next time you're looking at a company, whether you're thinking of buying its products or its stock, ask yourself this: is its real strength based on the exciting promise of its next big thing, which might or might not work out? Or is it based on the proven, unchanging value it's been delivering for the last 100 years? Thanks so much for joining me.
Have you ever stopped to think about why some things cost what they do? You know, there's this hidden force, really, that shapes the prices of almost everything we buy. It's the big reason why a giant superstore can sell something for a price that a local shop, well, they couldn't even dream of matching. Today, we're going to pull back that curtain and take a good look at one of the most powerful ideas in all of business: the economy of scale. You've definitely been there. You're walking through one of those massive retail stores. You see a price tag and you just think to yourself, how on earth is that even possible? It's a question we've all asked, right? And the answer? Well, it's not just about a simple sale or a coupon. It goes much, much deeper. It's a fundamental piece of how the whole modern economy works. So let's dive right in. We're going to start by looking at what some people call an almost unfair advantage. We're talking about how being big doesn't just give a company a little leg up, it fundamentally changes the entire game. Okay, so what is economy of scale? Well, at its very core, the idea is pretty simple. The bigger your operation gets, the cheaper it becomes to make or buy each individual thing. It's that cost advantage, which comes directly from being huge, that gives these massive companies the power to sell for less, consistently less, than their smaller competition. You can really boil it down to this. In the world of business, size isn't just a plus, it's a superpower. Now, let's see what that superpower looks like in a real, classic David versus Goliath showdown. To really get this, let's get out of the textbook and into a practical story. I want you to imagine for a second that you're a small business owner and you're about to go toe-to-toe with a giant. So on one side, we've got you. You've poured your heart and soul into opening your dream business, a charming local toy shop. And on the other side, that's your competition, a huge established chain with 50 stores all across the country. Here's the thing, you're both selling the exact same toys, but you are playing two completely different games. And this number right here, this is why. For every one toy you order from a supplier, your competitor is ordering 50. Just think about that. They're not just a little bigger than you, their buying power is on an entirely different planet. And that, well, that changes everything. So let's be honest with ourselves. When you and the giant chain call up the exact same supplier to place an order, who do you really think is going to get the better deal? I mean, the supplier simply can't afford to lose the business of a 50-store chain. So they're going to give that chain the absolute best price they can, every single time. And you see, this isn't just a one-off thing. It's a powerful, self-reinforcing cycle. It all starts with buying in massive bulk, right? That leads to getting huge discounts. Those lower costs mean you can offer lower prices to your customers. And of course, lower prices attract more customers, which means you win a bigger share of the market. And with that bigger market share, what can the company do? You guessed it, buy in even greater bulk. The whole cycle just feeds on itself, getting stronger and stronger with every single turn. This is exactly what makes scale so incredibly powerful. It's not some temporary sale or a clever marketing campaign. No, this is what's known in the business world as a durable competitive advantage. And that word durable is key because it means it's built to last. It's woven right into the DNA of the business, creating this economic fortress that is just incredibly difficult for any smaller competitor to get past. Okay, so we've seen how this works for our little toy store. Now, let's take this whole concept and push it to the absolute extreme. Let's talk about the company that has completely mastered the art of scale on a global level. I mean, when you really want to see economy of scale in action, there is one textbook example that just towers above all the others. As one analysis puts it, Amazon is flat out the best example of this in the United States. It's a true case study in using unimaginable size to dominate, well, everything. For a company like Amazon, the benefits of scale just explode. It goes way beyond just cheap prices. Their size lets them build these enormous logistics networks. It gives them unbelievable bargaining power with their suppliers. Of course, it lets them price things more cheaply, which generates enormous profits. And what do they do with those profits? They reinvest them into more marketing, into higher wages to attract the best people, which just strengthens that cycle of growth even more. So after hearing all that, you might be feeling a bit down for a little toy shop owner. I mean, if you can't possibly compete on price, what are you supposed to do? Is it just game over? Well, not necessarily. But it absolutely means you have to change the rules of the game you're playing. Let's just be blunt about the reality here. A small business simply cannot win a price war against a competitor that has massive scale. It's just not possible. Trying to match their prices, that's a one-way ticket to going out of business. So this leaves every small business with a really fundamental choice. You can try to compete on price, which we know is a losing battle, or you can choose to compete differently. You have to find another way, a totally different way to provide value to your customers. So what does that look like? Well, survival means you have to differentiate. A small business has to win by offering the things that scale can't easily copy. Maybe that means stocking unique, handcrafted products that the big chains would never bother with. Maybe it means being that convenient neighborhood spot where a giant superstore could never fit. And maybe, most importantly, it means providing amazing, personalized customer service that a giant corporation with its call centers and algorithms could never, ever match. And that right there is the ultimate lesson for any small business trying to make it. You have to completely redefine what value means. Value isn't just about being the cheapest. Value can be found in uniqueness, in convenience, in expertise, and in a real, personal connection. That's where the small shop still has a fighting chance. So the next time you're out and you're deciding where to spend your money, just think about this trade-off. The giants, they will always have the advantage of scale. But the small players, they offer a different kind of value. In a world of Goliaths, I guess the question I'll leave you with is this. What do you, as a customer, value most? Because the choice, ultimately, is always yours. You ever look at a really, really successful company and just think, how are they doing that? It's like nobody else is even allowed to compete. Well, here's the thing. Sometimes that's not just a feeling. Sometimes it is literally the law. So today, we're going to pull back the curtain and see exactly how some companies get this powerful, legally protected head start. And our whole investigation is going to start in a place I guarantee you've been 100 times, the pharmacy. We're going to solve what I like to call the Tylenol puzzle. I mean, you've seen this, right? You're there, you've got a headache, and you're just staring at this massive wall of boxes. They all seem to promise the exact same relief, but they've all got different names, different packaging, different prices. What in the world is going on? Okay, so here's the heart of our puzzle. You've got Tylenol, right? The brand everyone knows. But sitting right next to it on the shelf, you might see something called Panadol or Feverol. Now, if you actually pick up the boxes and flip them over, you'll see the active ingredient, the stuff that actually does the work, is the exact same for all of them, paracetamol. So if they're all made of the same stuff, what gives? How did Tylenol become the king of the castle for so long? Well, the answer lies in this idea of a special legal shield. For years, Tylenol wasn't just the first one on the scene, it had the law on its side, literally stopping anyone else from making the exact same drug. And that shield, it has a very specific name. And that brings us right here. We're going to get into the legal tool that gives companies this incredible, almost unfair advantage, the patent. So what exactly is a patent? Well, think of it like this. It's the government saying to an inventor, hey, congratulations on your amazing new creation. To reward you, for a limited time, you and only you are allowed to make and sell it. It's basically a temporary, government-approved monopoly. And just look at how powerful this thing is. This is not a suggestion, it's a legal fortress. Once you get a patent for a new drug, nobody else can touch your invention. Seriously, they can't make it, they can't sell it, they can't even import it from somewhere else. The market is completely and totally locked down, just for you. But, and this is a huge but, here's the twist in the story. That legal fortress, that shield, it's got a countdown timer on it. It was always designed to be temporary. And this timeline just lays it all out perfectly. Right at year 0, a company like Johnson & Johnson invents a new drug, and they file for a patent. For the next 20 years or so, they have the exclusive rights. This is the golden era, when Tylenol was the only game in town for paracetamol. But then, the clock hits zero. The patent expires. And suddenly, that legal wall just crumbles. The floodgates swing open, and competitors can now legally create their own versions. And that is why brands like Panadol and Feverol suddenly show up on the shelf next to Tylenol.
Now, patents are a massive deal, especially for drug companies. But they are not the only way the government can build these barriers. Let's take a look at some other ways a legal wall can be built around an entire industry. So yeah, besides patents, you can have governments granting exclusive legal contracts, or as we're about to see, they can create direct regulations that just flat out say who is and who is not allowed to do business in a certain market. To really see this in action, let's just pivot completely away from medicine for a second and look at the world of high finance. We're talking stock exchanges.
So, imagine you've built this amazing, successful company in the United States, and you're finally ready to go public. You need to list your company on a stock exchange. The great news for you is, you've got options.
You could choose the famous New York Stock Exchange, or maybe the tech-heavy NASDAQ, and there are others too. It's a competitive market. These exchanges actually have to compete with each other to get your business. Now, just hold that thought in your head, and let's hop over to a different country.
So in Singapore, if you want to list your company on a stock exchange, how many choices do you have? You have this many, just one.
And it's not because nobody else felt like starting a stock exchange. No, it's because the government itself has passed regulations that say there can only be one. The Singapore Stock Exchange has a government-mandated monopoly.
I mean, you can't get a more powerful legal barrier to entry than that.
So, this brings us to the really crucial business strategy part of all this. If you're a company like Johnson & Johnson and you know your patent on Tylenol has a 20-year expiration date stamped right on it, what's your plan? How do you possibly prepare for the day that legal wall comes tumbling down?
This is the key question, right? That legal protection is fantastic while it lasts, but it's not forever. So how do you turn a temporary advantage into a permanent one?
And the answer is it's so brilliant because it's so simple. You don't just sell a product. You use that precious, protected time to build something the competition can't just copy and paste. A powerful, trusted brand that lives inside the minds of your customers.
So here's the winning playbook in 3 steps. First, you get that legal protection, like a patent. Second, and this is the most critical part, you spend those protected years investing millions in marketing, building trust, and making your brand name and the product itself mean the same thing. And then, third, when that patent finally expires, your brand is so strong that it has become its own barrier to entry, letting you stay on top long after the legal help is gone.
And this brings us right back to where we started, with our Tylenol puzzle. The reason we still know, trust, and literally ask for Tylenol by name is because for 20 years, that was the only name we knew. Johnson & Johnson played the long game perfectly. They used their legal shields to build a brand shield, and that's a barrier that can last a whole lot longer than any patent. So as we wrap this up, it leaves us with this really fascinating question, doesn't it? We create these legal barriers to reward people for coming up with new, amazing things. But that reward, that period of no competition, often means higher prices and fewer choices for all of us. The huge challenge then is finding that perfect balance. How much protection is enough to spark innovation without totally killing the open competition that ultimately benefits us all? It's honestly one of the biggest questions in business and law today. All right, today, we're going to dig into a really powerful business concept. Think of it as this invisible glue that keeps customers stuck to companies. And the best way to understand it? Well, it comes from a story you'd probably never expect. I know, it sounds like a weird question, but stick with me here because the answer reveals one of the most powerful, most durable advantages a company can possibly have. It's all going to click in just a minute, I promise. And this whole thing starts with what I call the Casanova principle. It's really a story about commitment, or maybe more accurately, the art of completely avoiding it. So let me tell you about this guy I know, Dennis. He's a character, a really charming guy, always fun. But there's this one part of his life where he plays by a very specific and very consistent set of rules. You see, Dennis is, for lack of a better term, a Casanova. I swear, it feels like every few weeks he's introducing our friend group to a brand new girlfriend. He's always super enthusiastic about them, but the relationships, they just never seem to last. And that's the core of it, right there. To Dennis, any kind of long-term commitment, especially marriage,
is totally off limits. It's a hard line for him that he absolutely will not cross. But why? What's he getting out of this? It's all about freedom. By keeping everything casual, he makes sure that there are basically zero consequences when he decides to move on. The cost for him to switch to a new partner is incredibly low. There's no financial mass, no big emotional drama, no awkward social situations. He can just walk away, clean slate. Okay, and this is where Dennis's love life suddenly becomes a perfect lesson in business. Because while he avoids commitment like the plague, a lot of us are essentially married to the products and services we use every single day. And for us, the cost of a breakup can be massive.
So you see the two sides of the coin here. Dennis has built his entire dating life around having low switching costs. But the most powerful companies, they do the complete opposite. They intentionally create high switching costs. They make it expensive or time-consuming or just a huge pain for you to leave them for a competitor. So let's put an official name on it. High switching costs are simply all the bad stuff, the money, the hassle, the time that you, the customer, have to go through if you decide you want to jump ship from one product to another.
And the perfect example, one I think we can all relate to, is Microsoft Office. I mean, think about it. Have you ever seriously tried to just stop using Word or Excel? On the surface, it seems easy, right? But the reality is, it's a nightmare. Because here's the hidden pain. It's not just about buying some new program. If you're a business, you have to retrain your whole staff. You might need new servers or other services. But the real killer, the biggest cost of all, is that you risk being incompatible with literally everyone else in the business world because they are all still married to Office. The total cost to switch becomes absolutely huge. Now, this idea of high switching costs is so important that it's actually one piece of a bigger framework that smart investors use. They call these advantages economic moats. It's a great visual, right? A great company has a durable advantage that protects it from competitors, just like a deep moat protects a castle. And it turns out there are four main kinds.
So real quick, here they are. First, you've got branding. Just think about trying to launch a new soda to compete with Coca-Cola. Good luck. Second, economy of scale. That's when being huge makes you cheaper, like Walmart. Third, you have legal barriers, like a patent on a blockbuster drug. And fourth, the one we're talking about today, high switching costs, that powerful force that locks customers in place.
But, and this is a really big but, you have to remember that these fortresses are not invincible. Moats can dry up, walls can crumble, and there are two really crucial things to keep in mind here. First thing is, nothing is guaranteed to last forever. The business world is always changing. An advantage that seems rock solid today might be totally gone tomorrow. Technology, especially, is a relentless force of change. I mean, just look at Walmart. For decades, they built one of the widest moats in history based on pure size and low prices, a textbook economy of scale. For the longest time, they looked totally unbeatable. But then, the internet came along, and the explosion of e-commerce changed everything about how we shop. As this data shows, the growth in online shopping has been just massive, and it's put unbelievable pressure on those old-school brick-and-mortar giants. Walmart's moat is still there, for sure, but it is under a serious, constant attack. It just goes to show you, even the biggest castles have to reinforce their walls. And the second crucial point is this. The truly great companies, the ones that last for generations, almost never rely on just one moat. They build layers of defense. Imagine a company that has a brand everyone loves and also makes it really hard to switch away from their product. That's a powerful combination. It makes them incredibly tough to compete against, and that's exactly what you should be looking for. So, what's the big takeaway here? How can you actually use this? Well, it's like getting a new pair of glasses. It's about learning to look at a business and see the invisible structures that are really holding it up. So here's the skill this gives you. Whether you're looking at stocks or thinking about starting your own business, or you're just curious, you can now look for the moat. Ask yourself, what is the specific thing that protects this company? What is its unique advantage? Because once you can identify that, you can also start to see when it's at risk of disappearing. And that brings us to the final thought. Just think about your own life for a second. The phone you use, the bank you're with, the coffee you buy every morning. Why do you stick with them? Is it just the brand, or is it because switching would be a huge pain? What invisible moats have they built around you? Once you start looking for them, you'll start seeing these moats absolutely everywhere. All right, let's get right into it.
Have you ever pulled up a company's stock information, taken one look at it, and just felt completely overwhelmed, like you're trying to read a different language? If you have, trust me, you are not alone. So today, we're going to fix that. We are going to learn that language. Think of this as your very first lesson in becoming fluent in the language of business.
You know, this whole thing reminds me of a story. A good number of years ago, way before we all had these little supercomputers in our pockets, I was on my first trip to Japan. I was trying to find my way to the famous Tokyo Tower, and to put it mildly, I was completely and utterly lost. I swear I must have been driving in circles for at least an hour. There was no Google Maps to guide me, no app I could pull up to translate for me. It was just me, a rental car, and a flimsy paper map that might as well have been blank. I was getting so frustrated. So I finally just pulled over and decided to ask the first person I saw for some help. A very nice, very polite gentleman listened to my question, and then he replied with something that, well, it was just a string of sounds to me. I found out later all he was asking was a perfectly reasonable question. Can you speak Japanese? But at that moment, I had no idea. Now for this trip, I had managed to learn exactly 2 phrases. So feeling pretty proud of myself, I used one of them. I looked at him and said that I didn't understand Japanese. And that was it. The conversation just died right there. He really did try to help, but it was no use. We were speaking 2 completely different languages. Eventually, he just gave a polite bow and walked away. And I was left there, on the side of the road, feeling totally alone. And that's the feeling, right? That feeling of being lost in a foreign land simply because you don't speak the language. So let me ask you, does that feeling sound at all familiar? Have you ever opened a company's financial report or even just looked at a stock chart and felt that exact same sense of being completely lost? That feeling that everyone else seems to be speaking a language you just don't understand? And that, right there, is the heart of the problem for so many people who want to get into investing. The stock market really can feel like a foreign country. All the people who seem to succeed there, the investors, the analysts, they're all fluent in a very specific language. And if you don't know it, you're just going to end up driving in circles, exactly like I was in Tokyo.
But here's the really great news. The solution isn't some complicated secret that's locked away on Wall Street. It's actually incredibly simple. You just need to learn the language. And I promise you, once you do, that whole foreign land starts to look a whole lot more familiar. So what is this big, mysterious language? Well, that's exactly what we're here to do, to break it down. It does have a name, and it is the absolute foundation for understanding any business. Okay, the official language of business is accounting. Now hold on, don't let that word scare you off. You absolutely do not need to be an accountant to be a great investor. You just need to grasp the basics of how companies use this language to tell their story, the story of how they're doing, financially speaking. And the best part is, this language is universal. It doesn't matter if we're talking about a local restaurant, a tiny startup, or a huge construction company. The rules and the principles are exactly the same for all of them. Now here is the most crucial point. Companies that you can buy stock in, publicly listed companies, are legally required to speak this language to us, to the public. They have to publish their financial results on a regular basis, and that makes all this information available to everybody. It's not hidden away, you just need to know how to read it. So, if accounting is the language, what are the most important phrases we need to know to get by? Well, they come in the form of 3 key documents, what we call statements. That's it, just 3. To get started, you don't need to memorize a whole dictionary. You really just need to master these 3 fundamental reports. Once you understand what each one is telling you, you'll be light years ahead of most people out there. So here they are, the big 3, the balance sheet, the income statement, and the cash flow statement. Think of them like this. There are 3 different ways of looking at the very same business. The balance sheet is like a snapshot. It freezes a single moment in time and tells you what a company owns and what it owes. It's the foundation. Then you have the income statement. This isn't a snapshot. It's more like a video. It shows you if a company made or lost money over a period of time, like a few months or a whole year. And finally, you have the cash flow statement. This one's the detective. It follows the actual cash. It shows you exactly where the money came from and where it went. It's the ultimate reality check. So why does this all matter? Because once you learn how to read these 3 statements together, it's like you gain a superpower. You can look right past all the hype on the news and see what's really going on. Is this company actually making money? Is it drowning in debt? Is it generating real cash?
This is how you make a smart, educated decision about where to put your hard-earned money.
Okay, so we know the language, we know the three most important phrases. But if these statements are our map, where do we actually go to find the map itself?
This is probably the most common question I get, and it's understandable. It feels like this stuff must be locked away in some secret vault that only Wall Street experts can get to, right? Nope. It is right there, out in plain sight, for absolutely everyone. It's actually way more straightforward than you'd think. You just start with a simple Google search for the company, head to their official website, and then you just have to look for a little tab that says something like Investor Relations. Just about every public company has one, and inside there, you'll find what you're looking for. Their annual reports, which have all three financial statements we've been talking about. It really is that simple. And you know what? Let me give you a little pro tip, a shortcut to make it even easier. You can usually skip all those steps. Just go right to Google and type the company's name, followed by the words annual report. That's it. That little trick will almost always give you a direct link to their latest, most recent report. Now, if you want to be a real detective and look back at how the company has been doing over several years, which, by the way, is a fantastic idea, then you want to use that main method we just talked about to go to their website and find all the older reports. All right, let's wrap this up. What's the single most important thing I want you to walk away with from all of this? I want you to remember that feeling I had being lost on the side of a road in Tokyo, that feeling of being totally helpless. Well, that's over. That's not you anymore. You are no longer that lost tourist. You now know there is a language of business. You know the three most important phrases you need, and you have a map that shows you exactly where to find your way. So I'll leave you with this one last question. That entire library of business stories, it's now open to you. You have the key. You have the map. The only question left is, which company's story are you going to read first?
All right, today we're going to tackle a term that can sound a little intimidating, the balance sheet. But I want you to forget all about dusty old accounting books. We're going to see the balance sheet for what it really is, an incredibly powerful tool that gives you a snapshot of the financial health of a person or a whole business in a single glance. So let's jump right in.
So let me ask you something. If you could pull out your phone right now and have your finances take a selfie, what would that picture actually look like? What would you see in that one single moment? Well, that picture, that snapshot in time, that is exactly what a balance sheet is. It's your financial selfie.
So here's the game plan for this explainer. We're going to start with that financial selfie idea, just to get our heads around it. Then we'll break down the basics with a really simple personal example. After that, we'll see how all this scales up to businesses, and we'll discover how different balance sheets tell completely different stories. Then we'll get into the really cool stuff, the power of ratios, and we'll wrap it all up with two simple questions you can ask about any balance sheet you ever come across.
You know, at its heart, a balance sheet is actually incredibly simple. It's just a list of two things, all the stuff you own and all the stuff you owe. And here's the really important part. It's for one specific moment in time, like midnight on December 31st, or even right this second. It's not a movie showing your money over a year, it's a single photograph.
Every single balance sheet, I don't care if it's for you or for a giant company like Apple, is built on three main pillars. First up, you've got assets. That's all the things you own of value, your cash, your house, your phone. Second, you have liabilities. That's everything you owe, credit card debt, a car loan, you name it. And finally, there's equity. Equity is simply what's left over when you subtract what you owe from what you own. At the end of the day, that's your true net worth.
Okay, to make all this stuff really stick, we need a real-world example. So let's meet Tommy. We're going to build his personal balance sheet from the ground up, just to see these ideas in action. Trust me, using a simple, relatable example like this is the absolute best way to get comfortable with the language of finance.
First things first, let's look at all the stuff Tommy owns, starting with his current assets. Now, you can think of these as his most liquid possessions, and all that means is that they're things he could pretty easily sell for cash or use up within about a year.
All right, let's run the numbers. His cash in the bank is easy, that's $3,000. But now look at the values for his iPhone, his clothes, and his laptop. This is super important. We're not talking about what he paid for them. We're talking about their estimated value today. What could he realistically get if he sold them on the open market right now? That's the number that goes on the balance sheet.
But of course, that's not the whole story. Now we need to add in his non-current assets. These are the bigger ticket items that he's going to own for more than a year, like his car and his house. So you add his current assets and his non-current assets together, and boom,
Tommy's total assets are $515,700. If he's sold every single thing he owned, that's the pile of cash he'd be sitting on.
But, as we all know, owning stuff is only one side of the coin. Now we have to look at what he owes. These are his liabilities. And just like with assets, we break them down into two types. Current liabilities, which are debts he needs to pay off pretty soon, and non-current liabilities, which are his longer-term debts.
So here's Tommy's list of debts. You see he's got his credit card bills and, yep, that loan from his mother-in-law. Those need to be paid back within the year, so those are his current liabilities. Then you've got the big ones, the house loan and the car loan. Those are long-term, so they're non-current. All told, he owes a total of $409,500.
And this, right here, this brings us to the fundamental equation of accounting. It's the magic formula, the key to this whole thing. To find out what any person or any business is truly worth, you just take everything they own, their assets, and you subtract everything they owe, their liabilities. What's left over, that's their equity, their net worth.
So let's do the math for our friend Tommy. We take his $515,700 in assets, we subtract his $409,500 in liabilities, and we're left with $106,200. And there it is. That's his equity. That is his personal net worth at this one specific moment in time.
All right, so you've totally got the personal balance sheet down. Now, let's level up. We're going to see how these exact same principles apply when we're talking about a business. So let's take a look at the financial story of Wong's Restaurant.
You see, the concepts are identical. It's just the words that get a little more formal. This shows the parallels perfectly. Tommy's iPhone is a personal asset, right? While Wong's kitchen equipment is a business asset. Tommy's loan from family is a liability. Wong's long-term bank debt is just a more formal business liability. And your personal savings. That's kind of like what a business calls its retained earnings. Same idea, different label.
So here's the top-level summary for Wong's Restaurant. You see the exact same three parts. Total assets of $120,000, and that's funded by $70,000 in liabilities and $50,000 in equity. And notice how it balances. The assets on one side, $120K, are perfectly equal to the liabilities and equity on the other side, which is $70K plus $50K.
Okay, let's just quickly knock out a few of these new business terms so they're not so intimidating. Accounts receivable. That's just money that customers owe to the restaurant. Inventory is simple. That's all the raw ingredients and supplies they have on hand. Accounts payable is the opposite of receivable. It's the money that Wong's owes to its suppliers. And retained earnings are just the profits from past years that have been plowed back into the company to help it grow.
Now this is where it gets really cool. What's truly fascinating is that once you know how to read a balance sheet, you can start to see what kind of business you're looking at just from the numbers. The kinds of assets a company has on its books tell you a story about how it actually operates.
Let's compare two totally different businesses. On the left, you've got Ahmed. He runs a consultancy. His business is his brain, so he has very few physical assets. But now look at Jane's construction company on the right. It's what we'd call asset heavy. She's got tons of inventory, like steel and bricks, plus a massive amount of money tied up in heavy equipment and land. Their financial selfies look completely different because their businesses are fundamentally different.
Okay, so we're going to kick it up another notch. It's not enough to just look at the numbers on a balance sheet and read them. To really understand what's going on, we need to analyze them. And one of the most important things you can possibly analyze is a company's debt.
So let me ask you a question. Who's in more financial trouble here? Ms. Greenfield, who has $30,000 in debt, or Ms. Priscilla, who has a staggering $60 million in debt? I mean, at first glance, you'd say Ms. Priscilla, no question. But then you look at their net worth. Ms. Greenfield's debt is 10 times her entire net worth. Ms. Priscilla's debt, on the other hand, is a tiny, tiny fraction of hers. The point is, the absolute number is meaningless. It's the debt relative to your net worth that really matters.
And to figure this out professionally, we use a simple but super powerful tool called the debt-to-equity ratio. The calculation is dead simple. You just take a company's total liabilities and divide them by its total equity. This gives you a single percentage that tells you, in a nutshell, how much a company is relying on debt versus its own money to finance its operations.
So let's put this ratio to work on our three businesses. Now remember Jane's construction company? It had the most debt in raw dollars, by far, but its ratio is actually a pretty healthy 38%. Ahmed's consultancy is even lower, at 33%. But look at Wong's Restaurant. Its debt is equal to its equity, so its ratio is 100%.
This one number tells us that, relative to its size, Wong's is actually carrying the most financial risk of all three.
We've covered a ton of ground, I know, so I want to boil all of this down to the most important takeaways. When you look at any balance sheet from now on, I want you to immediately ask two key questions.
First, is the company's net worth, its equity, actually growing year after year? You don't want to see it flat or going down. You want to see a clear trend of the business becoming richer over time. And second, is its debt manageable? And you can answer that by checking that debt-to-equity ratio we just talked about. As a general rule of thumb, anything below 50% is usually considered pretty healthy.
And just like that, you have the fundamental skills to look at any company's financial selfie and actually understand the story it's telling. You can see its strengths, you can see its weaknesses, and you can see the very nature of its business. The only question left is, what story are you going to choose to uncover next?
All right, let's get right into it. Today, we're taking a deep dive into what I think is one of the most powerful documents in business, the income statement. And I know, you hear income statement and you might think boring spreadsheets, but trust me, it's not. This thing is the official report card for any business. It tells you, in plain black and white, whether a company is at the top of its class or, well, failing miserably.
So let me just start by asking you this. What really makes a business a success? Is it just about having huge sales numbers or a cool product that everyone's talking about? The thing is, one number on its own, it almost never tells you the real story. To truly get a sense of a company's health, you've got to look deeper. And the income statement, that's our magnifying glass.
And here's the best part. You actually already get the main idea behind an income statement. I promise you do. Because it works on the exact same logic you use to manage your own money every single month.
I mean, look at this. On the left, you've got your personal budget. Simple, right? It's the money you bring in minus all the money you spend. And what's left over? That's your savings. Well, a business income statement is the exact same thing, just with slightly fancier words. Revenue is the money it makes, expenses is the money it spends, and what's left? That's the net profit. See? You're already halfway there.
So, to put an official definition on it, the income statement is just a financial report that shows whether a business is in the black or in the red over a certain amount of time, usually a quarter or a full year. It really is the official no-fluff report card that tells you exactly how a company did. Now, to see how this all works in the real world, we're going to look at the report cards for three totally different businesses. We've got a restaurant, a consulting firm, and a construction company. So let's meet our contenders and see how they did back in 2018. First up, we've got Wong's Restaurant. You can picture it, right? A classic local spot. So, after he paid for all the ingredients, the rent, the staff, the taxes, everything, what was his final grade for the year? His net profit was
$5,000. Okay, not bad. It's a positive number. He's in the black. That's a solid year for a small restaurant.
Okay, next up is Ahmed's Consultancy. Now, this is a totally different kind of business, right? It's service-based, so he doesn't have a lot of the same cost as a restaurant. After all his bills were paid, his net profit turned out to be $15,000. Whoa. Okay, so that's a pretty big jump. That's 3 times what Wong's Restaurant made. A very, very good year for Ahmed. And now for our final contender, Jane's Construction. Now, this is a whole different beast. We're talking a big operation, millions of dollars in revenue, but also, you guessed it, huge expenses. Materials, heavy equipment, a big crew. So when all the dust settled at the end of the year, what was her final number? $520,000. Okay, that's not even in the same league. It absolutely blows the other two out of the water. So just looking at these 3 numbers, it seems like a total no-brainer, doesn't it? Jane's is the winner, hands down, case closed. But is it really that simple? Because a single year, one report card, can be incredibly misleading. One of the most important things in business and in investing is consistency. Think about it for a second. If a student gets a perfect score on one test, but then fails half their other exams, would you really call them the best student in the class? Of course not. You have to look at their performance over time. So let's pull back and look at the 10-year report card. And wow, this changes everything. Just look at Wong's business. It's like a rock. Every single year, right around that $4,000 to $5,000 mark. Now look at Ahmed's. It's this beautiful, steady climb from just $300 10 years ago all the way up to $15,000. That is textbook growth. And then you've got Jane. I mean, yes, the high points are unbelievable, $800,000, $700,000. But look at the lows. A loss of $500,000 one year, another year, a $300,000 loss. That's gotta hurt.
So, what this long-term view really gives us is a personality for each company. Wong's is stable and mature. Ahmed's is all about strong, consistent growth. And Jane's? Her business is what we call cyclical. It's totally unpredictable. As an investor, that kind of ride can be exciting, for sure, but it can also be absolutely terrifying.
But hold on, we're not done just yet. There's one more really critical layer we need to peel back. See, it's not just about how much money you make. It's about how efficiently you make it. In other words, how good is the business at turning the money invested in it into actual profits? And for that, we have an amazing metric called return on equity, or ROE. The easiest way to think about it is this. Equity is all the money that the owners and investors have put into the business over the years. ROE tells us, for every single dollar of that equity, how many cents of profit the company kicked out. It's the ultimate efficiency score. And look, if you're an investor, this is your money tied up in that company's equity. So if the company isn't paying that profit back to you in dividends, you better believe they need to be making really, really good use of it. ROE is how we check their work.
So now, let's look at the 10-year ROE for our three businesses. And this, right here, this is the real climax of the story. Wong's is steady, respectable, around 10 to 12%. Jane's? It's a complete roller coaster, a huge 70% return one year, then a devastating negative 52% loss. But then, just look at Ahmed. His ROE is consistently, unbelievably high. Almost every single year it's above 30%, and a lot of the time it's over 40%.
This chart just makes it crystal clear. Any business that can consistently deliver an ROE of 15% or more is considered excellent. Wong is a solid, good business, but he's just a bit below that benchmark. Jane has some mind-blowing years, but also some absolute disasters. But Ahmed is the model of efficiency. He consistently generates an incredible return on the money invested in his business. And the most important part, it's predictable. So we've gone from one simple, pretty misleading profit number all the way to a much deeper, smarter way of looking at a business's health. And we can boil all of this down into a really practical tool, a checklist of 4 questions you should ask before you ever think about investing in a company. Here it is. The first 2 questions, we actually find the answers on a different report, the balance sheet. But the last 2, the ones we've really hammered on today, they come right from what we've been looking at. Is the business profitable, consistently, over 10 years? And is its return on equity consistently high? If you can answer these 4 questions, you'll have an incredibly powerful picture of a company's real strength. Which brings us all the way back to the beginning. Which business is the best? Well, as you can see, the answer isn't so simple. It really depends on what you want as an investor. If you want something stable and predictable, Wong's might be for you. If you want a business that's just masterfully run and growing like crazy, Ahmed is the obvious star. And hey, if you've got a stomach for high risk and you're chasing that huge payday, maybe you're drawn to Jane's business, knowing full well it could all go south. Because in the end, analyzing a company's report card, it kind of forces you to analyze yourself. It makes you ask the big questions. What are my goals? How much risk am I truly comfortable with? Am I looking for stability, for growth, or for a high-stakes bet? The numbers tell a fascinating story, for sure, but you're the one who has to decide which story you want to be a part of.
All right, welcome to The Explainer. You know, when we look at a company, we always hear about profit, right? But what if I told you there's another financial document, a secret weapon, really, that tells you what's actually going on with the money? We're talking about the cash flow statement.
So let me ask you a question right off the bat. Is it possible for a company that's reporting record-breaking profits to actually go bankrupt? It sounds crazy, but the answer is a resounding and frankly a kind of scary yes. And that's because that big, flashy number we call profit doesn't even come close to telling the whole story about a company's real health. And here's where the problem really starts. You see, the income statement, that's the report that gives us the profit number, it kind of operates on, let's call them paper promises. It'll record a sale the very second it's made, even if the cash isn't going to show up for months. Your bank account, though, well, that deals in cold, hard reality. It only cares about what's actually there. The cash flow statement, that's our hero today. It's the essential bridge that connects that world of promises to the world of actual cash. Okay, so here's our roadmap for today. First, we're going to really dig into why profit isn't the same as cash. Then we're going to put on our detective hats and dissect a real statement, line by line, so you can see how it works. After that, we'll look at 3 different businesses and see the incredible stories their cash flow tells over time. We'll also zero in on the one number that I think matters most to investors, and we'll wrap it all up with a simple checklist you can use yourself. So, what's behind this huge disconnect? Well, it comes down to how most businesses do their accounting. They use something called the accrual basis. Now, that sounds like a fancy term, but the idea is actually pretty simple. Companies record revenues when they earn them and expenses when they get them, and this is the important part, regardless of when money actually changes hands. And this system creates a gap between profit and cash for really 3 main reasons. First up is uncollected revenue. So imagine you're a tutor. You do the work in March, you send the invoice, you've earned it, so you record it as profit. But what if the parent doesn't actually pay you until April? See? The profit is on the books, but your bank account is still empty. Then there's the flip side, unpaid expenses. This is your credit card, basically. You buy a shiny new laptop today. The expense is noted right away, but the cash doesn't actually leave your account until you pay that bill at the end of the month. And finally, you've got these big cash events that have absolutely nothing to do with day-to-day profit. I mean, getting a giant loan from the bank, your account is flooded with cash, but that's not profit, is it? It's debt. Okay, to really make this crystal clear, let's stop talking theory, let's get our hands dirty and dissect the cash flow statement for a real business. We'll use a case study called Wong's Restaurant. This is going to show us exactly how a company connects that on-paper profit to its real cash balance. All right, before we dive into the nitty-gritty, this chart gives us a fantastic bird's-eye view. See, every cash flow statement is broken down into these 3 core activities. First, you've got operating activities. That's the cash coming from the main business, selling food. Second is investing. This is cash spent on big-ticket items for the future, like a new kitchen. And third, financing. That's all about how the business is funded, like from loans or investors. And right away, a story starts to form, doesn't it? Wong's Restaurant is just cranking out cash from its day-to-day operations, and it's using that cash to invest back into the business and pay down its debts. That looks pretty healthy. Okay, now for the really cool part. This is where the magic happens. We start with the net income, which you can see is $5,000. That number is pulled straight from the profit and loss statement. But look at the bottom line. The actual cash generated from operations was a whopping $17,000. So how on earth is that possible? Well, the secret is in these little adjustments we're about to walk through. So that first adjustment is for something called depreciation. And all this is a non-cash expense. Just think about it this way. Years ago, Wong paid a bunch of cash for his ovens and refrigerators. Now his accountant, for tax purposes, spreads that initial cost out over several years. This year, he recorded $2,000 in depreciation. That lowered his official profit, and this is the key, no actual cash left his bank account this year for it. The cash was spent long ago. So to get back to a true picture of the cash, we have to add that $2,000 right back in. Okay, next up, receivables. The easiest way to think about these is just as IOUs from your customers. So Wong's $5,000 profit number includes $10,000 from big catering jobs he's already done. The problem? The clients haven't paid him yet. So while that profit exists on paper, the cash just isn't in the bank. To get back to reality, we have to subtract that $10,000. And exactly the opposite is true for payables. These are the bills Wong owes to his suppliers. He got $20,000 worth of food and supplies delivered. That was counted as an expense, which of course lowered his profit. But here's the kicker. He hasn't paid the bill yet. That 20 grand is still sitting in his bank account. So we have to add it back. And you can see, this one adjustment is the single biggest reason his cash flow looks so much better than his profit. The other 2 sections here are a lot more straightforward. Investing activities is just tracking the cash used to buy long-term stuff. Think a new delivery van or any cash he got from selling old equipment. Then you have financing activities, and that's all about where the money comes from. We can see Wong paid back $1,000 on a bank loan and paid out another $1,000 in dividends to himself as the owner. In both cases, that's cash leaving the business. Now, this is where things get really powerful. Because looking at 1 year is like seeing a single photo. But tracking cash flow over a decade, That's like watching the entire movie. So let's watch the movies for Wong and two other business owners, Ahmed and Jane. So this chart shows us the cash they're generating from their main business. And you can see Wong is just a model of consistency. Jane, on the other hand, is a bit of a roller coaster. But look closely at Ahmed. He's the real puzzle here. Notice how for the first few years, his business was actually burning through cash. It was negative.
Okay, now let's overlay their reported profits for the same time. Again, Wong is stable, Jane is all over the place. But here is the central mystery. Look at Ahmed. His business is showing a profit every single year. So how in the world can a business be profitable while it's consistently losing cash? What was really going on there?
Well, the cash flow statement gave us the clue we needed. It pointed to a critical flaw in his business model. See, Ahmed explained that in those early days, he was making a lot of sales to smaller customers who, it turns out, just weren't paying their bills on time, or in some cases, at all. So his profit was really just a pile of uncollected IOUs. Then, in 2013, he made a huge change. He pivoted. He started going after bigger, more reliable clients, and crucially demanded better payment terms. And just look at the chart. The change is immediate and dramatic.
So you see, the cash flow statements told us three completely different stories that profit alone never could. Wong is the steady producer, just a reliable cash machine, perfect for someone who wants dividends. Ahmed is the great turnaround story. The cash flow numbers flagged a fatal flaw that, thankfully, he managed to fix. And Jane is the cyclical player. Her business is tied to the wild ups and downs of her industry, making her a much, much riskier bet.
Okay, so after all that, if you only have 30 seconds to look at a company's financials, what's the one number you should zoom in on? The one that cuts through all the noise? Well, for my money, it's something called free cash flow.
You've probably heard the old saying in business, profit is an opinion, but cash is a fact. And it's so true. You can play around with accounting rules to shape an opinion of profit, but you can't really argue with the amount of cold, hard cash sitting in the bank. And the most important cash fact of all is free cash flow.
So what exactly is it? It's actually a really simple and powerful idea. Free cash flow is the cash a company generates from its operations, minus the money it has to spend just to maintain the business, replacing old computers, fixing the roof. The cash that's left over after that, that's what's truly free to be used for things that actually reward the owners and shareholders, like paying dividends, buying back stock, or funding a big expansion. And sure enough, when we plot the free cash flow for our three businesses, the stories we already uncovered just get clearer. Wong is consistently positive, a great sign. Jane is that same roller coaster. And Ahmed's incredible journey from burning cash to generating lots of it, well, it's captured perfectly in his free cash flow turnaround.
Okay, so how can you take all this and put it into practice? Let's bring everything together into a simple but really powerful checklist you can use to analyze the health of any business you're looking at. All right. Here it is, a simple 5-point checklist. You just ask yourself these questions. 1, is the company's net worth actually going up? 2, is it financed responsibly? We're looking for debt that's less than half of its equity. 3, are its profits on a nice, steady upward trend over the last 10 years? 4, is management actually good at using money to make more money? We want to see a high return on equity. And finally, number 5, the big one we've been talking about today, does the company generate positive free cash flow? This last question is your reality check. It makes sure those profits you see are backed by real, actual cash. The more yeses you can tick off on this list, the better shape the business is in.
So from now on, whenever you see a headline about a company's record-breaking profits, you'll know to dig a little deeper, won't you? You'll know to look for the real story, the one that only the cash can tell. So my question for you is, which financial statement are you going to look at first?
If there's one skill, just one, that every single investor has to master, it's valuation. It is the absolute core of making smart moves with your money. But my first real lesson on this, well, it didn't come from a tech stop. It came from the battlefield. I'll never forget it. I was a young Army officer, and my unit was about to move into let's just say, a very tense area. Every bit of my training, every instinct in my body was screaming at me to call for backup, to get that air support ready. To me, it was just common sense. You protect your people. And that was the response that crackled back over the radio. I was stunned. Waste our rounds? I mean, what could possibly be more important than covering us on the ground? It was a real shock to the system, a moment that completely changed how I thought about strategy. I just had to ask. The words just sort of hung there in the air. High payoff targets. It wasn't just a refusal, it was a philosophy, and I needed to understand the thinking behind a decision that, at that moment, felt completely wrong. His explanation was crystal clear. It was a masterclass in strategy. He said, look, our ammunition is limited. We can't just fire at everything that moves. Our job isn't to make the most noise, it's to make the biggest impact. We save our firepower for the targets that can do the most damage to us.
And you can actually break down that battlefield logic into this incredibly powerful 4-step process. First, you have to know what you've got, assess your limited resources. Second, you identify the targets that really matter, the high-impact ones. Third, you match the right weapon to the right target. And finally, you act decisively. You execute on that high-payoff opportunity. It's a system, not just a gut feeling.
Okay, so you're probably wondering, what does an old war story have to do with investing? Well, it has everything to do with it, because that exact same strategic mindset is what separates successful investors from everyone else. The battlefield is different, sure, but the principle is exactly the same. And this is where it all connects. Think about it. In investing, your cash, that's your ammunition. It's finite. You can't just spray it everywhere and hope for the best. You have to aim it. You have to conserve it for the high firepower enemies. Those are the high return stocks. Your goal is to find those high payoff targets, the truly smart investments.
And this whole strategy, this way of thinking, actually has a name. It's called value investing. And the core idea is beautiful in its simplicity. You find the ultimate high payoff target by buying something for less than it's actually worth. That's it. The profit is made when you buy, not just when you sell.
Let's make this even simpler. Forget about stocks and spreadsheets for a second. Let's say I came to you with a deal. I've got a stack of $1 bills, and I'll sell them to you for 50 cents each. So, how many would you buy?
Yeah, it's a no-brainer, right? You'd probably say, as many as I can possibly get my hands on. You'd empty your wallet, you'd call your friends. And why? Because the value is obvious. The payoff is guaranteed. You're literally doubling your money on the spot.
And listen, this isn't some newfangled idea. This concept has been around for a long time. It's called value investing, and it was developed way back in the 1920s by the godfathers of financial analysis, Benjamin Graham and David Dodd. They literally wrote the book on this stuff.
And that really is the whole secret. That simple concept, buying $1 for 50 cents. That's what stock valuation is all about. All the complex math, all the research, it all boils down to answering two simple questions. First, what is this thing really worth? And second, can I buy it for a whole lot less than that? So let's just boil this all down. Here's what you need to take away. Number 1, your cash is your ammunition. Treat it with respect. Number 2, your job is to always be on the hunt for those high payoff targets. 3, the best target is something you can buy for less than it's truly worth. And finally, number 4, getting good at this, the skill evaluation, it's the most powerful thing you can do for your financial future, period.
So now you get it. You have the mindset. You understand the principle of the artillery officer and the value investor. The only question left is, what's your first high payoff target going to be?
All right, today we're going to crack open the playbook of a true Wall Street legend, Benjamin Graham. We're going to explore one of his most powerful and honestly most misunderstood techniques for finding companies that are just dirt cheap. It's a method he called net-net investing, and believe me, it flips the usual way of looking at stocks completely on its head. So let's dive right in.
Let me start by asking you a question, and it's a bit of a weird one. What if a company was actually worth more dead than alive? I mean, what if you could buy the whole thing, shut the doors for good, sell off everything inside, pay back every penny it owed, and still have cash left over in your pocket? I know, it sounds almost too good to be true, right? But that's the exact counterintuitive idea we're going to unpack.
So, who was the genius behind this wild idea? None other than Benjamin Graham. You've probably heard of him, the father of value investing, the guy who mentored Warren Buffett. Now, Graham wasn't chasing the next hot tech stock. Having lived through the Great Depression, he was more like a financial detective. He was hunting for ironclad, undeniable value where nobody else was even looking. And this net-net strategy, well, this was his secret weapon for finding incredible bargains hiding in plain sight. Okay, so what is net-net investing, really? To put it simply, it's buying a company's stock for less than its fire sale value. Think about it like this. You're buying $1 worth of easily sellable assets for maybe
50 or 60 cents. And the actual business, the brand, the operations, the whole shebang, that's basically thrown in for free. It is an incredibly conservative approach that only cares about the tangible stuff you could sell off if the company just vanished tomorrow.
You know, this whole concept of liquidation reminds me of a classic and, yeah, a kind of corny investing joke. Who was the greatest investor of all time? Noah. Why? Because while the rest of the world was in liquidation, he managed to float his stock. Okay, I know, it's a bit of a groaner, but it really does capture the spirit of what Graham was all about. Finding investments that could survive any storm, even a total wipeout.
So that's the big idea. But how do we actually find these companies? How do we calculate this rock bottom liquidation price? Well, this is where we roll up our sleeves and get practical. We're going to start looking at a company's balance sheet, not as some boring accounting document, but as a treasure map. And it's a map that can lead us straight to these hidden gems.
And the key to this treasure map is a simple formula: net current asset value, or NCAV for short. Now, here's what's so brilliant and so incredibly cautious about Graham's approach. He defines NCAV as current assets minus total liabilities. Notice what's missing? He completely ignores long-term assets like buildings, factories, equipment. He just tosses them out of the calculation. He's only counting the stuff that can be turned into cash pretty quickly, like cash in the bank, what customers owe, and inventory on the shelves. And from that, he subtracts all the debt, short and long-term. What you're left with is an ultra-cautious, worst-case scenario valuation.
Theory is great and all, but let's see how this thing actually works in the real world. We're going to apply this net test to 3 totally different companies. We'll see which ones might be worth a closer look and which ones fail right out of the gate. First up, we've got Wong's Restaurant. Now, you're looking at its balance sheet here. Don't get overwhelmed by all the numbers. For our mission, we only need to zoom in on 2 specific lines: current assets and total liabilities. That's it. Okay, let's run the numbers together. The current assets, all that quick cash and inventory, add up to $40,000. But, and this is a big but, the total liabilities, everything the restaurant owes, is $70,000. You plug that into the formula and you get negative $30,000. Yikes! That means even if Wong sold off all its easy-to-sell stuff, it still couldn't even pay its bills. That is a massive red flag. Wong's is a non-starter. It's out.
All right, let's shake that one off and move to our second company. This is Ahmed's Consultancy. Totally different business, totally different set of numbers. Let's see if it fares any better. Let's run the test.
Now we're talking. Okay, look at this. Ahmed's has $50,000 in current assets and only $15,000 in total debt. That gives us a positive net current asset value of $35,000. This is what we're looking for. It means, in theory, if the business shut down today, paid off everyone it owed, there would still be $35,000 in liquid assets left over for the owners. Ahmed's Consultancy passes the first test. It's still in the game. And for our final candidate, we have Jean's Construction. This is a much bigger business. The numbers are way larger. But does bigger automatically mean better when we're hunting for nets? Let's find out. Let's plug them in. We've got $700,000 in current assets. We subtract $650,000 in total liabilities, and that leaves us with a positive NCAV of $50,000. So just like Ahmed's, Jane's Construction also passes our first hurdle. Okay, so now we have 2 potential contenders. And this chart just makes it crystal clear, doesn't it? You can see Wong's Restaurant way down there in the red. That's an easy no. But Ahmed's and Jane's are both sitting pretty in the green, both showing a positive liquidation value. They've made it to the next round. Okay, this is great. We know what the company's worth in a fire sale. But let's be real, you and I, we aren't buying the whole company. We're buying little pieces of it called shares. So the next absolutely crucial step is to figure out what all this means for a single share of stock. We've got to bring this down to a number that actually matters to us. And thankfully, the math here is super simple. You just take that liquidation value we found, that NCAV, and you divide it by the total number of shares the company has. That's it. It tells you exactly what your little slice of the pie is worth. So for Ahmed's Consultancy, we take our $35,000 NCAV, divide by 35,000 shares, and that comes out to a nice clean $1 per share. So when we do that quick calculation for all 3 companies, here's where we land. Wong's, no surprise, has a negative value. But look at our 2 contenders. Ahmed's has a liquidation value of $1 per share, and Jane's Construction comes in at $2.50 per share. Now these
These are the hard numbers, our rock bottom valuation that we can finally start working with. Now, you're probably thinking, great, I'll just buy Ahmed's stock as long as it's under $1. Whoa, not so fast. That's not how Graham played the game. He knew that the world is messy and things can go wrong, so he insisted on using what he called the single most important concept in all of investing, the margin of safety. And you don't have to take my word for it. Let's just absorb what the man himself said. A true margin of safety is one that can be demonstrated by figures. Did you catch that? By figures. This isn't a gut feeling. It's not wishful thinking. It's a real, quantifiable buffer that protects you from bad luck, from your own mistakes, from the crazy swings of the market. It's what separates real investing from pure gambling. This chart shows the idea perfectly. See that line at the top? That's our calculated value, our $1 per share valuation for Ahmed's, for instance. But we are not buying the stock up there. No way. We wait. We are only interested if the price drops way down into that green shaded area at the bottom. That's the margin of safety zone. That buffer is our protection. That's our cushion.
So, the big question is, how big of a cushion do you need? Well, Graham gave us a fantastic rule of thumb. He said you should pay no more than 2/3 of that net current asset value. So for Ahmed's consultancy, with its $1 per share value, our absolute maximum buy price is 66 cents. That's it. By demanding that 33% discount, you're not just getting a bargain, you're building a fortress around your investment. So there you have it, a really powerful quantitative tool for your investing toolbox. But, and this is a really, really important but, as we start to wrap up, you've got to remember that investing isn't just a math problem. There's an art to it too, and that art involves understanding the risks. Look, even with a massive margin of safety, things can still go sideways. Let's be honest, a company that's this cheap is usually cheap for a good reason. What if it's just burning through cash? That safety net you so carefully calculated could be shrinking every single day. And what about the people in charge? Is management actually trying to fix things, or are they just cashing their paychecks while the company circles the drain? This is not a foolproof system. And that all leads us to our final and maybe the most crucial question of all. Think of Graham's formula as a powerful flashlight. It can help you spot something glittering in a dark, forgotten corner of the market, but it's still up to you to do the work to figure out if you've found a hidden diamond or just a worthless piece of broken glass. You have the tool now, but having the wisdom to use it correctly, that's the real investment.
All right, let's talk about something that every single investor dreams of, finding that hidden gem, that stock that's a true bargain hiding in plain sight. But how do you actually do it? How do you know if a stock is genuinely undervalued or if it's just, well, cheap for a reason? There's a powerful old-school tool that value investors have been using for ages to answer exactly that question. It's called the price-to-book ratio. And today we're going to tear it apart, see how it works, and figure out how you can use it to find some real deals. Let's jump in.
So here's our game plan. First, we'll dive into the value investor's secret weapon, book value itself. Then we're going to roll up our sleeves and actually calculate it for a few different companies. After that, we'll talk about something absolutely crucial called the margin of safety. Then we'll see how this whole thing plays out in the real world with some companies you definitely know. And finally, we'll wrap it all up with the key things you need to remember.
Okay, so let's get right to the core of it. The entire philosophy of value investing is built on one big idea, that a company's stock price and its actual worth are two totally different things. And the first step to figuring out that actual worth is understanding this concept of book value.
I mean, this is it, right? This is the fundamental question. How do you cut through all the market noise, all the daily chatter, and see if there's a real opportunity? Value investors will tell you that the answer isn't in the headlines or the hype. It's buried in the numbers, specifically on a company's balance sheet.
The best way to think about book value is to imagine this scenario. What if a company just shut down tomorrow? That's it. Closed up shop. They sell off everything they own, the buildings, the computers, the inventory, all of it, and collect all the cash. Then they take that pile of money and pay off every single penny they owe to anyone. The cash that's left over, that's the book value. It's the rock-bottom tangible worth of the company. Now you'll hear it called a few different things: net asset value, equity, net worth. Don't let the jargon fool you. It all means the exact same thing.
All right, that's theory. But theory is only useful if we can put it into practice. So let's get our hands dirty and actually run the numbers for three completely different kinds of businesses.
You're going to see that this is way, way simpler than it sounds.
First up, let's take a look at Wong's restaurant. On the left side of the balance sheet, you see everything the restaurant owns, its assets. You add it all up, the cash, the kitchen equipment, the furniture, and it comes to $120,000. Now, on the right side, you've got everything it owes, its liabilities. That totals up to $70,000. The math from here is as easy as it gets. Total assets minus total liabilities leaves $50,000. That's it. That's the total equity, the book value.
Okay, next example, Ahmed's consultancy. Now, you can see right away, this is a totally different kind of business. He doesn't have a ton of physical equipment. His assets are mostly cash and money that clients owe him. But here's the beautiful part. The principle is exactly the same. You take his $60,000 in assets, subtract his $15,000 in liabilities, and you get his total equity of $45,000. The method doesn't change. Now for our final example, let's look at a really asset-heavy business, Jane's Construction. I mean, just look at these numbers. She has massive assets like heavy equipment and land, worth over $1 million combined. Her total assets are almost $2 million. And even though she has some pretty big liabilities, her total equity, her book value, is a whopping $1.3 million.
So after seeing those three examples, you can see it really just boils down to a simple two-step process. Step 1, you do what we just did. You find the company's total equity. Step 2, you take that number and you divide it by the number of shares the company has out there. And that's what gives you the magic number we can actually use, the book value per share.
And when we actually do that math for our three businesses, here's what we find. Wong's restaurant has a book value of exactly $5 per share. Ahmed's is way down at $1.29, which makes total sense, right? His business isn't about physical stuff. And then there's Jane's Construction, with all that heavy equipment coming in at an incredible $65 per share. These numbers represent the fundamental underlying value of one single share in each of these companies.
Okay, this next part is absolutely critical. Knowing a company's value is one thing, but being a smart investor is another. You see, smart investors are bargain hunters. They demand a discount. They need a buffer, a cushion, just in case things go wrong. And that cushion has a name, the margin of safety.
There's this great little story about a woman bragging to her friends about her husband. She says, "You know, I'm the one who made him a multimillionaire." And her friends ask, "Oh, really? What was he before he met you?" And she says, "A multi-billionaire." It's a funny line, but it makes a deadly serious point for investors. A company's net worth can go down. Things can go wrong, and you need to protect yourself from that possibility.
That protection is your margin of safety. It's your financial seatbelt. It's what saves you if you made a mistake in your calculations or if the company unexpectedly hits a rough patch. Now, a very common rule of thumb for value investors is to aim for at least a 20% discount to book value. The goal is simple. You never want to pay full price. You want to buy it on sale.
And that 20% discount brings us to our key number for this entire strategy, 0.8. Think about it. If you want a 20% discount, that means you're only willing to pay a maximum of 80% of the company's value. 80% is 0.8. This is our ceiling. This is the number that tells us if a stock is in the bargain bin.
So here's how we turn that number into a simple, powerful formula. We want the stock's price divided by its book value per share to be less than or equal to 0.8. So let's go back to Wong's restaurant. We know its book value is $5 a share. We just plug that into our formula. A little bit of simple math tells us that our target entry price, the maximum we're willing to pay, is $4. If the stock is selling for $4 or less, it meets our margin of safety rule. It's a potential buy.
Okay, so we've got the theory, we've got the math, we've got our margin of safety, but now we have to talk about the real world. Because this tool, as powerful as it is kind of like a specialized wrench. It works brilliantly for certain jobs, and it's totally useless for others. You've got to know when to pull it out of the toolbox.
Let's think back to Ahmed's consultancy again. His real value is his reputation, his client list, his expertise, things that don't really show up on a balance sheet. For companies like his, their market price is almost always going to be miles above their book value because the market is pricing in all those intangibles. Trying to buy a company like that below book value is basically impossible.
And this isn't just a theory. You can see it plain as day in the real world. Take a look at these numbers. You've got Google and Facebook. Their price-to-book ratios are huge, over 4 and almost 7. The stock market is valuing them at many, many times their actual net assets. But now look at the other two. Prudential, an insurance company, and Bank of America. Their PB ratios are just under 1.0. This means their stock prices are trading almost exactly at their liquidation value.
It's a completely different world.
So this slide right here really tells the whole story. For tech companies and service businesses, their value is all about future growth and intangible assets. For them, the PB ratio is, well, it's pretty much useless. But for banks, insurance companies, industrial manufacturers, businesses whose value is tied directly to the hard assets they own, PB is not just a useful tool, it's one of the best valuation tools you can possibly use.
All right, we've been on quite a journey here. We've defined what book value is, we've calculated it, we've applied a margin of safety, and we've figured out where it works best. So let's tie this all together with a nice, neat bow and give you the essential takeaways you can start using.
Look, if you remember nothing else from this, remember these 4 simple things. Number 1, book value is just what's left over if the company sells everything and pays its debts. Number 2, your job is to be a bargain hunter. Always insist on that margin of safety. Number 3, your target, your magic number, is a price-to-book ratio of 0.8 or less. And finally, number 4, know your playing field. This strategy is tailor-made for asset-heavy businesses like banks and industrials.
So I want to leave you with one final question to think about. The next time you're looking at a stock and you see that price flashing on the screen, just pause for a second and ask yourself, am I looking at its price or am I looking at its value? Because truly understanding the difference between those two things, well, that's the secret to becoming a really smart investor.
All right, let's talk about something every single investor runs into. Doesn't matter if you're just starting out or you've been doing this for decades. You find a company, you think, hey, this is great. You pull up the stock, and then you're faced with the big, essential question.
Right? How can you possibly tell if that price you're looking at is a total steal or if you're about to get taken for a ride? It's a million-dollar question, sometimes literally. Well, lucky for us, there's a fantastic tool that helps cut through all that noise. We're going to dig into it today. It's called the price-to-earnings ratio, or PE ratio. And trust me, it's way more straightforward than it sounds. So let's dive in. So here's the game plan. We'll kick things off with what the PE ratio actually is. Then, we'll use a neat little restaurant payback test to see it in action. After that, we'll figure out what a good versus a bad PE really means. Then we'll get practical and find an entry price for a real stock, and finally, wrap it all up in a simple 4-step strategy you can use.
Okay, let's get into it. So you can value a business in a bunch of different ways, right? You could add up all its stuff, the buildings, the cash in the bank, everything. But the PE ratio, it takes a totally different approach. It asks a simpler question. Instead of what a company owns, what does it earn? It's all about the profit engine. So the price-to-earnings ratio, or just PE for short, what is it? Well, it's actually pretty simple. It just takes the stock's current price, that's the P, and stacks it up against the company's profit per share, that's the E for earnings. That's it. It's a direct comparison between what you pay and what you get in profit. But why do we even care about this ratio? Here's the real magic behind it. The PE ratio is basically telling you your payback period. Yeah, that's right. It answers the question, if I buy this, how long will it take for the company's profits to pay me back for my initial investment? The faster you can break even, the better, right? Of course it is. Okay, theory is one thing, but let's make this concrete. We're going to walk through a really simple example that makes this whole concept click. Imagine for a second that you're not buying a stock, you're buying a local restaurant. Let's call it Wong's Restaurant. So here are the books for Wong's. You can see they brought in 50 grand in revenue. That's great. But then you have to pay for food, the rent, the staff, all the expenses. And after all that is paid, you're left with the most important number on this whole page for us, the net profit. That's the real cash the business made. That's the earnings. And there it is, $5,000. That's the annual profit. This is our E in the PE ratio. This little number is the reason we're interested in buying the business in the first place. So remember that number, $5 grand a year. Okay, so you've seen the books. You decide to make an offer. You go to Mr. Wong and say, I'll give you $50,000 for the place. But Mr. Wong, he's a sharp guy. He comes back and says, nope, my price is $100,000. Now, pay attention to what's happening here. The restaurant is exactly the same. It's still making that $5,000 a year in profit. The only thing that's different is the price. So, which deal makes more sense? Let's break down your offer. You're offering a price of $50,000 for a business earning $5,000 a year. So you just divide the price by the earnings, 50 grand divided by 5 grand, that equals 10. So you have a PE ratio of 10. And what does that 10 mean? It means it'll take 10 years for the restaurant's profits to completely pay you back for your investment. That's your payback period. Now let's look at his counteroffer. He wants $100,000 for that same $5,000 in earnings. You do the math. 100 grand divided by 5 grand, and you get 20. A PE of 20. Suddenly, your payback period has doubled to 20 years. So I ask you, which one sounds better? Getting your money back in 10 years or getting it back in 20? It's a no-brainer, right? A lower PE is a better deal. Okay, so you're probably thinking, got it. Low PE good, high PE bad, and you're on the right track. But it's not quite that simple. This is where we need to add a layer of sophistication, because what counts as a good PE is totally relative. A PE that's a bargain for one company might be wildly expensive for another. It all comes down to context. Just take a look at this. This table shows the average PE for different industries back in June 2018. It's all over the place. You've got financial services companies chilling at a PE of 16. But then look at technology. People were willing to pay a PE of over 26 for those stocks. Why? Because they expect way faster growth. And utilities are even higher at 35. Oh, and that negative number for energy? That just means as a group, they were losing money, so there were no positive earnings to measure. So what's the big lesson here? It's simple. You can't compare apples and oranges. A bank is just a different beast than a tech startup. You wouldn't expect them to be valued the same way. So you have to compare a company's PE to other companies in the same industry. That's the only way to get a true sense of whether it's a good deal or not. All right, so we've got the theory down. We know what PE is, and we know we have to compare within an industry. Now for the fun part. Let's take everything we've learned and apply it to a real company. We're going to figure out what a good price to buy shares in Visa might be. Okay, first step. Before we can decide if Visa is cheap today, we need to know what's been considered normal for Visa in the past. So we look at its historical PE ratio. As you can see, over 10 years, it's bounced around a bit, but the average lands right around 29.6. Think of this as our anchor point. It's what the market, on average, has thought Visa's earnings are worth. But here's the thing. We're not looking for an average deal. We're looking for a great deal. We want to build in a little bit of a cushion, a margin of safety, just in case we're wrong or things don't go perfectly. A good way to do that is to aim to buy when the stock is on sale, say 30% cheaper than its historical average valuation. So the math is simple. We take that average PE of about 29.6, we lop 30% off the top, which is the same as multiplying by 0.7, and that gives us our target PE 20.73. This is our magic number. If we can buy Visa when its PE is around 20.7, we know we're getting it at a significant discount to its usual price. Great, so we have a target PE, but that's not a price, right? How do we turn that into a dollar amount? We use this super simple formula. You take your target PE and multiply it by the company's earnings per share, or EPS. And EPS is just what it sounds like. It's the company's total profit divided by all its shares. It's the slice of profit that belongs to a single share. And you can find this number everywhere online. And now we just plug and play. We take our target PE ratio of 20.73, we multiply it by Visa's earnings per share at the time, which was $4.65, and voila, we get our target entry price, $96.39. That's it. That's on price. If the stock ever drops to that level, our strategy tells us it's time to pay close attention. So, I know that felt like a few moving parts, but when you step back, the actual process is incredibly straightforward. Let's just recap the whole thing into a simple 4-step checklist you can use for any stock. Here we go. Step 1, find its average historical PE. Step 2, slap on a discount for a margin of safety. We used 30%. Step 3, look up the current earnings per share. And finally, step 4, multiply your target PE by the EPS. Boom, you've got your entry price. Simple as that. All right, let's boil this all down. If you walk away with just 3 key ideas, make them these. First, the PE ratio is just your payback period. Simple. Second, there's no such thing as a universally good PE. It's all relative. You have to compare companies to their direct competitors. And third, always build in a margin of safety. Aim to buy at a discount to the average, not at the average itself. Now, the PE ratio is a fantastic tool, but you may have noticed it has one big limitation. It's based on what a company has already earned. It's looking in the rearview mirror, but investing is all about the road ahead, right? So that leaves us with a really important question. How do you account for a company's future growth?
Well, that's a great question, and one we'll have to tackle next time.
Welcome back to The Explainer. You know, if you've ever looked at investing and thought, how can my money actually make me money just for owning something? Well, you have landed in exactly the right spot. Today, we're going to break down one of the most important tools for any income investor, the dividend yield. All right, let's get right into it.
So here's our game plan for this explainer. We're going to start with the big picture, the core idea. What is it we're even talking about? Then we'll get our hands dirty and actually calculate the yield. From there, we'll shift into strategy, and this is crucial. We'll cover two big rules, the 10-year consistency rule and making sure you're beating the risk-free rate. And then we'll wrap it all up with the key takeaways you can use immediately.
First things first, let's talk about the core concept. Before we jump into any numbers or formulas, it is absolutely essential to understand the question that dividend yield is trying to answer for us.
I mean, think about it. A company paying you a dividend, that's a direct cash return on your investment. But how do you know if it's a good return? How can you tell if one company's dividend is better than another's? That's the exact problem that dividend yield was created to solve. And here is the answer. The dividend yield at its heart is just a simple percentage. That's it. It tells you exactly how much cash you're getting back each year for every single dollar you invested in that company, based on its current stock price. It's your annual return from dividends alone, plain and simple.
And this really gets to the core philosophy of it all. See, dividend investing isn't about just chasing the highest percentage you can find. The real goal, the smart money goal, is to find good, solid businesses that have a proven history of sharing their profits with you, the shareholder, consistently and at a rate that makes sense.
All right, time to get practical. Let's do the math. And look, don't worry, this isn't some complex financial engineering. It's incredibly simple, it's powerful, and it's something you can literally do in seconds on the back of a napkin.
The whole thing breaks down into 3 dead simple steps. First, you just need to find out how much the company pays in dividends each year for 1 share of stock. Second, you look up the current price of that 1 share. And finally, you just divide the first number by the second. Dividend divided by price. That's it.
So let's use a super clear example to make this real. Imagine you're looking at a company. We'll call it ABC Company. And its stock is trading for exactly $1 a share. And you also find out that ABC plans to pay out 10 cents in dividends for that share over the course of the year.
So we just take our simple formula. We take that expected dividend per share, and we divide it by the current share price. So in our little example, that's just 10 cents divided by $1. See? The math couldn't be easier, and that's what makes this such a powerful tool for everyone. And what does that give us? A dividend yield of 10%. And what that number really means is, for every single dollar you put into that stock, you can expect to get 10 cents back in cash dividends over the next year. It is your direct annual cash return on your investment. Okay, now that you know how to calculate the yield, we can get into the really interesting part, the strategy. Because you know, a high number might look great on paper, but it's pretty much meaningless if it's not stable. And that brings us to our first major rule.
Before you even get excited about a juicy-looking dividend yield, the very first thing you have to do is some detective work. You have to look into the company's past. A single year's dividend can be a fluke. What you really want is a long, proven track record.
And the specific number, the benchmark we're looking for, is 10 years. You want to find a company that has been successfully and consistently paying out dividends for at least the last decade. No exceptions. So why 10 years? What's so special about a decade? Well, a track record that long tells you a few really important things. First, it suggests the business is stable. It can make money not just when the economy is booming, but through the tough times too. Recessions, market panics, the works. It also shows that the company culture is built around a commitment to its shareholders. And ultimately, it's a huge signal that you're dealing with a reliable company, not some fly-by-night operation. Okay, on to our second critical rule. Once you've found a solid company with that 10-year dividend history, you've got to ask yourself another really important question. Is the yield they're offering actually, good enough? Is the return you're getting worth the risk you're taking? To answer that question, we have to compare our dividend yield to something called the risk-free rate. Now that sounds complicated, but it's not. It's just the return you could get on an investment with basically zero risk, like a government bond or maybe a high-yield savings account. It's the sure thing.
And this sets up a really clear comparison. Let's be honest, owning a stock is always going to be riskier than owning a government bond. A stock's price can drop for a million different reasons. So, because you're taking on that extra risk, the risk that your investment could lose value, you should demand a higher rate of return from your dividends. You need to be compensated for taking that chance.
And this is where we can see a great rule of thumb in action. If that sure thing rate from a government bond is, say, 4%, then a stock with a dividend yield of 4.1% just isn't very exciting, right? To justify taking on that extra risk, you need a nice cushion, a significant premium.
And here's the rule itself, a key takeaway. As a general guide, you want to look for a dividend yield that is at least 2 percentage points higher than whatever the current risk-free rate is. So if bonds are paying 4%, you want your target stocks to be yielding 6% or more. That extra 2%, that's your reward for taking a risk.
All right, we've covered a lot of ground. We talked about what it is, how to calculate it, and most importantly, why it matters. We've gone from a simple formula to a powerful two-part strategy. So let's bring it all home and boil it down into a simple checklist you can actually use.
Here it is, your 3-step process for looking at any dividend stock. Step 1, calculate the yield. That's just dividend divided by price. Step 2, check for consistency. Has this company been paying dividends for at least the last 10 years? And step 3, compare to the safe option. Is that yield at least 2% higher than the risk-free rate? If you can answer yes to all 3, you may have just found a really strong candidate for your portfolio.
And that leaves us with one final and I think powerful question. You have the framework now. You know the rules of the game for what makes a dividend yield truly attractive. So the next step is all on you. The real question is, how are you going to take this and start finding those great, stable companies that check all these boxes? That's your next mission. Thanks for joining us on The Explainer.
All right, let's get right into it. Today, we're going to crack open the toolbox of a true investing giant to find a method for valuing stocks that, honestly, not enough people talk about. It's a game changer, and it could totally shift how you think about what a company is actually worth.
So if you've spent any time at all looking at stocks, you've seen the PE ratio, the price-to-earnings ratio. It's kind of the first stop for almost everyone, right? It's that quick and dirty number we all use to get a feel for whether a stock is a bargain or way overpriced. Simple, famous, you see it everywhere.
But what if that go-to number, that metric we all rely on, has a huge, gaping blind spot? I mean, a flaw is so big it could make you pass on a future superstar company. Or, even worse, not really understand the businesses you're looking at in the first place.
And here it is. The big problem with the PE ratio is that it's just a snapshot. It's stuck in the present. It tells you what you're paying for the earnings the company has right now. But you know what it tells you about the future? Absolutely nothing. It completely ignores the most powerful force in investing, growth. Okay, but don't worry, there's a fix, and it comes from the legend himself, Benjamin Graham. Yep, the guy who basically wrote the book on value investing. He came up with this brilliant, surprisingly simple formula to tackle this exact issue. It's his way of baking a company's future right into its present-day value. Some people even call it his secret formula. And this is it. This is the magic. V equals EPS times, in parentheses, 8.5 plus 2G. Now, I know, it looks like something you'd see on a chalkboard in math class. But trust me, every single part of this little equation is doing some heavy lifting to give us a much clearer picture of what a company is worth. Let's break it down.
So let's decode this thing. V, that's what we're solving for, the intrinsic value. EPS is easy enough. That's just the company's earnings per share. And G, well, that's our guess for the company's growth rate. But what's up with that 8.5? That's Graham's genius. He basically said, look, a company with zero growth should trade at a PE of 8.5. Think of it as the baseline value, the foundation, before we add the really exciting stuff, the growth. Okay, theory is one thing, but this formula really comes to life when you see it in action. So let's stop talking about it and actually use it. We'll grab a company we all know and take this thing for a test drive.
For our guinea pig, we're going to use Google with numbers from back in December 2018. At that point, its earnings per share, our EPS, was $43.70. And for our growth rate, our G, we'll use its historical 10-year growth, which was a pretty incredible 20.7%. And just like that, we have everything we need. So let's plug these numbers in. First things first, we work inside the parentheses. We take our growth rate, 20.70, and we multiply it by 2. That gives us 41.4. Easy. Now we add Graham's baseline of 8.5 to that, which gets us to 49.9. Okay, last step, we take that 49.9 and multiply it by the earnings per share of $43.70.
And boom, we land on an intrinsic value of $2,180.63. See what just happened? We took this fuzzy idea of future growth and turned it into a hard number. That's the real power here. It gives us a tangible estimate of what this business could actually be worth.
So we're done, right? The value is just under $2,200, so as long as the stock is trading below that, we're good to go? Whoa, not so fast. If you think that's the end of the story, you don't know Benjamin Graham. He taught us there was one more absolutely critical step. Finding the value, that's only half the job. And this final piece of the puzzle, well, it might just be the most important concept in all of investing. It's the one idea that truly separates a smart investor from a gambler. We're talking about the safety net.
Now, people argue about whether he ever said these exact words, but the idea is 100% pure Graham. The three most vital words for any investor are these: margin of safety. And let me tell you, this isn't just some friendly advice. For Graham, this was the absolute bedrock of his entire philosophy.
So what in the world is it? The best way to think about a margin of safety is it's a buffer for being wrong. It's you admitting that the future is messy, that your forecast might be off, and that the market can go crazy for no good reason. So you build in a discount to protect yourself. You chop a bit off your calculated value, just in case. And Graham wasn't talking about a small discount. He often suggested something significant, like 30%.
So let's see what that does to our Google number. We start with our calculated value, that 2180, then we lop off 30%. And suddenly we're looking at an entry price of $1,526.44. You see the difference? One is what you think the company is worth. The other is a safe price to pay for it. And that gap, that's your protection.
Okay, so let's tie this all together with a bow. We started with the PE ratio and saw that it's broken because it totally ignores growth. Then we unleashed Graham's elegant little formula that puts growth right back into the equation. But, and this is the important part, we realized that getting a number for value is just step one. Step two, the crucial part, is to then demand a discount, a margin of safety to keep our capital safe.
So I'll leave you with this to chew on. Every day, we are just flooded with stock prices, little numbers flashing green and red. But remember, a price is just what you pay. Graham's great gift to all of us was a framework to help answer a much deeper, much more important question. What is this thing truly worth? Thanks for joining me. So let's be honest for a second. If you've ever put money into the market, you've definitely asked yourself this question, right? What's the real secret? Is it all about finding that one unicorn stock that's just going to explode? Or is it something else entirely? Well, today we're going to get into the one thing, the single most important idea that really separates successful investors from, well, everyone else. And I'll give you a hint. It's not some secret stock tip. It's a totally different way of thinking about the game. You know, I've been really lucky to have traveled a lot for work. I think I've spoken in something like 24 different cities all across the globe about investing. And you meet a ton of interesting people doing that. But for me, it's always been the stockbrokers that are the most fascinating. And there was this one lesson I learned from a broker in Cyprus, of all places, that has just never, ever left me. And that's the wild part. You talk to these folks everywhere, from Tokyo to Toronto, and you start to see this pattern, this secret perspective they all seem to share about what really makes an investor successful in the long run. It's not some crazy complex formula. It's not a hot tip they're passing around. It's a mindset. And that guy in Cyprus, he just laid it out so perfectly, so simply. It was like a light bulb went off. So we're sitting there, just having a coffee, talking shop about the markets, the usual stuff. And then he leans in, kind of lowers his voice, and he says something that just floored me. He makes this incredibly bold claim. He tells me he's got this test, a way he can know with almost certainty an investor's entire future. And the craziest part, he says it only takes him 3 months. Yeah, let that sink in for a second. When a customer opens a brokerage account with me, I can know within 3 months whether he or she will be a profitable investor. Just 3 months. I mean, think about that. Not years of tracking their returns, not some deep dive into their financial background. Nope, just 90 days of watching them. You can bet I was hooked. I was like, okay, you have to tell me. What's the secret? I mean, how could he possibly know that, right? That's the first thing that popped into my head, and it's probably what you're thinking too. How on earth can you predict someone's long-term success with that kind of certainty?
and so fast. It sounds like some kind of party trick, some kind of magic. But his answer was so simple, it wasn't magic at all. It was just about watching for one very specific thing.
He said it was simple. He just watches to see if they diversify their money. That's it. He told me that in all his years, he's seen that every single investor, without fail, falls into one of two camps. You're either a gambler or you're a survivor. And what you do with your money in those first 3 months, well, that tells him everything he needs to know about which one you are.
And this really breaks it down perfectly. You've got two types of people here. The gambler. This is the person with that bet-it-all mindset. They're looking for that one home run. And hey, maybe they even make some quick money at first. You know, they get lucky. But eventually, they lose it all. Then you've got the survivor. This person has the discipline to spread their bets, to diversify. They survive long enough to actually learn how the market works. And that's when they become truly profitable.
And why does this work? Why does the survivor win? It all comes down to this one simple, inescapable truth. And this is it. This is the whole ballgame right here. Nobody can be right all the time. I mean nobody, not me, not you, not the most legendary investor on the planet. Nobody. Okay, so if we know we can't be right all the time, what does that mean? What do we do about it? Well, it means you have to give yourself the right to be wrong. And that idea, that changes everything. See, portfolio management isn't about being some genius who never messes up. It's about having the humility, the wisdom to build a system that can handle it when you mess up.
And this is why I love this definition of diversification. Forget what the textbooks say. The real definition is this. It's the humility to give yourself the right to be wrong and still have the ability to profit from your overall portfolio. Think about it that way. It's not just a strategy. It's an admission that you're not perfect. It's the safety net that makes sure one bad call doesn't sink the whole ship. It lets your good ideas have a chance to work.
Now, I'm sure you've heard this one before. Warren Buffett's famous rule number 1, never lose money. And you might be thinking, hang on a second. You just told me nobody can be right all the time. How can I never lose money? And you're right, it sounds impossible. But that's because most people kind of misunderstand what he's really getting at here. See, what he's really saying is this. Step 1, you have to accept that you are going to make mistakes in picking stocks. It is going to happen. It's a given. So step 2, because you know those mistakes are coming, you need a plan to deal with them. You need a structure that can absorb the hit, which leads to the real goal, step 3. The goal is for your overall portfolio to be profitable, not every single stock, but the whole shebang. All right, so we've heard this incredible story from that stockbroker in Cyprus. We've kind of dug into the wisdom behind it, but now comes the most important part, the part that's all about you. What is your plan? Look, the crucial point here is to get out of the mindset of trying to be right every single time. It's a losing game. It's a fool's errand. The real trick is to take all that energy and put it into building a plan for when you're wrong. Ask yourself this one simple question about every investment you make. If this thing goes completely to zero, what happens to me? And if the answer is, I'm totally wiped out, well, then you don't have a plan. You have a lottery ticket.
So let's just leave it with this thought. We've pretty much established that making mistakes isn't just a possibility, it's a guarantee. So you have the right to be wrong. In fact, you need to give yourself that right. Accepting that, that's the real first step to becoming a survivor in the market. So the only question that matters now is, what's your plan?
So, how do you take a random collection of stocks and actually turn it into a real, powerful wealth-building portfolio? You know, it's not about getting lucky, it's about having a system. Today, we're going to dive into 5 super practical, time-tested rules that can help you invest with a whole lot more confidence and, well, manage risk like a pro. Right. We've all heard this one, haven't we? It's probably the first thing your grandpa told you about investing, and for good reason. It gets right to the heart of the most critical, foundational idea there is, diversification. And listen, this isn't just some quaint advice for beginners. The man himself, Warren Buffett, absolutely lives by this. Through Berkshire Hathaway, he's got positions in over 40 different public companies. Now, why would he do that? Because he knows that no matter how smart you are, the future is, well, it's unknowable. Diversification is your only real protection against that ignorance. But that's the thing, isn't it? Knowing you should diversify and knowing how to actually do it, well, they're two totally different things.
So how do you get from this vague idea to a solid, concrete strategy you can use again and again? That's exactly what we're about to break down. Let's get into it.
Here's the game plan. First, we'll tackle what's called the investor's dilemma. From there, we'll walk through 5 specific rules. We're talking fund allocation, how to weight your positions, doing annual reviews, and the big one, when to sell. And then we're going to wrap it all up by looking at the business-like mindset that really holds it all together. Okay, so let's start with the big one. The fundamental problem, the dilemma that probably keeps a lot of investors staring at the ceiling at night, the risk of being completely, utterly wiped out by one bad call or some disaster you just didn't see coming. Look, it's a mistake so many of us make. Even the author of our source material admits he once put every single dollar he had into one stock. It's so tempting, right? You see it as this shortcut to getting rich, but it's also a direct path to a really painful lesson. No company, I don't care how dominant it looks today, is truly invincible. And this is not some new idea cooked up for the modern stock market. We're talking thousands of years ago. King Solomon, one of the wealthiest and wisest people in all of history, was giving the exact same advice. Spread your money out because you just can't predict where disaster is going to pop up next. So, with that in our back pocket, we get to our very first rule. What's interesting is it has nothing to do with which stock to buy. It's about a much bigger, more strategic question. How much of your money should even be in the market to begin with? This whole idea is called funds allocation. And the real key here is to take your emotions and just set them aside. Your decision to invest more or hold more cash, it shouldn't be based on a gut feeling or some hot tip from a buddy. It should be based on just one question. Is the market as a whole selling at a fair price, or is it getting dangerously expensive? And this, right here, simplifies your whole strategy into this powerful rule of thumb. You can look at broad market metrics, something like the overall price-to-earnings ratio, to kind of take the market's temperature. If it seems overheated, too expensive, you pull back, you increase your cash, and you just wait patiently. But if it looks cheap and undervalued, well, that's your green light to put more capital to work. And I want to be clear, this is not just some theory. Warren Buffett did exactly this back in 1969. He looked around, saw the market was just broadly overvalued, and he made this incredibly disciplined call to liquidate his whole investment partnership, return the money, and basically sit on the sidelines with cash. And that single move, it let him completely sidestep the devastating market crash of the early 70s. Then, after that crash, when stocks were basically on a fire sale, he jumped back in. His patience was rewarded with this huge field of incredible bargains. Now that's Rule 1 in action. But once you've decided to invest, how do you figure out how much to put into each individual stock? Well, that brings us to Rules 2 and 3. Okay, so you've used Rule 1 to figure out how much of your capital is ready to be invested. The next couple of rules are all about how you actually divvy up that money among the individual stocks you've picked out. Rule 2 is your first line of defense, and it's a simple one. Never put more than 10% of your portfolio into any single company. This hard cap makes sure that one really bad outcome can't just torpedo your entire wealth. And if you do the math, it suggests that a really well-diversified portfolio is going to have at least 10 and probably more like 15 to 20 different stocks. Now, Rule 3 adds a little bit of nuance to this. Because, let's be honest, you're not going to feel equally confident about every single stock you own. So you should create a kind of weighting system. You can rank them one by one or group them into grades, like grade A, B, and C, based on how strong your conviction really is. Here's kind of how that might look in practice. For your grade A stocks, I'm talking about the ones you have absolute rock-solid conviction in, you might go ahead and allocate the full 10%. For your grade B stocks, maybe it's 9%. And for grade C, perhaps 8%. The principle is just super simple. Your strongest, best researched ideas get a bigger piece of the pie, all while you're still respecting that 10% maximum. Okay, so you've built this portfolio. It's allocated, it's diversified, it's weighted based on your conviction. But investing isn't something you do just once. And this brings us to Rule 4, you've got to have a rhythm for reviewing your holdings. The source material suggests a really thorough review at least once a year, and you can time it with a company's annual report. But this isn't just about glancing at the numbers. No, it's about re-examining your entire reason for investing. Is the company's edge still there? Is management doing what they said they would? Are those long-term prospects still looking good? This annual check-in is your chance to really confirm that yes, you still want to be a part owner of this business for another year.
And that question leads us right into Rule 5, which tackles what is, let's face it, probably the most difficult and emotion-packed question for any investor. When is the right time to sell a stock? Let's be absolutely crystal clear on this, because it's the most important part of the rule. You never sell a stock just because the price went up or down. The market's day-to-day craziness, it's just noise. Your job as an investor is to tune out that noise and focus on the one thing that actually matters. How is the real business doing? So let's imagine a scenario that causes pure panic for most people. You buy a stock, and a month later, wham, the price has dropped 20%. That temptation to just sell, to cut your losses, it's overwhelming. But what's the right move here? Well, the answer is in the fundamentals. Just take the famous salad oil scandal back in '63. A client defaulted on loans that were backed by salad oil that didn't actually exist, leaving American Express with this massive liability. The market freaked out, the stock price was nearly cut in half, and while everybody else was selling out of pure fear, Warren Buffett went out and did the actual research. He saw the scandal hadn't really touched the company's core businesses, the traveler's checks, the credit cards. So he didn't see a crisis. He saw a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He invested a huge chunk of his fund, and that decision, based on business fundamentals, not market fear, it's now legendary. And you know what? The exact same logic works when a stock price goes up. Don't just rush to sell and take your profit. The question is still the same. What are the fundamentals telling you? You have to reevaluate the business. Has the price jump made the stock overvalued? If it has, then yeah, it might be a good time to sell. But if the business is still killing it and the stock is still reasonably priced or even undervalued, selling could be a gigantic mistake. You might even want to buy more. You know, all these rules we've talked about, allocation, waiting, reviewing, selling, they're really just tactics. They all serve one big overarching strategy, which is the final and, frankly, most important piece of this whole puzzle, getting the right mindset. Benjamin Graham, the father of value investing, Warren Buffett's mentor, he just said it perfectly. The key to being an intelligent investor is to approach it like you're a business owner, not a gambler in a casino. You're not buying a piece of paper that wiggles up and down. You're buying a small piece of a real, actual business. So I guess the final question to leave you with is this. Which one are you? Are you a speculator, just glued to the price chart, reacting to every news headline? Or are you a business-like investor, focused on the long-term performance and the real value of the companies you own? Your answer to that question, well, that's what's going to define your success in the long run. You know, when we think about successful investing, our minds usually jump to images of genius-level intellect, crazy algorithms, or some kind of secret financial formula. But what if I told you the real difference between a winning investor and a losing one has almost nothing to do with IQ? Today, we're going to break down the one thing that truly, truly matters, the investor's mindset. So let's just get right to it and tackle the big myth head-on. Do you actually need to be a genius to make money in the market? Is it really about being the smartest person in the room? You'd think so, right? But the answer is a huge no. In fact, history is absolutely littered with brilliant minds, scientists, doctors, you name it, who were, frankly, terrible investors. It seems that when it comes to the market, a super high IQ can sometimes be more of a curse than a blessing. And, you know, for the perfect case study, we don't have to look any further than one of the most brilliant human beings who ever lived, Sir Isaac Newton. I mean, we're talking about the guy who figured out the laws of motion and universal gravitation, who literally decoded the secrets of the cosmos. If anyone could master the market, it shouldn't have been him. Well, as we're about to see, that's not exactly how things played out. Now, Newton's story isn't just some dusty old historical footnote. It's a massive cautionary tale. It shows us how even a mind that could understand the heavens could be completely brought to its knees by the irrationality of human emotion and, well, the madness of the market. Okay, so picture this. The year is 1720, and the only thing anyone in London is talking about is the South Sea Company. You have to imagine it. This was the dot-com stock of its day. I mean, everybody, from the highest aristocrats to the local shopkeepers, was piling in. They were absolutely convinced it was a one-way ticket to unimaginable riches. And this frenzy created one of history's most famous and disastrous speculative bubbles. Now, Newton, being a certified genius, he initially saw the writing on the wall. He famously said he could calculate the motions of the heavenly bodies, but not the madness of the people. He saw the frenzy for exactly what it was, a dangerous collective hysteria, and he was super skeptical of the whole thing. And he didn't just think it, He acted on it with perfect clarity. Newton made an absolutely brilliant move. He sold his shares in the South Sea Company early on, and he walked away with a cool 7,000 pounds. That's a 100% profit. By any measure, it was the perfect exit. He had outsmarted the market. Game over. But then, well, you know how this goes. He stood on the sidelines and just watched as the stock kept going up and up and up. His friends were getting filthy rich, the buzz was everywhere, and that fear of missing out, it became unbearable. In the end, even the great Sir Isaac Newton got swept up in the hype. He jumped back in, he bought shares again, but this time near the very top, at a much, much higher price. And when the bubble did what bubbles do, it burst. He lost a fortune, 20,000 pounds. To put that in perspective, that's over $3 million in today's money. The loss was so devastating, so humiliating, that for the rest of his life, he forbade anyone from even saying the words South Sea in his presence.
So this story just begs the question, right? If a mind like Newton's couldn't navigate the market's craziness, what possible hope is there for the rest of us? It seems impossible. But here's the thing. The answer isn't about being smarter than Newton. It's about realizing he was playing the wrong game from the start.
So to figure out how to actually succeed, we need to stop looking at the geniuses who failed and start listening to the people who won, and won consistently for decades. And you know what? Their wisdom points in a completely different direction. I mean, just listen to Warren Buffett. He puts it so bluntly. If calculus or algebra were required, I'd have to go back to delivering newspapers. He's making it crystal clear. The skills of a brilliant mathematician are not the skills you need to be a successful investor. It's just not about complex calculations. And it wasn't just Buffett. The legendary fund manager Peter Lynch felt the exact same way. After 20 years in the business, he was totally convinced that any normal person has all the brainpower they need. It's not about how much raw intelligence you have, it's about how you use it. And this right here, this is where so many incredibly smart people go wrong. They fall into a trap of their own making. Like Buffett says, there's this weird human tendency to make easy things difficult. Newton tried to outsmart the market's madness instead of just avoiding it. True long-term success in investing often comes from embracing simplicity. And this brings us right to the heart of the matter. The real thing that separates the winners from the losers in investing isn't your intelligence, your education, or how much money you start with. It is, and it has always been, your mindset. And the proof of this is everywhere. We've seen people from all walks of life, people who might have less money to start with, fewer resources, build incredible portfolios. Why? Because they had the right temperament, not the highest IQ. So what exactly is this investor's mindset we keep talking about? Well, it's really a collection of attitudes and personality traits. It's about your character, not your ability to do calculus. It's the emotional and psychological foundation that you have to build any successful investing strategy on. Okay, so let's break this down into something we can actually put into practice. We can pretty much boil this successful mindset down to 4 key characteristics. 4 pillars, really.
Here they are, the 4 pillars. First up is patience, which is basically your best defense against making dumb, impulsive decisions. Second, independent thinking. This is your shield against the madness of the crowd. Third, focus. That's your ability to stick with what you actually understand. And fourth, consistency, which is the discipline to just apply the other 3, day after day. Mastering these is what separates a cautionary tale like Newton from a success story like Buffett. Let's start with patience. Look, the desire to get rich quick is probably the single biggest portfolio destroyer out there. The truth is, good, successful investing isn't a thrilling casino game. A lot of the time, it's actually pretty boring. It's about letting the magic of compounding and time do all the heavy lifting for you, not chasing exciting high-risk bets. This is exactly what Newton abandoned. He'd already made a great profit, but he couldn't patiently sit on the sidelines. He wanted more action, and it cost him everything. Okay, pillar number 2, independent thinking. This one is huge. You simply cannot get superior results by following the herd or listening to tips and rumors. You have to be willing to stand apart from the crowd, even when it feels really uncomfortable. And there is no better example of this than Warren Buffett during the dot-com bubble of the late 90s. Everybody was chasing tech stocks. He was literally being ridiculed for sticking to his old-fashioned value stocks. I mean, just look at these numbers from 1999. While the tech-heavy NASDAQ was soaring up 145%, Buffett's company, Berkshire Hathaway, was down 44%. The media was writing articles with headlines like, "What's wrong, Warren?" asking if he'd lost his touch. Can you imagine the immense psychological pressure to just give in and join the party? But he resisted, he trusted his process, and when that bubble burst, his independent thinking was proven completely right.
And that brings us to pillar number 3, focus. Buffett's longtime partner, the brilliant Charlie Munger, put it perfectly. Our job is to find a few intelligent things to do, not to keep up with every damn thing. A strong investor focuses on what they know, what we call their circle of competence, and just finds a few great ideas inside it. Newton was a genius in physics and math, but he wandered outside his area of expertise and tried to play a game he didn't understand, market psychology. You don't win by jumping at every new shiny object the market dangles in front of you.
So you see, the journey to becoming a successful investor, it doesn't start with a textbook on advanced financial modeling. It starts with a little bit of introspection. It begins by cultivating these pillars in your own character, your patience, your ability to think for yourself, and your focus.
And this brings us to our final and maybe most crucial question, inspired by the father of value investing himself, Benjamin Graham. He always insisted that you have to act consistently as an investor, not as a speculator. So I'll leave you with this to think about. Are you chasing the madness of the crowd like Newton did, letting your emotions drive your decisions? Or are you patiently building wealth with a disciplined mindset? The answer to that question will ultimately define your entire journey.
Welcome to The Explainer. You know, we all dream about financial freedom, right? But what does the actual game plan for that look like? I'm not talking about some get-rich-quick nonsense. I mean a real, solid strategy for building wealth that lasts. Well, today, we're going to cut through all that noise and give you that exact framework.
All right, let's just jump right in. This quote, man, it really gets to the heart of it, doesn't it? Think about it. How many articles have you skimmed? How many videos have you watched about finance? All that knowledge is just sitting there, it's potential. The real power, the kind that actually changes your life, that only kicks in when you do something with it.
And that is exactly what this explainer is all about. We're moving past the theory, okay? We are laying out a concrete roadmap for you, a direct path that's designed to give you the confidence to take that first, all-important step on your journey.
So here's how we're going to tackle this. First up, we'll look at the big picture, the ideal roadmap. Then we'll get into building your financial fortress. Think of it as the secure foundation for everything else. After that, this is the exciting part. We'll unleash the incredible engine of compounding. And finally, we'll bring it all back home to what truly matters, what you're going to do next.
All right, let's start from way up high, the 30,000-foot view. This is the entire game plan, A to Z, for what our source material calls financial success. And here it is, the 5 core steps. Now pay close attention to the order here. It's really important. We start with defense, right? Paying yourself, building that emergency fund, getting insurance, clearing out debt. Only then do we switch to offense, investing and compounding. Now the source does say you can tackle some of these at the same time, but the logic is crystal clear. You have to secure your foundation before you even think about building the skyscraper.
Okay, so let's dig into that foundation. We're going to really focus on those first 4 steps. I want you to think of these as building the strong walls and a deep moat for your financial fortress. This is the bedrock, the secure base that you absolutely need before you can start building that wealth sky high.
So, step 1. The big idea here is a total shift in your mindset. It's huge. See, most of us, we get our paycheck, we pay the rent, the bills, the groceries, and then, only then do we see if there's anything left over to save. Paying yourself first completely flips that script. Your savings, your investments, that becomes the very first bill you pay. It's a powerful psychological trick, really. It tells your brain, hey, my future is the #1 priority. It's non-negotiable.
So, the big question is, how much? Well, the source material gives us a really clear starting point. Aim for at least 10% of your salary every single month. Look, if you can do more, fantastic. You'll get there faster. But that 10%, that's the habit you're trying to build. It's all about consistency, not about starting with some huge, scary number.
Okay, next up, your fortress needs a moat, and that's your emergency fund. This is not just another savings account, okay? This is your defense against all the curveballs life is going to throw at you. A sudden job loss, a car that breaks down, you get the picture.
The goal here is to have at least 3 months of your essential living expenses saved up. So, let's say your monthly expenses are $4,000. That means you're shooting for a $12,000 safety net.
Which brings us right to step 3, insurance. And this quote, it just captures the whole idea perfectly. You know, truly smart investors, they don't just fantasize about big wins. They are absolutely obsessed with protecting themselves from a huge loss. And that's what insurance is. It's all about preparing for the worst case scenario so that one bad break, an accident, a health problem, doesn't completely wipe out everything you've worked so hard to save.
Now, everyone's needs are a little different, for sure, but the source points to 3 areas that are pretty much non-negotiable. We're talking about coverage for accidents, critical illness, and hospitalization. And you might ask, why those 3 specifically? Well, it's because these aren't the kind of things that just create a bill. No, these can create a financial black hole that can suck up your entire plan and force you to sell off the very investments you're trying to grow.
And this slide just shows you exactly why step 4, clearing high-interest debt, is so urgent. Just look at the comparison. The scale is tipped way, way against you. Carrying a bunch of credit card debt, it's like trying to climb a ladder with a giant weight tied to your ankle. That interest you're paying, it's a guaranteed loss, and it will almost always be higher than what you can earn from your investments. Seriously, paying off that debt is one of the best, most guaranteed returns you will ever get on your money. All right, so our fortress walls are up, the moat is dug, we're secure. Now we get to the really exciting part of this whole journey. This is where we switch from playing defense to playing offense. It's time to put your money to work and unleash the unbelievable power of compounding.
And this, my friends, is where this whole roadmap gets truly, truly powerful. We're talking about investing just $100 a month. Now, that might not sound like a lot, right? But let's look at the actual numbers from the source material and see what that small, consistent investment can turn into over time. I gotta tell you, the results, they might just blow your mind.
Okay, take a good look at these numbers. I want you to really let this sink in. In every single one of these scenarios, you're investing the exact same amount of money, $100 a month for 30 years. That's a total of $36,000 out of your pocket. Now, at a pretty modest 5% return, your money more than doubles. Not bad. But look what happens when you get a higher return over that same time frame. The numbers don't just grow, they explode. This shows it's not just about how much you invest, it's about time and your rate of return. And yeah, I know, a 30% return is really high. It's not typical, but it's here to perfectly illustrate just how powerful this principle is.
But let's just focus on this one number for a second. $13.6 million. From $100 a month. I mean, that's just incredible. This is the magic of compounding in its purest form. It's not just your money making money, it's the money your money made making more money. It creates this giant snowball of wealth that just grows faster and faster over time. And this is exactly why we spent all that time building the fortress first, so that one little emergency doesn't force you to stop this incredible snowball from rolling down the hill.
And look, this isn't just some fantasyland theory, okay? This is the secret weapon that the world's most successful investors use. The source material points out that this exact combination, patience plus compounding, is the engine that powered Warren Buffett's entire journey to becoming one of the richest people on the planet.
So those numbers were pretty mind-blowing, right? And that was with just $100 a month. So what happens if we scale this thing up? Let's just see what the full potential of this compounding engine looks like. What if you could find a way to invest $500 a month instead?
Well, the result is, it's just staggering. At that same 30% return over 30 years, investing $500 a month could potentially grow to over $68 million. It just proves that the 2 most powerful tools you have in your arsenal are your rate of return and, just as important, the amount of time you let your money work for you.
Okay, those numbers are absolutely breathtaking. They're almost hard to believe, but at the end of the day, they're just numbers on a screen. They only become real, they only become your reality when you stop watching and start doing, when you actually begin the journey.
So let's bring it all back together. This is the whole plan we just walked through. Remember, it's not just some vague suggestion. It is a clear path, a step-by-step guide designed to take you from wherever you are right now, today, to where you want to be.
And this really is the final, most important takeaway from all of this. All the planning in the world, all the knowledge you've gained, even the motivation you feel from seeing those incredible numbers, it means absolutely nothing without action. Doing nothing is the only thing that guarantees these numbers stay a fantasy. Your wealth starts to grow the very moment you decide to start saving.
And so, here we are at the end of our roadmap.
The path is clear. The steps are all laid out for you. The game plan is officially in your hands now. The only thing left to figure out is the answer to that question right there on your screen. What is your first step going to be?